Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I hope this finds you well. Saturday morning, an odd day for us to be doing court live, but we have court live this morning. They are not up and going yet. Good morning, Ronnie. Good morning, Dr. Bullbutter. Yay! Oh. Now, because I was on the road and not able to do this, I just did the drawing for the entry from yesterday into for the end of the month. And the grand winner from yesterday that will be in the drawing at the end of the month is Miss Cook. Oh my gosh, Debbie Cook, you got in. So for that particular part of the drawing, Miss Debbie Cook got an entry in. Woohoo! And then we have, I have to move this, it's in my way, to set up for today. Y'all don't do it yet. I'm getting it going. I got to get it going. I hope everybody had a good night's sleep. I didn't get home till late last night, and I am tired. Whew. Excuse-moi. Okay, it's set up. So if you are in stream, put I liked. Thank you, Dr. Bullbutters. You have been a part of me for 5 months. Oh my gosh, that is so amazing. Oh, I can't believe we've been doing this that long. Yay, Penny is a new member. Oh my gosh, welcome, Penny Williams. And it looks like there's a Mr. in the photo. So, Mr. Hyana, good morning. Okay, all of y'all, including my mods, you may put I like the video, put I liked so you can get in the drawing. I am waiting for the news station to give me their feed. Come on, pop up the feed. It is 8:00. Oh my gosh, there are people who are up and running. Thank you guys for yesterday for all the super chats, for all that kind of stuff. I really, really appreciate it. Really, really do. Y'all are just amazing. I am looking for a live feed. How do these people get live feeds and I don't yet? Arr. Yes, my voice is bassy today, and I am cool with it. I'm cool with it. I am looking for his feed. Give me a moment, though. Honestly, I just rolled out of bed. Yep, I did. I did. I just rolled right out of bed. That's day 5. We are now in day 6. I hear you, kitty kitty. You've got food, so don't go there with me. And we are there you go. We gotta feed. They're not in court yet. I didn't think they'd start on time, but man, I ran just in case. Good morning. Good morning. Let's go ahead and do my coffee commercial because I'm getting ready to get me some Hitchman Homestead coffee to wake me up. Here we go. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Kirk option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. I forgot my cup. Can't brew coffee without a cup. Y'all, I apologize. I told you I just ran in here this morning. Oh, let's see. Hi, Bama Green Eyes. Hello, beloved. Welcome, everybody. We are trying to get the court to open up and start. Good morning, TK. Woohoo. Good morning, everybody. I went shopping yesterday, and this girl is has dropped 2 clothes sizes. 1.5. I'm calling it 2. I have dropped 2 clothes sizes. I am so excited. I'm losing weight. Yay! Oh, shoot. Yeah, I gotta take my meds. I forgot about that too. It's a Saturday. It's a Saturday. It's getting colder. We're supposed to be possible snow tonight. Possibility of snow tonight. Burr. Do y'all have show? Do y'all have snow tonight already? Do y'all have snow? Weather. Let me get to the weather. Okay, now they moved it. See, our coldest day was supposed to be tonight, but it's actually going to be next Wednesday night. Well, third Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. They moved it. It's still cold. But it's going to be high of 60s today. Yay. I am worried about my daughter driving back to college. Luckily, it looks like the delay is going to be in her favor. I know. I know. Well, it's look for Monday night, Tuesday morning for your snow. Monday night, Tuesday morning in Texas for snow, as they're predicting at this moment. Just at this moment. Okay, the judge is coming in, or somebody's coming in. Why do you guys not have a feed up? There you go. And there we go. They do come in last minute on their feed. Let's put her up. Get me where I needs to be. I wish I could change or get rid of this view, but I can't. It keeps putting me out there. Okay.
This picture you're looking at
Here's a
now is
recap while
cell
I
phone
take my
data
meds.
that was tracking Jason Chen from Chattanooga to his parents' home in Nolensville in the days after the murder. Here's a little bit closer look at that timeline there on your screen. You can see there we have Jasmine Pace's white Chevy pulling into Jason Chen's apartment complex on Tremont Street, 1122 at 11:42 p.m. Now, there's also another image that was brought up in court, and that happened at 2:18 a.m. on November 23rd. That was when Jasmine Pace sent a pin of her location to her mother, Katrina. Again, 2:18 a.m. on November 23rd. Katrina Pace has testified that unfortunately at that time she missed that message from her daughter. Now, the next thing that pops up in cell phone records is a Tinder message at 11:23 on 11:23 at 9:52 a.m. That came from a woman named Victoria to Jason Chen. And then, according to the cell phone records that we saw in court yesterday, Jason Chen wrote back to this woman named Victoria 1 minute later, 9:52 and 9:53 a.m. respectively, and he said, "So I guess we're dating now." Then the next thing we know from testimony is that 10:40 a.m. on November 23rd, Jason Chen is seen at a Walmart where he buys cleaning supplies. So, another important fact when we're talking about this timeline is that when he was on the stand, the medical examiner could not pinpoint a specific time of Jasmine Pace's death. Why is that? He said because she was stabbed 60 times and she likely lost so much blood during about a 5 to 10 minute window that it was so difficult to determine a time of death. Also, her body was then wrapped in garbage bags, put into a suitcase, and left outside for several days before it was discovered on December 1st. So he said those two factors put together make it almost impossible for anyone to determine the exact time of death. So, what we'll be looking for from the defense is if they are claiming that the 952 Tinder messages are the ones that set Jasmine off against Jason Chen. What does that tell us if they say that those are those messages? It could tell us that they're claiming that she didn't die until 9:52 a.m. because so far we haven't seen any specific evidence of her time of death. This is all we've seen here. Again, let's go through it one more time. 11:22, November 22nd of 2022, the week of Thanksgiving. Jasmine Pace leaves her parents'
Interesting.
home and drives to Jason Chen's apartment on Tremont Street and arrives at 11:42 a.m. This is a picture of her car, her white Chevy, from what's called an Arctic camera. That's R and then TIC. And that's cameras from the Chattanooga Police Department that are real time intelligence center. That's what that stands for. And it's cameras that are on the poles around Chattanooga so they can go back later and look through that footage. And that's what they did to find this picture. So then we have a window of time until 2:18 a.m. That's when we know that Jasmine Pace sent her mother a pin of her location in being at Jason Chen's Tremont Street apartment. Then a few hours later, 9:52 a.m., that Tinder message comes in. Jason Chen writes back a minute later to a woman named Victoria, "So I guess we're dating now." And then at 10:40 a.m., we see Jason Chen on that surveillance video coming to the Walmart. And the expert yesterday, Mark Hamilton from the DA's office, also testified that the tracking of his cell phone data corroborated that he was there at that Walmart at that time. You can see Jason Chen live from the Hamilton County Courtroom, taking his seat for day 6 of testimony to begin. We'll now switch you over to the audio from the court feed so we can follow along the first happenings of court on this Saturday after more than 40 hours of testimony in this case.
Wow, guys. She did a good recap. I appreciate her recap. I really am liking her. She's doing good. I appreciate her. Uh, so what are y'all's plans for the rest of your weekend? I am going to clean this room and try to tighten up all of the cords and everything that are everywhere. I got cords everywhere. Right now, I've got so many things opened up on my desk. It's not funny. Okay, there y'all go. It's gonna be cold. See, Bama, you're talking about 29 in the highs on Sunday. Well, I hate to say it, we're gonna be 42. Our lowest high is 36 on Tuesday. $36 on Tuesday. I know, right? That's a lot. Oh, I can put that in the trash. I have so many links to so many different web pages. Okay, here we go. Good morning, welcome. We're back in court.
The unfortunate thing for the jury right now is that the state is about to arrest our case, and I know that Mr. Weiss will be making a motion, so
Okay.
I think that they'll be in here for a second, and then they will go back.
That's fine, thanks for the heads up.
We have a motion. How are y'all hearing everything? Are you hearing it well? Let me know.
They're using the restroom, whenever they're ready. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I got my witnesses to be here a little bit later morning, so.
Okay.
No, right.
That's okay. They'll be in the jury room after your motion. So we'll just resume when you're ready.
So, just for those of you who are joining us and who are new, the prosecution has decided, I'm sorry for that, not the prosecution, the jury has decided to work today in hopes of getting through this trial faster. They've also agreed to work through tomorrow, Sunday. Monday. Sunday, Monday, happy days. So on Monday, they have agreed to work through Monday, which is a national holiday. Somebody asked about banks, and I'm like, every time it's a national holiday. Why do people ask if banks are going to be open? Come on now. It's a national holiday. No, not going to be open. Yes, thank you everybody for joining us. Good morning. Y'all get those likes growing. We need the likes. Come on, y'all. Good morning, Miss Colleen. I am in the process of cleaning my desktop off. And I'm glad I am. I'm glad I am. Good morning. I gotta look that up. That's gonna stay. That's gonna stay. Two, so there should be JCB. All right. Bring the jury. Where's my bring the jury? Did it disappear?
We had a good day. It was a good day.
You may bring the jury.
The jury is present.
I think
You may bring the jury. Yahoo! The state has rested its case. I tell you, it's been a case. It's been a case. And I'm glad to see. Now, we're going to see a change of pace for those of you who are not used to the courtroom. The prosecution now gets their chance to rest, and that means the defense is up. And we're going to get ready to go. Allergy time. I got it. My coffee's too hot for me to take a sip, but I need to in a minute. Yes, I think Chen has to take the stand. I think he has to. I am 100% sure he's going to take the stand. Well, in my humble opinion, he has to.
All right, please be seated. Good morning, jurors. Happy Saturday. I'm hoping the last time you worked Saturday was, but we're certainly doing that today. As always, I must start with asking if everyone's able to abide by the court's admonition to not be exposed to any media, not discuss the case among yourselves, and all other admonitions as well. Just nod your head to let me know. Bring your leg, everybody's nodding their head. Where we are today is the state is going to call, I'm going to ask the state to call any more witnesses. If they don't call any witnesses, there's some matters that we have to take up outside your presence. So you're brought in brought in for this particular reason, to make sure that you understand that if the state's gonna call more witnesses, they will. If not, they'll rest, they'll be sent back out. Usually what happens is if the defense wants to put on any proof, they may not. They don't have to. Again, the burden's on the state to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. However, if they do choose to put on proof, then it may take a little time to organize their witnesses, okay? We'll keep you posted. All right, Joan, any more witnesses to call?
Your Honor, the state of Tennessee rests its case.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence that you're going to hear in the state's case in chief at this point. As I said, there are some matters we do need to take up outside your presence. Once we find out how we're going to proceed, we'll bring you back in. All right, we'll be back in the next step to the jury.
Yay! Woohoo! The state rests their case. Hallelujah! 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 Praise the Lord. Yes, I'm a little weird this morning.
Be seated. I got many things. Have any motion on behalf of this? Yes, sir. Going to smaller technology then.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. I have two motions this morning. First, pursuant to Rule 29 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure, the defense moves for the court to enter a judgment of acquittal on the charge of first-degree premeditated murder against Jason Chen. The state has failed to present sufficient evidence that Mr. Chen acted with the requisite mental state of premeditation as required under Tennessee law. Specifically, the state has provided no evidence of planning, motive, or calm reflection on Mr. Chen's part. Calm reflection is an essential element of established premeditation. As such, the evidence at most supports a conviction of second-degree murder or a lesser included offense. Under Rule 29B, a motion for judgment of acquittal must be granted if the evidence, when viewed in the light most favorable to the state, fails to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Just saying.
Premeditation requires that the act was committed after the exercise of reflection and judgment and involves more than a mere intent to kill and must reflect a decision made with cool purpose, free from excitement or passion. I would ask the court to see State v. Davidson. The state presented no evidence suggesting that Mr. Chen engaged in planning or preparation before the alleged incident. Premeditation requires proof of at least deliberation or reflection before the act.
Good morning,
However,
Mr. Man.
there was no proof. There was no proof of communications, written plans, or evidence that Mr. Chen intended to harm Jasmine Pace prior to her death. There's no evidence suggesting that Mr. Chen procured weapons, took steps to isolate the victim, performed any indicative forethoughts. The autopsy reveals stab wounds inflicted during an altercation, but nothing in the injuries surrounding the circumstances proves premeditation. The state has offered the state has not offered a motive for why Mr. Chen would kill Ms. Pace. While motive is not required to prove premeditation, its absence weakens the state's claim of a deliberate and calculated act. The evidence shows that Mr. Chen and Ms. Pace had a personal relationship, but does not provide any insight to any animosity, financial dispute, or other motive during premeditated killing. Tennessee law requires evidence that the defendant acted after calm and cool reflection. Instead, the evidence suggests an emotional and unplanned confrontation. You could hear that through the testimony of Dr. Cogswell. Neighbors reported, as the court knows from previous hearings of this matter, neighbors reported hearing a female scream and loud disturbances. That suggests a spontaneous event rather than a calculated action. The chaotic.
Objection, background evidence, judge or trial.
That's a good point, Wes. We did talk about the neighbor hearing the scream. I think the state kind of tailored their case to not have to bring that in for the truth and absurd as far as why this case went into the
Well, good morning, Laura.
Mr. Chen's apartment.
I will draw that. Just the one part. Back to Dr. Cogswell, though. The chaotic nature of the injuries and the disarray of the scene further support the theory of confrontation escalating the violence rather than execution or some type of premeditated plan. The state's evidence is equally, if not more, consistent with second-degree murder, which does not require premeditation. The chaotic scene in the absence of planning indicate an impulsive act. This court must resolve reasonable doubts in favor of the defendant and cannot allow the jury to infer premeditation without specific supporting evidence. The evidence presented by the state does not meet this threshold required to establish premeditation. The court should grant judgment of acquittal on the charges of first-degree murder, and if appropriate, allow the jury to consider lesser included offenses, such as second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter.
I'm going to make a motion on the other one.
Yes, Your Honor. Well,
You want to-
I like to wait.
Okay. State one, group.
Your Honor, in a motion for judgment of acquittal, the state is entitled to the strongest legitimate view of the evidence. The court preserved testimony from Dr. Cogswell's 60 wounds and feel that it is indicative of premeditation. Your Honor, there's also the uncontroverted testimony is that she was not moving, was in a sitting position, and the fetal position, which would either be crouched down as if cowered or on the floor. As clearly confinement of the victim prior to the beginning of the assaultive behavior that resulted in her death. Motion 29 should be denied.
Mr. Weiss, as you know, these motions are not beyond a reasonable doubt as far as guilt or innocence. They are simply, they're reviewed in the light most favorable to the state, where any rational trial fact could find the essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So in this particular case, for first-degree murder, it's uncontroverted. The defendant killed the victim. That's the first element. Second, for premeditated murder, that the defendant acted intentionally. Again, looking at it in terms of threshold, whether or not any rational trial fact can find the essential elements. In this particular case, viewing in the light most favorable to the state, the fact that there were multiple stab wounds and that a deadly weapon was used is indicative of intent. Brings us to premeditation. The fact that there were so many wounds on the victim is a fact that can be used to establish premeditation. The defendant's attempts to cover up the scene, to clean up afterwards, his purchasing of cleaning agents, his attempts to clean up the apartment, his use of the victim's cell phone to create the appearance that she was still alive and had simply left town perhaps. The fact that he used his own cell phone to send a text to the victim's phone, indicating that he had no idea where she was, or perhaps that, indicating that he thought that she too was still alive. All of that is evidence of the case law that can be used to support the finding of premeditation. And again, in this relatively low standard that we're looking at in the light of most favorable to the state, I do find that taken in that light, that this jury could find the elements beyond a reasonable doubt of premeditation as well as intention for the second element of first-degree murder. So let the defendant's motion for judgment acquittal on premeditated murder be denied.
Your Honor, my second motion involves a renewal of our motion to admit Dr. Douglas Lewis to allow him to testify for the defense. It became apparent through Dr. Cogswell that he said that the better person to testify regarding those the state of the mind of Jason Chen would be a forensic psychologist. That was told to the jury that that's the kind of person that would be available to help in those types of situations. Additionally, into that, Dr. Cogswell gave a lot of opinions. His opinions were just like Dr. Lewis's opinion. He said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, this was possible. We talked about possibilities a lot in his opinion. And so most of his opinions, some of them were certain, no doubt, but some of them were, well, we can't tell, anything could be possible. It could be this, it could be that. And so to allow the state's witness to come in and not the defense witness to come in, especially when the state's witness says the defense should have had this. I mean, for all intent and purposes, says that's not my job. That would be a forensic psychologist's job. That puts the defense at a distinct disadvantage. And so I renew our motion to allow the testimony of Dr. Lewis. It is essential to the defense's case. And it's the denial of allowing Dr. Lewis is a prejudice that can't be undone.
I find that the reasons that existed earlier still exist, in that one of the reasons was the expert Dr. Lewis's opinion that it was highly likely that the defendant could not form premeditation. I do think that when you're talking about whether or not a diminished capacity defense comes in, I say diminished capacity, I'm not supposed to use that term, whether or not the evidence of the defendant's inability to form premeditation, I think that there's a standard for that the expert has to establish that in his opinion. The leeway that you're talking about, Mr. Weiss, I interpret as beyond a reasonable degree of medical certainty or beyond a reasonable degree of psychological certainty. There's some flexibility in that particular aspect of it. That's where it exists. As far as the opinion that for this specific defense is concerned, I think your expert having flexibility on that side of the opinion too puts in the realm of speculation. And that's one of the reasons it was excluded. The other is that the defense indicated that the reason Dr. Lewis was sought out came after the state wanted to and was allowed to introduce these demonstrative exhibits. And so while there was no 12.2 violation of a deadline of asking for Dr. Lewis's testimony to be admitted after the jury had been sworn, the way it unfolded in this particular case is that the Friday afternoon notice would have put the state at perhaps an unfair disadvantage. And so the workaround that this court crafted was, since that was the basis of the reason to seek out or at least secure Dr. Lewis's testimony for that issue came from the demonstrative exhibit, the exclusion of the reason that you want the expert seemed to be fair to both sides. So that's the other reason that the expert was excluded, is that his testimony didn't seem to be as relevant as, based on what the defense said, that based on what the defense asserted that they needed the expert for. So let your motion, renewed motion to admit Dr. Lewis's testimony also be denied.
Thank
you. No motion on the use of quotes, I guess. Okay, let us know when you're ready to proceed. We'll ask the jury in the jury room to be ready.
I'm told the witnesses will be here.
What is?
Sorry, guys. I'm going through our Discord, just kind of catching up with everybody. Good morning. It's a morning. I got work to do behind the scenes. I'm trying to get it done. Motion denied. Wow. Are we shocked? No. Does he have to give it a try? Yes. Is that okay? Yep. I like that. That's a good way to put it, Yana. Red means no go. Mm. So did they say what time? I'm having a hard time hearing today. It's one of those days. Usually I try to take my hearing aids out for part of the day on Saturday or Sunday.
Okay, so not a lot of court proceedings there until we're in another break. Court began at about 9:10 this morning, and very
Late.
quickly, the prosecution rested its case. Cody Wamp, the district attorney, did say yesterday that they were trying to decide whether they were going to call one more witness to the stand before resting. They did not do that. They rested their case instead. And then a few procedural things happened that are pretty significant. We talked to our attorney, Bill Speak, who we've been relying on to help us break down what's happening in court about what would happen after the prosecution rested its case last night. And he said that in every trial, after the prosecution rests its case, the defense will then make a motion to dismiss the charge. Excuse me there. And so what they're basically trying to say is that they don't believe that the prosecution has met the burden of proof for their charge, which in this case was first degree premeditated murder. And then we got to hear Judge Boyd Patterson's opinion on whether that threshold has been met. So, again, you'll remember in this case, it all comes down, Bill Speak tells us, to premeditation. The prosecution trying to say that Jason Chen, there was an element of planning in this, and the defense in their opening statements coming out and saying, we admit that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace, but they are going for a charge of voluntary manslaughter, saying this was a crime of passion, that he did this in the moment without planning, and then all the planning happened after the murder. So, what did Judge Boyd Patterson decide on that motion to dismiss? I'm going to read you for some of what he said. He said, in this case, with so many stab wounds, that can point to premeditation. You'll remember Jasmine Pace was stabbed more than 60 times. He also said, Jason Chen's attempt, again, this is Judge Boyd Patterson speaking. Jason Chen's attempt to clean the apartment, to use the victim's cell phone to create the appearance that she was still alive, and then use his own cell phone to send a text to the victim's phone. We know that happened from Jason Chen's phone to Jasmine Pace's phone. You'll remember those pictures of the matcha tea. Made myself a matcha tea. Are we still on for dinner tonight? That's what he's talking about there. He said all of that is evidence from case law to support the finding that the jury could come back with premeditation. He said, I do find that taken in this light, the jury could find premeditation in this case. So that was the judge denying the defense's motion to dismiss. But this is not over. The defense still has their turn to go. We've heard all of the evidence from one side of the argument and some hints and cross-examination from the defense about what their side is going to be, but we haven't heard the defense call their witnesses yet. They don't have to call anything. As you heard the judge say, the burden of proof is on the prosecution, but we know they will call people because he said that he will take about 30 minutes to get all of his people and his witnesses organized, and then we'll hear from them. So at about 10:10 a.m. this morning, we're expecting Joshua Wise and his team to call their own witnesses. A huge, huge question in this case. We've gotten this from so many of you as well. Will Jason Chen take the stand? No one knows at this point. It's all up to the defense, of course. Attorney Bill Speak believes he will. And that is because Bill Speak says that the defense cannot prove some of the things that they said in opening statements without Jason Chen's own firsthand account, because there were two people in that apartment and one of them is no longer alive. News Channel 9's Mary Beth Mangrum joining us from the courtroom. She just stepped out during this break. Mary Beth, thanks so much for your time. I think we all kind of expected the prosecution to call one more witness this morning, but very quickly we learned that was not the case.
I'm actually
Right, yeah,
surprised.
it was
They
right
were
at
supposed to call one more
9:22
witness.
when the state rested their case, and right before court let out yesterday, there was some discussion about whether or not they'd have another witness to call, and it seems like they've wrapped up.
And then tell us who all is in the courtroom this morning. We know that the Chen and Pace family have been there the whole time, except for some members during some of the most gruesome and disturbing testimony. Who's there at this point?
Well, we did see Katrina Bean, the mother of Jasmine Pace, as well as her husband, both in the courtroom entering this morning, as well as some members of the Chen family. But as far as the gallery goes, it may just be because today is a Saturday, but we're seeing less of a crowd than we typically do or typically have for the past 5 days.
Yeah, and we know
I'll be
that
right
as far
back.
as schedule goes, we'll hear testimony today. We don't know how long, and then talk about the rest of the weekend, what the judge has said about that.
Right. So we will have, the jury has requested to have Sunday off with plans to resume court Monday morning. So that's how the rest of the weekend is looking as far as that goes.
And Mary Beth, you were in Nashville the first day when they picked this jury. So we know they're all from Nashville. They were brought here for the trial and they are sequestered in a hotel. So they are not able to go home during these break days and see their families, correct?
Right, yeah, and actually, I do believe that there was a situation just due to the sequestering of the jury, where because a juror was sending a letter to someone that he had at home, they did have to read it and make sure that there was no sensitive information about the case in that letter. So yes, they are right now just in Hamilton County being sequestered, as you mentioned, and really just trying to keep all the information that they get from this case from the courtroom.
And we hear every morning, right? The judge say, have you watched TV? Have you looked up any information from the case? Making sure that they're not watching our coverage, any other coverage, that they're only focusing on what they hear in that courtroom.
Right. Yes, that's true. And every morning that we've met here, the jury has been able to keep that standard applied.
And what can you tell us about the jury? We know we don't know their names, but we can tell a little bit just from observation. What have you observed just about the group of jury members?
Well, there's a lot of attentiveness with these jurors. Judge Boyd Patterson, he does allow the jury to ask questions about this case to the witnesses. They don't ask them themselves. The questions are done completely anonymously. And Judge Patterson actually reads them to the witness, who then answers to the jury. And he's previously complimented their attention to detail and their real, conciseness when it comes to really trying to nail down this information and judge it appropriately.
Okay, Mary Beth, anything you want to add that you've noticed this morning or that's been in the happenings of the past few days that we haven't spoken about yet?
Well, we've had a few motions this morning from the defense team, and right now we're currently in recess until the defense's witnesses do arrive, which should be sometime around 10 a.m. I believe that's when we're expected to be back in session here.
All right, Mary Beth,
So we
thanks
have
so
about
much for your
15
time.
minutes.
We know you'll go back in court and bring us more details as they happen.
Yep.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
That little girl's cutie.
All right, I am being told by my digital producer there that we were able to get the judge's opinion about whether there was enough premeditation ready for you to see. So I'm going to play that for you now, just in case you missed it. And again, this was a customary motion that happens at the end of the prosecution's case when the defense tries to say they didn't meet their burden of proof. We want you to dismiss it. And then Judge Boyd Patterson there made a ruling on that. And this is what he had to say.
In this particular case for first-degree murder, it's uncontroverted. The defendant killed the victim. That's the first element. Second, for premeditated murder, that the defendant acted intentionally. Again, looking at it, in terms of thresholds, whether or not any rational trier of fact to find the essential elements. In this particular case, viewing in the light most favorable to the state, the fact that there were multiple stab wounds and that a deadly weapon was used is indicative of intent. Brings us to premeditation. The fact that there were so many wounds on the victim is a fact that can be used to establish premeditation. The defendant's attempts to cover up the scene, to clean up afterwards, his purchasing of cleaning agents, his attempts to clean up the apartment, his use of the victim's cell phone to create the appearance that she was still alive and had simply left town perhaps. The fact that he used his own cell phone to send a text to the victim's phone, indicating that he had no idea where she was, or perhaps that, indicating that he thought that she too was still alive. All of that is evidence of the case law that can be used to support the finding of premeditation. And again, in this relatively low standard that we're looking at in the light of most favorable to the state, I do find that taken in that light, that this jury could find the elements beyond a reasonable doubt of premeditation as well as intention for the second element of first-degree murder. So let the defendant's motion for judgment acquittal on premeditated murder be denied.
Okay, so that was Judge Boyd Patterson and his opinion on that. I want to bring up a comment here from one of our viewers. Tim Klein. It says the motion to acquit the first-degree murder charge and go for a lesser sentence was denied. So let's talk a little bit about that. This was the defense asking for that premeditation charge to be dismissed. But what can still happen in this case is once the defense presents their side, when the jury goes back to deliberate, the jury can decide to convict still on a first-degree murder with premeditation or voluntary manslaughter, which is what the defense is going for, which carries a much lesser charge, sentence. The sentence on premeditated first-degree murder can go all the way up to life in prison, and the sentence on voluntary manslaughter can be around, Bill Speak told us, 8 to 10 years. So that's still on the table. It comes down to the jury's decision once they get in that deliberation room. So we're going to take a quick break here as well. We'll be keeping that live camera up so that when the defense starts presenting its case, we'll bring it to you live here. Keep watching in this day 6 of the Jason Chen murder trial from Hamilton County Court.
Wow. I'm trying to find something. I found it. I'm doing looking at a um I am looking at a document. I'm looking for a document on Sarah Boone. We're going to be going more into Sarah Boone on Sunday. She's doing more quick-way things. She really is. And she is in a situation where she is, well, it said it was in my email box. I guess it's not. There it is. Mm. Why can't I open this? Open. I don't like these kind of emails where they want you to do all this stuff. I'm trying to get something for Sarah Bone, y'all. Please be patient. Restore to inbox. Maybe that will help. Maybe that will help. There we go. It is downloading, y'all. Yoo-hoo. Oh, I found I got a little creative in my thoughts this morning. Chat at the bottom right corner next to the space bar. Oh, thank you so much, Bama Green Eyes. Yes, everybody. We are family, and we have partnered with As the Gavel Drops. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have partnered with As the Gavel Drops. Please go to their Discord page and click on As the Gavel Drops and sign in, register your account, and then verify your account. And then you have access to all these wonderful documents that you see on my channel and a lot of other YouTuber channels. They are the go-to source for court documents. They currently are following over 500 cases. So go to As the Gavel Drops in Discord, register, validate your account, and have fun. You will enjoy. Me promises. And my camera's doing its thing again. It sure is. I don't know what's going on. I gotta figure this out. I don't know why. It's been glitchy. That's probably what I'm going to do tomorrow at some point is unplug everything and re-put it back together. I got to do something. It's driving me nuts. No. Well, thank you for hopping on. I appreciate you. Barbara Ann says, in my opinion, now, if you are part of this channel, we go IMHO, in my humble opinion, which, if you shorten it, says I'm a hoe. The prosecution did a bang up job. No way can the defense justify or defend Chen. I agree. They did a fabulous job. They did a wonderful job. I got kind of bored of, as I always do, with the metadata. Always am bored with metadata. All right, guys. I've got to go open the door. Someone's going to come get some boxes. Coffee. Yes, my coffee is good. It's a Hitchman Homestead coffee. Did you know about potty mouth? Oh, Looney Boons. Oh, someone's at the door. I got to let them in. They're coming to get boxes. I shall be right back. Hold on. Well, dag nabbit, they were trying to find the salon next door. I mean, the doors are clearly marked, but that's okay. I don't ever turn away a customer. Oh, Lara, you are missing it. You need to watch that live. If you don't know what toilet talk is, potty mouth, fishing in prison, you need to go. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Fishing, passing it through the toilets. Yeah. Yep. It's just disgusting. Every once in a while. Oh, because I know about those things. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Is that a good thing or a bad thing that I know about those things? I will preface that with that. I don't know anything about what I talked about personally. I have never been an inmate at a prison. To be honest. Well, I want to say thank you so much for everybody who came to know me through that experience. That said, I do kind of have a little bit of an apology to make. Because, well, some people did, we'll just say this, some people didn't like me very much. I'll just leave it at that. And I want to apologize to Miss Kenita if that was an issue for anybody, because I would never want that for her. Oh my gosh, I found a bunch of documents that I didn't know I could find in the Florida Department. Wow. Okay. I want to pop something up while we're waiting. Oh my. Okay, everybody's talking about Sarah Boone's classification. Well, let's read about that. In the Florida State Statute 33-601.210 custody classification, number 1, facility assignments. Let me get my live stream over here so I can see it. Oh, well, good. So, let's read this baby. A mission description shall be prepared for each facility in the Department of Corrections to which an inmate can be assigned. The mission description shall be based upon the factors as staffing patterns, perimeter security, construction features, electrical monitoring capability, type of health services provided, available programs, and any other facility which may affect the security and safety of staff, inmates, and general public. The mission description shall be used to aid the assignment of inmates aid the assignments. Let me get my reading back in. This is very small print and I had to enlarge it. To aid in the assignment of an inmate to a facility in the manner which all best enables the department to maintain security and order. Inmate evaluation facility assignment shall be based upon such factors as nature security of the offense, characteristics of the sentence, criminal history, age, and health status, and any other factor relating to the security or order of the institution or security of the safety of the general public. An inmate shall be assigned to a facility that can provide appropriate security supervisions that can meet the health needs of the inmate and identified by the Department of Health Service staff, and to the extent possible can meet the inmate's needs for the programs and is near the location of the inmate family. The security may modify the mission of any facility to meet the change in needs and response to changes in the population characteristics, or in event of a riot, emergency condition, or circumstances affecting the security and the safety of the general public, staff, and inmates. B. Inmates who have been committed under the Youthful Offender Act shall not be placed in the non-youthful offender institution except under the following circumstances. She is not a part of that. We're going to move past that. Custody grade classifications. Each inmate shall be placed in one of 5 custody grades: community, minimum, medium, closed, or maximum. She is in close, CLOSE. Information that's like just a step up from maximum. The information from all available sources shall be used to complete an automated custody classification questionnaire. The questionnaire shall reflect the degree of supervision appropriate per inmate. The result of completing an automated questionnaire shall be computer generated numerical score or status custody for the inmate. So it's done that way so there's no personal bias, which is good. A status custody, which was done already on Boone, is automatic place into one of 5 custody grades based on the inmate's sentence, criminal history, and time remaining to serve. All right, the sneezes has started again. It's time for an allergy pill. Sorry, guys. The mountain cedar. It must be blooming again. Okay. The history, remaining classification factors reflect the automatic custody questionnaire. The custody grade resulting from the inmate score may be modified if circumstances indicate the need for an exemption. The specific reason for modification shall be explained in the automated system. Reasons for increasing or decreasing custody grade might, in appropriate case, include one of the following 4 popular explanation. Whoops. I want to click on that. Number 1, charge reduced as a result of a plea bargain, charge dropped as a result of a plea bargain. So if they're in prison and they have another charge and it's been dropped because or reduced because of a plea bargain, it could affect their classification. Other active or inactive commitments. Commitment included mandatory or restrained jurisdiction or retained jurisdiction provisions. Community and public interest concerns. Ooh, this will be interesting. I.e., the Community and public interest concerns may be judge or prosecutor's recommendation, victim or victim's family's interest, legislative inquiry, law enforcement interest, executive inquiry, and personal notoriety. Personal notoriety. There you go. Case notoriety. There you go, Sarah Boone. That's a boon. That be boon. A family environment, no family ties, strong family ties, married, had a household, criminal history in family, yada yada. Military record, community supervision, status prior to sentencing, high bond forfeiture, etc. Offender's age, physical, mental status. All custody assignments will require the approval of institutional classification team. If any modification of the resolving custody grade from the system generated custody or the assignment of community minimum custody shall be required the review of review and approval of the state's classification office staff member based on criteria. Number G, and for those of you just hopping, we're reading the classification guidelines for Sarah Boone's classification to close. Just a step up from maximum. The member of the state classification shall have the authority to initiate a custody assessment and determine a custody level of an inmate whenever the staff member determines a new assignment is necessary for the safety of public or the department and other inmates. Except for the offense law listed below, any inmate who is convicted or has previous convictions or adjudicated delinquent in any crime where a acts or intimate acts was intended, attempted, or completed shall not be eligible for assignment to community in a minimum custody. I'm not going to read what those are. We all know what inappropriate acts mean. And any inmate who has been certified or classified as mentally disordered intimate acts offender pursuant to Chapter 917 FS shall not be assigned minimum custody. Okay. Any inmate who has been designated aligned by department who has been in custody of the department less than 6 months and so this would apply to her less than 6 months and any inmate who has been designated as an alien by the department, meaning somebody here who is an illegal, one who has no decision for whom no decision has been made by the immigration, for one whom evaluation regarding deportation. The following inmate shall not be classified less than close custody unless approved by the assigned lower custody by chairperson inmate under the sentence of unalived maximum custody. Inmate formerly under sentence of death, unalived, or an inmate serving life. Here's Boone. Inmate serving life sentence with a 25 mandatory provision and whom are not within 5 years of established release. So this is another reason why Boone would be classified as close. Inmates serving life sentence and who are not within 10 years, that's another Boone. Inmates who are not within 15 years, that would be Boone. The chairperson classification may approve inmate list paragraph for lower custody if a toxic. I don't think I turned off Safari, but everything worked. Oh, okay. Whatever's going on, you guys, Dr. Bullbutter with Discord, can you go over to Discord? Time served, prior offense history, seriousness of offense, program, participant needs of department, whether inmate possesses a threat to public, disciplinary records, escape history, and security needs. Boone has not tried to escape, but she does have a disciplinary record. Special needs would be disabled person inmates that need special visual, audio, or physical accommodations. Project assessments has a use of as used in subsection. Review means meeting the in. Okay, I'm trying to classification team. We don't need to. So the classification team will look at the assessment that shall be periodically prepared for the purpose of recording the inmate's adjustment, recording the changes in programs that have taken place, evaluating the inmate's potential future assignment, and making recommendations for them to modify or not. So this is really intense, y'all. I'm kind of skimming. So these are the kind of docs that I have found. Yay. Yay. On Miss Sarah Boone. On Miss Sarah Boone. And I am, she's going to be under lock and key for a while. It is not really uncommon for the first so many months, or at least in the experience I know of some people, for them to be in a close, um, categorized area for now. Sensei, hey! Sorry, the dog has got one of those scratches that just won't stop, and it drives me crazy because my desk is shaking. She gets right up on my desk, and it's just shaking. Okay, everybody, when you go into my Discord account and also over as the gavel drops, you must verify your account. It's just a way that we make sure that you're not a troll or some kind of weird thing trying to get into our system. It's vitally important for our protection and for yours. So please verify your account. And then once you verify, you will have access to everything you need. Yay, please, please verify your accounts. You will know you're verified because you will have a little dot that changes color. Doctor, okay, Tracy, okay, please turn off your VP and click the green button to verify, and you can turn your VP back on. VPN, whatever that is, click the green button. Okay, there is assistance in there to help you get verified if you don't know how to do it. I just made sure. Sorry. I have to type it. I can't type it. Sorry. So, what we're trying to do is get our Discord underway and get it in a Sensei, heal. I got someone that just walked in the door. Let me go and grab them. They're getting some boxes, and I need to let them in. Um, Here she comes. So, please, please go and verify your Discord. All mods go to live communication, please. All mods go to live communication. I'm going to mute myself for just a second, and I'll be giving you some nice music to listen to. Hey guys, I'm still here. I've just got a friend that popped in and I'll be right back. Why don't you use this as a coffee break? Go stretch your legs, grab your cup of coffee. I got mine. And get ready, get your tablet, your pen, and whatever you do, paper. Get ready to write notes. The defense will start their case in chief real soon. I'll be right back. Thank you for hanging with me. Okay, guys, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Got somebody in my office who we have a ton of boxes here. When I say a ton of boxes, I mean we got a ton of boxes here. So she came in, she's going to be getting her boxes. She's packing up stuff. So, I'm dealing with resizing my window. Hold on. So, challenges with this case for me are going to be the phone logs, the cell towers, all of that. That's going to be the challenging part for me. You cannot, as much as he tried to fake all that, you can't. I mean, as much as I hate technology, that's the way it is. It tracks everything you do everywhere you go. I'm trying to get my hoodie. There we go. So, with that said, that's going to be my concern. That's going to be my concern. Hold on a sec. I'm sorry. I asked her if she'd shut my door because the noise was picking up on my microphone. Um. Okay, see you weirdos later. Okay, I gotta catch up on chat. What's been going on in the chat? I don't know. We're gonna try and get them. Okay, guys, I gotta be honest. I don't know how to get those things. I don't. There've been some people who've been so kind to get them. Um, Yay, Laura, you were in our Discord. Congratulations. But please subscribe if you haven't already. But for me, um, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. For me, okay, can you get the behavioral notes? I would love to be able to get the behavioral notes per person. I don't know how to do those kind of things. I've been blessed that somebody has always blessed me with them, but I don't want to rely on them fully. So I got to learn how to do that. So if you know how to do that, please let me know and teach me. She is going to realize. No, wait a minute, guys. All right, I got to clarify. Low man on totem pole saying is actually inaccurate. She's the high man on the totem pole. The low man on the totem pole is closer to the or closest to the earth, therefore it is a higher ranking position. The low man on the totem pole is actually your most honored position. So if you're saying she's the low man on the totem pole in in relativity to what it truly means, then she's in a place of honor. She's the high man on the totem pole. She's furthest from Mother Earth, as they say it in the native world. So, low man on the totem pole, I cringe when I see that because it is so inaccurate. She's the high man on the totem pole. I know because I is native. Um, I do have some from December to when she was moved. After she was moved, I was not. Um, so we got court getting ready to happen. The defendant is entering into the courtroom. Thank you guys for sharing my Discord and helping her get into Discord. Don, hello, Don Ellen. I'm leaving to go shopping and reading. Well, you go do that and you can come back and join us when you're done. Have fun. We will miss you, but thank you for hopping into our live stream. We greatly appreciate it. And welcome to all the new members of our Discord. I appreciate having you. We will be watching a movie probably sometime tomorrow. I always try to do a movie on Sundays or usually sometimes Saturdays when I'm sitting here working. But Yana, that's right. Thank you for joining us on the sixth day of the Tennessee versus Jason Shin trial. Yes, after you hit the thumbs up, please type in chat, I liked, all caps, because if you do, you were entered into the end of the month drawing for a $50 gift card to Starbucks. If you're not a Starbucks fan, that's fine. I'll get it to any place that you wish as long as I can get access to the company. I liked, ILIKED, all caps. Uh, I'm typing in I'm typing in a few things here, trying to get some of my banners. These are called banners when you see the I liked. So like that right there's a banner. So I got some banners pre-done. Sensei, you're okay. All righty. Got that in the entered. Thank you so much for liking. Let me see how many we have. We have 10 entries. How many I likes have we actually? Um, please tell me this is still live going. So the jury is getting ready to come in. They are in the process of getting ready to start the defense's case in chief. We have 18 lights out of. Okay, that's good. Yay, y'all are awesome. I forgot to pop out my chats this morning. I got to do that. I'm not used to working on a Saturday. I'll be honest with you.
You may bring the jury.
You may bring the jury.
Please be seated. Mr. Wise, will the defense be offering any proof?
Yes, sir.
All right, play first witness.
That's called Courtney Brewer.
Okie dokie.
The jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may.
Let's see who's the first witness for the defense. Oh my gosh, I did a boo-boo. Accidentally did a boo-boo. My bad. Here we go.
Miss Alina Brewer, can you please move forward to the microphone? There you go. Good one. Can you please state your name for the record?
Courtney Paglino Brewer,
And can you spell your first name?
Courtney.
I couldn't catch it. If you caught it, please put it in comment.
Courtney, where are you from?
Chattanooga.
How long have you lived here?
Forever.
Going back to November of 2022, where did you live then?
110 Tremont Street.
And is that located on the North Shore of Chattanooga?
It is, yes.
How long had you lived there?
2 years at that point.
You said your apartment number is, or the address is 110?
And my apartment number is also 110.
What would have been the apartment number above you?
210.
I'll kind of get straight to the point. On the night of November the 22nd, in the early hours of November the 23rd.
Sensei, it's
Was there an
okay.
incident that you can recall?
Yes, I was woken up in the middle of the night by a loud scream.
Can you kind of take us, and you can go slowly through the events that woke you up and then everything that you heard from that point until you didn't hear it?
There was a scream that startled me out of my sleep. I checked my phone to see the time because I was going to call 911. It was around 2 a.m. There was a voice that was screaming words. The words I couldn't understand fully.
Was it a male voice or female?
A female voice. And then there sounded, assuming that the apartment above mine is laid out the same as mine, there sounded like chasing, a lot of footsteps going across towards the front door.
One person's footsteps or two
It
footsteps?
sounded like multiple.
You said towards the front door. Was it towards the front door or towards the bedroom?
Towards the front door because I was in the bedroom and I heard it.
You had said that you heard a scream. Can you describe the scream?
Distressed, not quite angry, emphatic.
What, and you said you could hear arguing. Did that sound like an argument or a fight?
I thought that maybe I had heard the tail end of a fight. I only ever heard one voice.
And that was the
Anybody catch this woman's name?
After
Anybody
hearing
catch her
the
name?
scream and the
There it is.
arguments and
Thank
footsteps,
you,
what did you do?
Yana. You are so awesome.
I lay there awake for a
Thank you,
minute
Yana.
because I couldn't go back to sleep.
And I can't hear
Um,
myself anymore.
My husband had woken up,
There we
but
go.
he thought the noise came from outside, and he went back to sleep rather easily. I could hear in the bedroom, I could hear the sounds of a TV. And then when I moved from the bedroom to my living room, there were sounds of someone walking across the apartment, and the sound of the washer and the garbage disposal.
You said you could hear the arguing.
I only heard her voice, so I just assumed it was an argument.
You couldn't make out what was being said.
No,
Did you hear any crying?
the voice that came after the screaming, that was, it kind of sounded like when you're already upset, but you're trying to prove a point, and you're crying at the same time. So it was just very kind of garbled. I would say that there was crying behind it though.
Did you call 911?
I did not,
Why not?
because by the time I settled down from being abruptly woken up and thought that I heard footsteps go across and a door slam, I thought that it had just been a normal apartment argument and everything had calmed down.
Did you ever contact authorities?
I did.
When did you contact authorities?
I want to say the 27th or the 28th,
And why did you contact authorities?
because I had seen the missing persons poster for Jasmine on Facebook, and connected the dots of her last known location being the floor above mine. And so I submitted a tip to Crime Stoppers saying what I heard, and I just thought it was the right thing to do.
And is what you told Crime Stoppers then the same thing as you testified so far this morning?
Yes, sir.
Were you interviewed by any member of the Chattanooga Police Department?
I was spoken to by, I think he might have been a lead detective.
Was it this gentleman right here?
Honestly, don't remember.
That's okay. Were you interviewed by any other persons?
I was interviewed by a private investigator for the family,
What do you mean by the family?
for Jasmine Pace's family. And I think he was a different private investigator working with you. I don't remember anyone's names.
That's fine, but it sounds like you spoke to 3 people about that.
I did, yes.
Did you tell the same consistent, or what did you testify to this morning? Is that what you told all those people?
Yes, sir.
And Courtney, you would say that the sounds that you heard that night, and that early morning,
Your Honor, objection, leaving.
Get your whole question out.
would you say that those were unusual noises compared to other noises that you heard from that morning?
Good John, brace it in that
That's how I was always going to phrase it.
answering the question.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, let me
Okay.
ask it again. Would you say the sounds you heard were unusual compared to the other noises from that apartment above?
Yes.
Do you know who built your apartment?
Wise property.
Are the walls pretty thin?
They are.
Are the floors pretty thin?
They are.
And you hear those things that are going on?
I can.
Just one moment. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hi, Courtney. You just testified that you were contacted also by an investigator that you believed worked with Mr. Weiss, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the time period that was?
No, I want to say, between when I submitted the Crime Stoppership and the police showed up, I want to say those 2 weeks after that were kind of a blur together. So I don't have an exact date or time.
Do you believe that that was before Mr. Chen had been arrested?
I am not sure.
Okay. Was it around the time of the scream? I mean,
Oh,
in the weeks around November 23rd, 2022?
it would have been after that.
How far after that?
At least a week, because I didn't get contacted until after I submitted the Crime Stoppership.
Okay. Thank you. And you testified about hearing a loud scream from a female, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Who sounded distressed.
Yes.
And you weren't asked about any documentation that you made of that scream.
Not that I recall.
Did you document on your phone device in some way what time you heard that scream?
No, I didn't.
Do you know what time you heard that scream?
Only because I looked at my phone and it was 2:11.
Okay, so you do know what time you heard that scream.
I do.
2:11. You'd agree that 2:11 is 7 minutes away from 2:18, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you heard running, you used the word chasing, from what came from the bedroom towards the front door.
Yes.
When you walk into your apartment, are you in the living room?
Yes, you're immediately in the living room.
And then you would come through the kitchen, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you have to go through the bathroom
Yes.
to get to the bedroom.
Correct.
Approximately how long after you heard the scream did you hear the garbage disposal?
Probably about an hour.
Ew. Poor baby.
Approximately how long after the scream did you hear the washing machine?
The washing machine and the garbage disposal were around the same time. They were running in tandem.
Thank you. Approximately how long after the scream did you hear the TV come on?
That was sooner, maybe 20 minutes.
20 minutes after the scream? A TV came on in the apartment above yours?
Yes.
You testified about a door slamming. Would you describe it as a door from inside the apartment right above you, or the door coming into the front door?
I would say the front door. The front door slams a little bit louder, and most all of the doors, if they're made the same in my apartment, are sliding.
Okay.
One moment, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Read it.
I just want to make sure I understand the layout of your apartment.
Sure.
When you, let's start with the front door.
Mhm.
Are these heavy-duty doors?
I wouldn't say heavy duty. They're pretty standard.
Is it John West apartment?
They're loud.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you open the door, does it automatically close behind you?
Yes.
And then, once you enter into the door, you're in the living room area.
Correct.
And you know the size of the apartment, how many square feet?
Small.
Would 500 or 600 square feet sound right?
Honestly, I don't know.
But it's how many steps would it take you to get from the front door to the back door, or back wall of the bedroom?
15, 20 maybe.
How long would it take?
A few minutes.
You're
Not a
thinking-
few minutes, sorry. Yeah, maybe like a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once you get past the bedroom, or sorry, the living room, that's the kitchen area.
Correct.
And the washing machine and dryer are kind of connected right there into the kitchen area.
Yes.
And then once you go through the kitchen area,
Objection, lady and judge, we've let it go on for a while.
Yana, thank you for this. I'm going to start pinning it. If you keep that up, I'll pin
after
it.
the kitchen area.
Or you
what's
can pin
next?
it.
The bathroom.
There's a door. Is there a door between the kitchen and the bathroom?
They're in.
Is it a door that you open or you shut? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Is it a door that you open or you slide?
It is the door that you
Open or shut.
Is there a
Here
door
comes the
between the
song.
bedroom and the bathroom?
Shut the
There is.
door.
What kind of door is that?
Peep
That one is a
out.
sliding one.
Is it called a pocket door?
I believe so, yes.
Does it open and shut?
Does that make it, is that an easy door to use in your apartment?
Sometimes if you push it in too much, it's kind of hard to get back out.
And when you are able to close it, what type of noises?
Good.
Like a,
Does it make a loud noise?
it's a very distinct noise, but I'm not sure how to describe it. It's like a shh.
And can you hear that? Can you hear the apartment above you when he slides that door?
I can.
The night of November the 22nd, did you hear that door slide?
Not that I recall.
Recross.
No, you're
Does the jury have any questions for Mr. Brewer?
Yana, you might want to put juror questions up. I'm going to mute this for a minute. I really want to shout out Yana. You're doing absolutely fabulous as a mod. So I'm really liking what you're doing with the district attorney and defense stuff. Can you personally pin it yourself, or do I have to pin it in YouTube? I think you can pin it. If you make the comment and hit go to pin it, then pin it. Oh, you're welcome. Bama, you're doing great too. All of you are. But I'm liking what you're doing. Laria, is it Laria? Is that how you say it? Yep, we in the
Sidebar.
we're at sidebar. Do you, Yana, you see the 3 little dots to the far right of your comment? And you can go and click replace pin, or you can pin it. Can you do that? Or do I have to? Yeah, I hated apartments because you could hear everything. And I didn't want to hear everything. I'll be honest. Oh, that's okay. You don't have to worry about it. Okay. I'm going to see if I can give you permission, but I'll pin them. That's okay. You just type it, I pin it. That works. We're team. We're working as a team. We working as a team. Okay. Sounds like a plan. The apartment I used to live in, the movie sold. There is something to be said for the construction of older buildings. I will say that. Mm. All right, sounds back on.
I'm not sure if it's that door or the door down
Let me
here.
go back. There we go.
Yes, one more requirement.
Y'all, come on. We need the I liked. Come on. I liked. Like, and then comment I like.
Is your apartment near, are there stairs in the apartment building?
There
And that's how one might get up from the first floor to the second floor?
Mhm.
Is there a door entering to the stairs of the building?
There is,
And is there one on the lower level and the upper level?
yes.
Does that door have a distinctive sound?
The one on my floor does, yes. It's
Go ahead.
more metallic.
And can you hear the door that leads to the stairs upstairs?
I I'm not sure if it's that door or the door down here, or sorry, on my floor.
You said you heard a door close. Could it have been the door leading to the stairs upstairs?
I think that's a different sound.
Amen.
Recross.
No, Your Honor.
Additional questions for Drew
Good morning, ADHD Jelly Bean. There's something to be said for that. Yeah, yes. I think we're going to be having a lot more objections now that the defense has their case in chief, which is something that happens all the time. No big deal. But I think we're going to be seeing a whole lot more.
Sidebar.
Was it just one screen or multiple? How long was the screen?
The one screen was what woke me up. There wasn't an additional screen. It was more of the talking emotionally very loudly. The scream itself that I heard only lasted a few seconds. And then the voice where I couldn't actually hear the words was sounding. And then the footsteps across. So the whole thing probably about 4 or 5 minutes before it was silent again.
Can you redirect based on that answer?
No, you don't.
Can you recross based on that answer? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may sit down. What's the part, please?
I would ask that Ms. Taylor be excused.
Next.
Defense calls Travis Pace.
Travis Pace. Travis Pace.
I'm waiting for him to get up. I want him to get up. Yes, everybody, thank you for spending your Saturday with us. We know you could be doing a lot of other things. And I've got it. I had a little fuzz that driving me crazy. We have a little Renaissance Festival happening here in Kerpatch, but it's going to be cold. Whoa. Whoa. Look at that man bun. Oh my gosh. Boom. Watch out, ladies. Come on.
Good morning, Mr. Pace.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Travis Pace.
Are you the father of Jasmine Pace?
I am.
Travis who?
Are you married or divorced from Katrina Pace?
I'm divorced.
How long have you known Katrina Pace?
25 years.
Did you catch it?
I want to talk about the time.
We got a Superman in the house. No, not Superman. What was his name? Thor?
27. Okay.
Yeah.
What did you do when you realized your daughter was missing?
The night started, it was like a Saturday night. We were doing a Friendsgiving.
Why is he up for the defense?
I was with my
What?
girlfriend at the time,
What was your name?
The dad.
and my daughter Gabby called me and said, "Dad, Jasmine's missing. I think it's really serious. We need your help." I said, "Where are you at?" And it was a location that she didn't know the address, And I was like, just send me like your map and I'll just get to you. And it took us to a building near Tremont, but it was on the other side. It was an apartment complex beside it, just one building over. And, met him face to face right there. She goes, her car was last parked near right here.
Where's right here?
I don't know the name of the side street. It's like a little loop that it
They
makes.
subpoenaed him. He has to.
Tremont, that loops around, and it's like a.
Okay, I want to say this before we go any further. He didn't have a choice. If he's subpoenaed by the defense, he has to come up for the defense. Just saying. Poor man.
One way, he had to loop around to the other side. I don't know the name of the street,
I think we're all missing something.
but I was like, if she's in this building, let's get in this building.
you're
Because
talking
he broke
about-
in.
Let me just make sure. Have you been, throughout this trial, have you been in this room?
I have.
And you've heard all the testimony?
I have.
And so when I say 110 Tremont Street, do you understand that to be the apartment building that Jason Chen lives in?
I do.
What did you do when you got to 110 Tremont Street?
Try to get in the immediate front door, which was locked with a keypad.
So
And
they broke in.
walked around to the back of the building, one of the other exits, and got into the back door.
How'd you get into the back door?
Just opened it.
It was unlocked.
I think so.
You didn't have to do anything to the door to get it open. What did you do after you made your range inside the building?
Walked to the front door and opened it for everybody else.
And who's everybody else?
Katrina, my daughter, Gabrielle, Jack.
Then what did you proceed to do?
Stayed on the first floor.
Okay, I have a poll
Where
up.
you could see any exits and the staircase and the elevator, and began knocking as loud and obnoxiously as we could to disturb everybody in the whole building,
What were you knocking on people's doors?
every door, in sequence order.
What did you do after you were knocking on people's doors?
Nobody answered them. That's what I said. We said we got to try the second floor next, but we didn't want to leave the first floor, just in case. So we were talking about how to split up in a way that was safe. The 3 women, and then one of her friends, Wayne, also showed up.
How long until he showed up?
I couldn't tell you minutes or hours that night.
And did you personally know Wayne Tubbs?
I hadn't met him yet.
Is he still alive?
I don't think he is.
So you went up to the second floor?
We did.
Who all went up to the second floor?
All of us.
Prior to this, had you had any interaction with the Chattanooga Police Department or law enforcement?
I had not.
Why didn't you call the police before going?
Hello, Miss Penny. Thank you for liking.
I did.
You did call.
I did. I tried to call police department. I tried to call TBI. I tried to call FBI. It was a holiday. It was Saturday night. You only get after hours, leave a message. No switchboard, no immediate person that would pick up the phone or answer.
Can you tell?
That is a very
What were you
helpless
feeling?
place to be. I could not imagine being that.
I don't think it was a feeling for me. It was, she's missing. We'll find her. And if she's missing and in danger, it has to be fast. I was feeling rushed. That's what I was feeling. Fast.
So you and all the others, the 4 of you, right? You make it up to the second floor.
Yes.
Did you enter into an apartment on the second floor?
We did
How do you know what apartment to enter in?
a few things. One of them was while we were in the staircase, there was a third floor tenant. And we met in the staircase. And obviously it's awkward at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. We said, not trying to startle you softly, is there any chance you know of Jasmine Pace or Jason Chen, her boyfriend? And he said, yes. We said, can you help us? He explained that he had a sister that had went through something similar. He welcomed him up to the 3rd floor to open up all the laptops that we could, to do anything that we could do to move any direction forward. After that, he talked about a dumpster in the back, and he talked about a sewer manhole in the back. And he said, hypothetically, I was to discard something, maybe I would. So they stayed in the 3rd floor. We left, went outside to see if there's anything of significance around the trash or anywhere. And we came back up and met him again.
So far,
And he said, I'm
14%
sure
says
he does
could
not
hurt
live
him.
on the 3rd
86
floor,
said no.
but I see him in a stairwell sometimes. He probably will not be on a stairwell because he lives on the 1st floor. He probably
This was
lives
the
on the
father of the
2nd floor,
victim.
not the 1st. He definitely does not live on the 3rd. Simultaneously saw the angle of where that dot was, and it was in the southwest corner of the building itself. There's an elevator and 1 bedroom
Father.
next to the elevator, or 1 apartment room. I said, maybe we're close within a door or 2 on the 2nd floor. We knocked on the first 2 doors right beside each other. The one on the left answered and said it was so substantial we documented something around 2:15, something of noise. We heard something around 2:15. It was so substantial I documented it on my phone. We said, did it come from that wall or that wall? And they said, that wall. And there's only 1 room before the stairwell. And I said, there's a reasonable chance this could be the exact room. It's not the 3rd, it's not the 1st, it's not that one. There's a stairwell. This might be it.
Was that apartment 210?
It was apartment 210.
Did you or anyone else make entry into apartment 210?
Sorry.
Did you or anyone else make entry into apartment 210?
Yes.
Who made entry into apartment 210?
Me and Wayne made entry.
How'd you do it?
I lifted the handle.
Lifted the handle.
Correct.
It was unlocked.
Could you use the credit card to open that door?
I could not.
Why not?
The way that door jammed and the way that the door lock is, nobody could use a credit card.
Why? How do you do that?
In order to use a credit card, you have to be able to slide it and push a mechanism. Because of the jam sticking out past the actual slide, you can't get a credit card in there.
Who went into the apartment?
I did, and Wayne was behind me.
Can you take me through what you did from once you opened the door?
First of all, I said, I have no idea what's behind this door. Don't know it's the right door. I don't know what would be seen if it was the right door. I am the only one with a pistol drawn.
Yeah. So you were armed that night?
I was.
What were you armed with?
A pistol.
What kind of pistol?
Heckler cop.
Are you proficient in
Is
firearms?
that legal or
An
illegal?
expert.
Go ahead.
I'll be right back.
I pulled it with a flashlight to make sure that it was secure. I said to everybody else, don't come in, don't follow me. It's not secure until I know what's behind here. And it could not, chance it might not even have been the right place. And I would have confronted a random tenant and surprised them by breaking into a random tenant's. There was just so much.
What did you do when you went into the apartment? Please describe your activity.
There's a way to attempt to clear a room, an apartment, and where probable places where somebody could be hiding or surprise you, and you safely, sequentially go left or right, back to front in order, and don't let anything be behind you, basically. So slow, methodical. So every door, every cabinet in sequence, that's finished, move forward, that's finished, move forward, till you get to the bedroom.
What did you do in the bedroom?
Looked, there were no persons in the bedroom. So now I turned around with a different goal of not looking for a person, but to look for evidence of Jasmine.
What did you do to look for evidence of Jasmine?
The cabinets were open, things were on the surface, and it appeared there were female products in the bathroom. And walking forward and opened the drawer. There was a computer desk in the top left of the apartment if you're facing to the hallway.
So if you enter in through the door, is it to the right?
It's to the right immediately. There's a computer desk. Open the drawer. Jasmine's driver's license was right there on the top, stacked up in a pile. Slid it, her credit cards, her bank cards, a stack of all of Jasmine's cards and identifications were right there.
What did you do?
I took them out of the drawer and I spread them apart widely, distinctly, from left to right.
Why did you
The way that the police have rules, without a search warrant, they could not open a drawer and look for those themselves. And me telling them that they were there, it was hearsay. But if I laid it across the countertop and they flashed their light on it.
Which time? They entered 3
they
times.
can show that to missing persons. There's something moving it forward.
You needed to do something to help the police investigate.
I won't piss you off.
Yes.
What did you do after you laid out the cards?
Called 911. Actually, as soon as I opened the drawer and I saw the cards, I called 911 and told them to call 911. This is absolutely the apartment that Jasmine was in.
Would you recognize your voice on the 911 call?
Possibly.
So why was he not charged? I want to know.
We have Ben's laptop.
And I know that sounds mean and crazy, but why was he not charged? Are you hearing my voice over the court okay? Because I feel like everything's off.
You know, before this is played to the jury, then we used to have talking to Kate. It's been like.
Okay, so you object to this point without proper foundation?
Sure, the foundation has to be laid, Judge.
Well, we can send the jury out and listen to it, I guess. Let's see that. Okay. Jury,
Okay,
step
thank
out.
you.
Call back in.
Sidebar.
So now you're at 75% believe this testimony would not hurt the defense. 25% thinks it will.
some water, Mr. Pace? Mr. Pace, would you like some water?
Yes,
He looks like a very earthy kind of guy. Barefoot on the beach kind of guy. Walking barefoot in the woods kind of guy. Man, this might sound better now or feel better.
Did not happen. County 911 will put you through your emergency. There has been a kidnapping.
Mr. Pace, is that you?
I believe so. So, okay.
And possibly exploited sex trafficking with my daughter. We are at 110 Tremont. It's called the Loft at Tremont. What's the apartment number? And it's in room 210 on the second floor. Okay. What's going on? So we knew that our daughter had been gone since Wednesday. We've been following posts. We filed a police report on missing persons.
And you continue to recognize your voice?
I believe that's me.
Was this the night, or was this the early morning of November the 27th when you called 2022?
Yes, it is.
Is that the foundation you're objecting to, Jimmy?
No, Your Honor, it's also hearsay.
It's suppression, it's not suppression. And there's no such thing. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It could be a state of mind.
Okay, so what's the relevance of the state of mind that he already testified that he felt rushed? Can you tell me the relevance of the state of mind for the particular 911 call that hasn't been testified to?
If I kept playing it, it will confirm his testimony.
So it confirms testimony?
Yes.
That's hang on, that's a prior consistent statement, and that's not admissible unless his credibility is impeached, and then at that point, the other party can play his prior consistent statement. But there's nothing inconsistent about it. Okay, all right, so a motion or request to play 911 is overruled. Anything else about this before we bring the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Bring the jury back in.
Are they bringing the jury back? Did I hear that?
You may bring the jury.
Maybe not.
They're ready, Your Honor.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. Let's
Call
do
911.
Yes.
And as a result of calling 911,
Kelly Nan. Hello, baby.
They were going to send officers to the scene.
And did officers come?
They did.
What did they do when they were there?
Two of them walked through the apartment initially. A third one showed up, and at some point, they broke us to get individual statements, and I believe also talked to the neighbor right beside Jason's apartment. So
Did any of those officers go inside the apartment?
I believe so.
Did they see the ID card and credit cards that you laid out?
I'm not aware of what they saw.
Did they do anything to help you that night? Police officers.
Yeah,
What did they do?
they helped me keep looking for it.
Aw. There you go. He did finally get some help.
Us. We're fairly, us.
They encouraged you to keep looking.
No, they was going to take a report and submit a report to missing persons. I said, you get them on the scene.
Is that all
They're
you're
on
going to do?
standby, they're not reporting to the scene. Call your detective or your sergeant and put pressure on their sergeant to make their sergeant force homicide.
Forced homicide.
To come, to show up. He said the best I can do would be to tell my sergeant that I think it's important to put pressure on their sergeant and see what happens. It's the best I can do for you.
Did they tell you not to go back into the apartment?
I don't remember.
Did you ever go back into the apartment?
Yes,
When did you go back into the apartment?
immediately, right when they drove off.
What did you do in there?
Continue to look for more things.
What were you looking for?
Anything that would lead to finding Jasmine.
How long were you in the apartment?
Couldn't tell you,
More or less than an hour.
maybe an hour.
Was that the last time you entered into the apartment?
It was.
So you entered into the apartment that one day twice.
Correct.
Mr. Pace, you were there with Katrina Pace when you were interviewed by Detective Crawford and Detective Peach, weren't you?
I was there.
You were there, you were here in this courtroom in February of last year, and you heard Katrina Pace testify then, didn't you?
I was here.
And then this past Monday, you were in this room when you saw Katrina Pace testify on that stand, right? Were any of those statements true?
We remember it differently.
I'm sorry, were those statements true? I need a verbal answer.
Who am I to say what the truth is?
Did a resident of the apartment building open the door for you and, I guess, authority you to come in the building?
No.
Who did that?
I didn't.
Did Katrina Pace or others get into Jason's store with a credit card?
I'm not aware if they did or not.
Did they get in, who was the first person to get into the door?
I was.
Did you ever see Katrina Pace or another person use a credit card to get into the door?
I did not.
And you said earlier it'd be impossible to use a credit card to get into that door?
I did.
You heard Katrina testify that she went back into the apartment multiple times after that night or after that morning?
I heard that.
Were you with her those times?
I was not.
Do you know what she did in the apartment during those times?
I didn't know.
Exactly. This is all about impeaching. I agree.
Does your ex-wife, Katrina Pace, does she have a reputation for being honest?
Ooh.
Bye.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection. Yep. This is getting good. Okay, guys, I want to give a little quick announcement. I want to give a shout out to uh Toxic and Tracy. They are cleaning up my Discord. Thank you so very much with permission. You will see some changes in the Discord. Don't worry. Things will be moved. It'll be a little easier for everybody. As she said, it was a little bit of a hot mess and it was annoying for an OCD person to navigate. Yeah, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was a hot mess. And that's okay. No offense taken. For those of you who don't know, I'm Ada K. Thank you so much for joining. Did not mean to be a YouTuber. It happened by accident. And unfortunately, I did not know about any of the programs, any of the technology. I went into this totally blind and I didn't even know anything about Discord. And so I just want to thank everybody who's helped me out from day one. I can't list you all, but they have gone in and they are working on the Discord. So if you see things moved around, don't panic. Just keep looking. Just keep looking. Just keep swimming. No, I'm kidding. It is there. So I just wanted to let y'all know. Thank you so, so very much. Yeah. Yep. That was an evil. Okay, 71% of you think that this testimony will not hurt the defense, and only 29% that's quite a bit. 29% think it will, with 14 votes. So y'all go up there into the stream if you've not looked at the stream and go to the poll and leave your opinion. By the way, happy birthday. Oh my gosh, I tried to come over to your live last night and I didn't have good success. But it's a day late, $1 short, but happy birthday, Christine.
To you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Christine.
To you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, beloved. Oh, I tried to come on. You had several lives that were posted for yesterday, and I didn't know which was which, and I was just going on trying to find you. I did watch you last night. I gave you a thumbs up, gave you some loving. So happy birthday. We're happy you came here to sit with us. No, I can't change that song that easily. There's a song happy birthday. We're really glad you came. Happy birthday to from the Ada gang. Hope you are excited. We hope you are impressed. So happy birthday to our special guest. Hey. And she's been a member for 3 months, y'all. All right. Well, I don't think you can change your finger to vote, but then that will put it up to 75% say no and 25 say yes. I know. I think were you trying to learn Discord last night? Her birthday was yesterday. She did a special live last night. I was also in San Antonio with my daughter. By the way, I do have to go remote again today. I forgot. Somebody blessed me. Now I'm going to go ahead and do this because I didn't know what this was. Okay? So, I didn't know. Didn't know. And I scheduled it for today not knowing we were going to be here. I am going to be getting a head spa day. I'm going to share these pictures. So, this is what a head spa day is like. You lay down on this wonderful bed and it has a sink at the end and they do this hair treatment, scalp treatment, they do massage, they shampoo your hair, you get a head, neck, and facial massage, your hands, your toenails. This is a good picture here. This is what it kind of looks like. Oops, let me go this. Uh, uh, so it kind of looks like that where you lay down. Yeah, that's it. 245, 345 from me. There's the table. But it is going to be at 345 for me. And I am looking so forward to it. Let me get it back over on the court because the court's coming back in. But I didn't know we were going to have court today. So I will be remote again. I don't know how long they're going to go today, but the live will still be going. I know, right, love? I can't wait. Oh,
I'm not qualified on people's
let's
positions.
let me shimmy back on that.
Mr. Pace, in your opinion, does Katrina Pace, is she a honest person?
I don't have an opinion.
Yeah, Matt. What about reputation? Does she have a reputation for being an honest person?
What do you mean take your comment off the screen?
I'm not qualified on
What do you
people's
mean take your
positions.
comment off the screen?
Did you have any concerns about Katrina
Misa
testifying
no know
on
what
Monday?
you're talking about.
Did you address anyone with those concerns? Who did you address? Sir, I'm sorry to ask. I know this is hard. But can you speak up for us? Who did you address?
The DA.
And how did she react to your concerns?
Good.
Did you address your concerns with anyone else?
The office. So, just the DA's office.
The DA's office. Anyone other than the DA's office or anyone else?
I don't recall.
One moment here.
Sir.
based on concern for circumstances why you're here.
Did you receive a subpoena to testify in this trial?
I did.
By who?
The state.
Did you ever receive a subpoena from the defense attorney? Were you ever notified by the defense that they were going to call you as a witness today? Did they tell you Monday? Did they tell you Tuesday? Did they tell you Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Did they tell you this morning? You didn't know you were being called as a witness until you were sitting right there and he said your name. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you and Katrina been divorced?
20 years.
Is it fair to say that y'all don't have a great relationship? Is it fair to say that this whole experience has been hard on your already tough relationship?
Sure.
Would you say that you're the one that initially saw Jasmine's photo ID, her driver's license, and her credit cards in Mr. Chen's apartment?
I believe so.
Were they in the desk drawer?
They were.
And you took them out and put them on the desk, is that correct?
I did.
And you were knocking on doors because you couldn't find your daughter, could you?
Correct.
And all you were trying to do was find your daughter.
Correct.
You were desperate. You were desperate.
Yeah.
You thought she might be in Jason Chen's apartment, didn't you?
I don't know that part.
Would you have done anything to get in that apartment?
I would.
Because you had reason to believe, based on what the neighbors told you, that she could have been in danger.
Yeah.
You have a military background, is that correct, sir?
I do.
Is that one reason you're proficient in firearms?
It is.
Did you clean anything up in Mr. Chen's apartment?
No.
Did you plant any evidence in Mr. Chen's apartment?
Other than moving her credit cards and her driver's license. I don't know if that's planted.
You didn't take anything in there and leave it?
I didn't know.
Did you have any idea at the time what had happened to your daughter?
No.
Did you have any idea that she had been stabbed to death at that time?
Definitely not.
She hadn't been located, had she? But did you know that he might be involved?
Yes. With certainty. Because he lied about speaking with her, about the duration, about the timing,
And you were aware that he lied.
fully aware.
How?
I had him on the phone. And then even when we were sitting at Waffle House, we called an additional phone number. And they said it's probably not going to be successful because they speak Asian. I knew just enough to hold a conversation to start it right there at Waffle House. And then, that's your girlfriend? You're participating with the parents to look for her. What could I do? I'm equally concerned that she's missing. How can we find her together? And the fact that that wasn't happening was the biggest immediate flag. He's my number one suspect.
Well, did he tell you that he did it, but it's because she came after him with wine glasses?
No, he lied.
When did he say he had seen her last?
He lied about that.
Do you recall when he had said he had seen her last?
I don't remember exactly what he said. I just know that it wasn't what the phone record showed. It was different than what we had proof of.
He wasn't concerned about her, was he?
No.
At all, was he? Were you monitoring Facebook during this time period?
We were.
Do you recall a time that week when a photo was posted from your daughter's Facebook account?
It was literally like the match that lit this whole thing on fire. Because it was not a modest photograph posted on Facebook, and anybody that knew Jasmine knew she would not have posted that. And it was a different timeline of her photo, so it wasn't even recent either. There was just so many problems with it that it drew immediate red flags to everybody in the family. And friends, and people that knew her.
What day was that posted?
I believe that was the same Saturday, the 22nd,
And how'd you know it wasn't
26th,
the 26th, Saturday the 26th?
Saturday, the 26th.
And how'd you know it wasn't a recent photo of her?
She has tattoos, and we can know basically what month and year it is on which tattoos she has.
Did she have tattoos in the photo she allegedly posted from her Facebook the week of Thanksgiving?
They were missing, which means that it most definitely was an earlier photograph.
Do you think if you saw that Facebook post, you would recognize it?
I would.
May we approach, Your Honor? Sir?
I'm sorry I have to show you this photo, but do you recognize it? You can look at the second page as well, please.
Yes, I remember this.
Is that an accurate reflection of the Facebook post
Cindy,
that came from
you're
Jasmine
in.
Pace's
Oh my gosh,
Facebook
thank
as you saw it
you.
that week?
It is.
Oh
Your Honor,
my
that's
Lord,
the
have
exception
mercy.
exhibit.
Got two, 20.
My Lord, have mercy. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Sidebar.
There was an exhibit for Jaime only, that's 223.
May I have the DVD, Your Honor?
Yes.
I guess I didn't see it. You want to catch me up? You more than welcome, love. You more than welcome. Yeah, I'll go back and watch that. I guess I missed something. What did I miss? Should I go back a few
We
seconds?
are full with making it larger. I don't know, this PowerPoint system's not always my best friend. Is this the photo that I just showed you?
Yes, it is.
Is that your daughter?
That is cruel.
Is that your daughter?
Was.
Does she have tattoos on her arm, on her shoulder in that photo, Mr. Pace?
No.
Does that say enjoying Thanksgiving with my baby?
Yeah, I did that. I did know.
It does.
And you now know that when that was posted from Facebook, she was dead. Is that right?
What? I don't understand that because they have to send a witness list to the prosecution, and the prosecution has to send theirs to the defense well before trial because they have to deposition him. So you're telling me he had to know he was on both lists. Had to known he was on both lists. I don't believe he would not know he was not on both lists. Now, if they didn't prep him, that is on them. Wow. I'd be spitting mad. Are you sure they didn't tell him? Because they have to notify them. They're subpoenaed.
Sidebar.
They had to subpoena him. He wouldn't just show up and say, okay, you can call me to the stand if you want. I'm shocked. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just appalled that that behavior that he should, no way. I had to take a good strong drink on that of coffee. I wish I had more. I need to go back for a second. I want to hear it, then I'll move.
And you now know that when that was posted from Facebook, she was dead. Is that right?
Am I there?
And you now did.
Nothing further, Judge.
You ready?
Was I gone that long?
A motion to, or request to play 911 is overruled.
Yeah. They help me keep looking for it.
How am I? Am I there yet?
Take it. You get them on the scene.
After this. Right here?
speak up for us? Who did you address?
The DA.
And how did she react to your concerns?
Good.
Did you address your concerns with anyone else?
The office. So, just the DA.
Did you, by who? You a subpoena to testify in this trial?
I did.
By who?
The state.
Did you ever receive a subpoena from the defense attorney? Were you ever notified by the defense that they were going to call you as a witness today? Did they tell you Monday? Did they tell you Tuesday? Did they tell you Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Did they tell you this morning? You didn't know you were being called as a witness until you were sitting right there and he said your name. Is that right?
Yes.
How long
Ambush.
have you and Katrina been divorced?
20 years.
Is it fair to say that y'all don't have a great relationship?
Okay. Oh my gosh, y'all.
All right, but just face the jury when you answer the questions, okay? How did
That
you
is
know
low ball.
Jason Chen was Jasmine's boyfriend?
I didn't necessarily know that it was her boyfriend. I knew that they had been speaking, his name had been spoken about, and that they knowingly went on a trip to Chicago together, and that his name was relevant. So we knew they were at least somehow close enough to take a trip to Chicago. More than that, I wasn't aware how much more that they were dating or not dating.
I am still
At least enough
appalled.
to go to Chicago.
You might have answered in that last answer of this one, but I'll ask it anyway. Had Jasmine ever mentioned Jason Chen to you?
No, she never mentioned Jason Chen to me directly. But she did mention him directly to other people that she trusted and loved and was concerned about sharing things that were important to her.
You said you lifted the handle to get into the apartment. Was the door open? How did the door get open?
I did lift the handle. I believe I just broke the mechanism, lifting so hard. And then after I entered, I unlocked the back of it after I entered so that I could turn the handle and get in freely again and again.
Did anyone in your party search the dumpster area on the night of 11/26/27? Do you recall if anyone saw articles of clothing or a sanitary pad?
Yes, we did. We did on that night. And for the next,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Say you did search the dumpster area or you did see the articles of clothing and sanitary pad or both?
both.
Okay.
We did search him. We did see both.
Was Katrina Pace ever inside the apartment at the same time you were?
Yes, I believe she was.
Were you present when any items were taken from the apartment? If so, what do you recall being collected? Did you take anything from apartment 210? I'll ask it one at a time. Were you present when any items were taken from the apartment?
No, I was not present for that.
Did you take anything from apartment 210?
No, I did not. Possibly, and I really don't recall Possibly we would have on the very next entrance, right after the police had left. And we kind of all concluded that their help was going to be less than expedient. And we may have actually grabbed all of her IDs and stuff at that exact moment. But it's a blur if we grabbed them at that next moment or it's a blur. I don't specifically remember that we grabbed them at that exact moment, but it's reasonable that that's probably when it happened.
Just kind of following up with that, just want to make sure you understood that when the juror's question was, did you take anything? You mentioned we took things from apartment 210. Did you physically take anything yourself from apartment 210?
No, I did not take anything from the apartment.
Do you recall smelling marijuana when you entered the apartment?
I don't recall smelling marijuana, but I do expressly remember the bong that was on the computer stand and a baggie beside it, which maybe it's a crime, maybe it's not a crime, but we pointed that out, or we expressed that they should be looking and knowing that it was in there, that maybe it was somehow related, or maybe we would have known fingerprints or something like that. So it was pointed out, but the smell itself, there was no smell.
If you do remember, what items do you remember observing on the bed at the time you arrived for the first time?
I think all that I remember on the bed was the pillow, blankets. It was messy. It wasn't made up. So there's a lot of wrinkles and folds. Possibly there was clothing on top of the cover, the bed itself. I don't think anything else was on there at that time.
Can you redirect based on what the jury asked? Yes.
Sidebar.
We wow, I'm still reeling over the fact that this poor guy was
Jurors, we're going
I
to
would
take
have
a break at
objected
this
him
point.
testifying
10
if
minutes,
he didn't know.
12, try to have you back at 5 minutes after.
That does look dirty-handed to the to the jury. How does it make y'all feel? Uh-oh. How does it make you feel that the defense did what they did? That it feels dirty. I would love to hear a lawyer's opinion on that. I want to hear a lawyer's opinion on that. That to me, like I said, is dirty pool. Dirty pool. Come on in, Matt. Okay, so we're taking our break. Uh, Yana, I was just doing. Oh, you are just so awesome. Yana, I hate to tell you this, my love, but this is now your job officially if you'll take it. I need I need to talk to you about you having access to the Yahoo.
Quick
I love
break
what you're
here
doing.
until about 5 minutes
You're
after
amazing.
12. They've been going for several hours this morning, and the big point that we've seen are a neighbor that came on to the stand. This was pretty significant here, and we'll talk about why. So, this neighbor's name is Courtney Brewer. She lives directly under the apartment of Jason Chen on Tremont Street, on the apartments there. And what she testified about is that at 2:11 a.m. on the morning of November 23rd, she said she was awakened by a female scream. She knows it was 2:11 a.m., she says, because she looked at her phone at the time. Then she says about 20 minutes or over the next few minutes, she said she heard loud voices that she said was what would have been similar to a voice she would have heard in an argument. But she said she only heard one voice, and that was a female voice. She also said she heard hurried footsteps. She believes two pairs of footsteps going back and forth across Jason Chen's apartment. Again, she lives right under Jason Chen. So she is now fitting into our timeline that we've been creating from all different types of testimony. So let's look at where she fits in. CPD has this surveillance video on the left side of your screen of Jasmine Pace's white Chevy vehicle with her behind the wheel. How do they know she's behind the wheel? They say that she left her parents' house driving, and then in about the time it would take to get to Tremont Street, they see her pull in, or her vehicle pull in, at 11:42 p.m. on November 22nd. So now we've added one more piece to this puzzle from this neighbor testimony from Courtney Brewer. 2:11 a.m., she says she wakes up and hears a loud female scream. She also testified that about 20 minutes later, she heard a TV go on in that apartment. And then about an hour after the scream, so somewhere around 3 a.m., she hears a garbage disposal and she hears a washing machine being turned on in the apartment above her, which
And
is
she's
Jason
taking
Chen's
notes
apartment.
on
So
this.
that puts us
Why?
right at about 3 a.m. Backtracking just a little bit in time, Jasmine Pace's mother, Katrina, receives a pinged location on her phone at
Why?
2:18 a.m. So
That's
around the
strange.
same time, about 7 minutes after the neighbor testified she heard a scream, that ping location comes in on Katrina's phone.
Wow.
So then we have a gap of time that we haven't heard any evidence about. So the neighbor last testifies she hears the washing machine and garbage disposal around 3 a.m. We don't know anything else yet until 9:52 a.m. That's the next image you see there on your screen. That's when the prosecution's witness said that according to Jason's phone's cell phone extractions, that a Tinder message came in on his phone at 9:52 a.m. from an account with the name of Victoria. And then 1 minute later, Jason Chen writes back on his Tinder account and
Did y'all
says,
hear
"So
that
I guess
noise?
we're dating now." So that's about a 6.5 hour gap from the time that the neighbor testifies the washing machine and garbage disposal goes on to the time of the Tinder messages. Then, less than an hour later, according to testimony, the next thing we see is Jason Chen arriving at a Walmart to buy cleaning supplies. That's at 10:40 a.m.
I'm gonna play a
And then
noise.
the
Tell me
cell
what
phone
it is.
expert witness testified that his cell phone data backs that up
See if
that
y'all
he was
heard it.
at that Walmart. So that's what we heard from the neighbor. Next on the stand is Jasmine Pace's father, Travis Pace. Now, he testified that he and Katrina Pace have been divorced for about 20 years, I believe he said, so a significant amount of time. He testified they had a strained relationship. He testified on the evening of the 26th, he says he was at a Friendsgiving downtown with some friends. Remember, this was the week of Thanksgiving. And he gets a call from his other daughter that says, "We believe Jasmine is missing. We need help." He meets them at Jason Chen's apartment on Tremont Street. They used some of the My Chevy app information to know where they believed she would have last been. The My Chevy app, of course, related to her vehicle. They start knocking on neighbors' doors, is what he testifies. And they find a neighbor who says he knows that Jason Chen lives in apartment 210. And so they go and, after knocking on several doors, go into Jason's apartment. Now, how they got in has been a point of contention in this case. Katrina Pace at one time testified that the door was unlocked. And then at one point testified that they used a credit card to get in. And then upon asked on further questioning, was slightly unclear about how they got in. Now, this is Travis Pace testifying now. He said he touched the door handle and pushed it and got in. And then upon further questioning from the jury, again, remember in this case, Judge Boyd Patterson is allowing the jury to ask questions, which isn't very common, but it is allowable under the law. One of the jurors asked him even more specifically, "How did you get in with the door handle?" He said, basically, he pushed it so hard he believes he might have broken it. And upon questioning, the district attorney asking him, "Would you have done anything to get in that apartment because you knew your daughter was missing?" And he said yes. So what happens when they get in the apartment? He said they found Jasmine's, they were going through things. And again, this is all according to his testimony. Said they were going through things and they found her ID and also her credit card in a desk drawer in Jason Chen's apartment. He admits that he took the ID and the credit card out of the desk drawer and put it on top of the drawer. He says he did that because he wanted Chattanooga police to see it and be able to use it, basically, to have some of the missing persons case move forward. So if we go back a little bit, here's a picture of that ID and credit card that was found, according to testimony, inside the desk drawer. Now, Katrina Pace, on the first day of trial, testified, "I was just trying to find her. I was insanely scared," talking about what she was doing in that apartment. And here we get into a little bit of conflict between the testimony of Katrina and the testimony of Travis. Now, these are Jasmine Pace's biological parents. Again, they're divorced at this point. So at one point, the defense asked Travis Pace if he remembered things the same way that Katrina testified that she remembered things when they were first in that apartment. And here's what they said. Joshua Weiss asks, that's the defense attorney, asked Travis Pace, "You were there with Katrina Pace when you were interviewed by Detective Crawford and another detective." And he says, "I was there. You were here in this courtroom in February of last year when Katrina Pace testified." "I was here," Travis Pace says. "This past Monday, you were in this room when you saw Katrina Pace testify on that stand." I was, he says. Were any of those statements true? And he pauses for a little bit, and Travis Pace says, we remember it differently. Who am I to say what the truth is? Then, under
Good
more
answer.
questioning, it goes on to say that he addressed his concerns about Katrina's testimony with the district attorney and the district attorney's office earlier this week. So it does seem that there is a discrepancy between Katrina Pace's testimony and Travis Pace's testimony, but also he's been very clear that Katrina went into the apartment without him on a couple of other occasions, that he did not go back in, so he can't testify as to what happened during those times. And then something that we just heard pop up, but that we don't quite know the significance
And that's
of yet.
fair.
And that is what he saw, what Travis Pace saw when he was in Jason Chen's apartment. Now, if you'll remember from testimony, and we can probably all understand and think about if we were in this situation, he doesn't remember everything specifically because he says he was very hurried. He was frantic trying to find his daughter. But something that we just heard come up is he was asked, do you remember what was on the bed? This is Jason Chen's bed. And excuse me for 1 second. He testified that the bed was messy. He testified that he believed that there were clothes on it, but he didn't specifically remember anything else on the bed. What we know from evidence photos is that when police went back into the apartment and took their evidence photos, there was this knife on the bed. Now, we also know from later in testimony that this knife is not as significant as perhaps once thought in this case, at least as the testimony began to roll out. And that's because of this picture here. You can see the knife on the bed in the blue gloved hand. And then you can see this is one of the CPD crime scene investigators, Michelle Johnson. She's holding another portion of a knife that the medical examiner later testified was found inside Jasmine Pace's lung in the autopsy. So we at least know from that Jasmine Pace was stabbed with that knife that broke off. The medical examiner says he can't determine if all of those 60 stab wounds came from this particular knife, but we know at least some of them did. So the question now, will the defense try to say that someone planted this knife or moved this knife onto the bed? Now, we don't know that, but that's just with this line of questioning, asking what he remembered on the bed. That could be something that we hear more questioning on when they come back from the break here. Another point of fact, we know that Travis Pace was on the prosecution's witness list. The prosecution has to turn in their witness list ahead of time. The defense does not. The prosecution that rested their case this morning never called Travis Pace to the stand, which is not that uncommon. They often put more witnesses on their witness list than they end up actually calling. Upon questioning from the district attorney, we learned that Travis Pace didn't know he was being called by the defense as a witness until they said his name in court. So he was unaware he would be on the witness stand today, according to his testimony. So that's one other interesting fact there. We don't know who the defense will call next. We do also know one fact. The defense tried this morning to enter in to the testimony a 911 call that Travis Pace made when he first went inside Jason Chen's apartment and found his daughter's ID and credit card. They then took the jury out of the room. The DA objected to that 911 call being put into the record, and the judge later decided not to let the jury hear that 911 call. But we heard it as part of that hearing about whether to disqualify it or not when the jury was out of the room. And you hear Travis Pace on the 911 call tell dispatchers, there has been a kidnapping. I believe it's my daughter. Please come here. And so, for whatever reason, the judge and the district attorney agreed that that should not be allowed into the record. So we're learning a lot more today about what happened in those early morning hours of November 22nd from the neighbor. And again, the defense told us they would, from opening statements, call a neighbor to talk about what they heard in the apartment complex that morning. And again, this does help us fill in a little bit more of the timeline of what happened in those hours from November 22nd to November 23rd. The defense will continue to call their evidence after this break. So we'll go back now and wait for that courtroom feed to start, and we'll be here monitoring it for you as it does. Now let's go back and wait for testimony to resume in day 6 of the Jason Chen murder trial.
Okay, Toxic, go. You should be able to do it now. I'm going to verify something. My son, fabulous boy, impatient, taught me how to do it. My management, right click, roles, Discord DM. Okay. Toxic, we figured it out. We're going to talk Discord real quick. Toxic, there are 2 servers, one that says A to K and one that just says general. It's a general Discord. So now everything's fixed. You should be able to do what you need to do. It's so much easier for me to say it than it is to sit here and do all that. Yeah, I know. I finally learned how to. I'm going to put her as that. There we go. Okay, yay. I learned some things today. Thank you.
On the record discussion will be Exhibit 225 for ID only, filed under seal.
Go ahead, Toxic, and check now because I just made some changes.
Mr. Pace, one of the things in our conversation in chambers that happened to talk about whether or not you'd be asked any more questions from either side. Neither side has any more questions for you, so you may step in.
I would be livid as the father.
Can you bring the jury when they're ready?
Oh my gosh, y'all, they're doing a fabulous job. They're doing a fabulous job. I'm so excited. Y'all are awesome. I can't believe how awesome. I'll leave Discord alone. Y'all should be fine now. I'm going to stay in live communication in Discord. Anything else y'all do, I'm not going to touch. I'm learning everything. I tell you what, it is sad.
Sidebar.
I'm learning so much from my son on Discord.
Please be seated. Watch party.
Next call, Johnny Lawrence.
What's the last name, sir? Lawrence.
Johnny Lawrence.
working? Say yes or something in Discord so I know. Oh my gosh.
I do.
He's an elderly.
Good morning. Can you state your full name?
It's Johnny, Johnnny, Lawrence, Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence, where do you live?
I live in Nashville, Tennessee.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene expert, specializing in crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction.
Can you
Did you
please
get that?
explain your
No.
training and experience to get those qualifications?
I joined the Nashville Metropolitan Police Department in 1981. Class was full, so I had to go to a temporary holding area until the class started in November 16th of 1980.
I hate.
Then I started my training, graduated March of '82, and the next day I hit the streets in Nashville. My first zone was Lower Broadway. I worked in the patrol section, moving from Broadway to the Jefferson Street area, into the Preston Taylor area around 40th and Charlotte, and then what we call the Nations, out around the state penitentiary. I then transferred to the South Precinct, worked briefly in the Huntington area. In 1989, I was transferred to the Homicide Division. And in our Homicide Division, back then, I was on the midnight shift, and we worked all personal crimes. We were the only detectives working during that time period. Stayed in the homicide unit until 1998, when I was transferred to the crime scene unit, and became a crime scene investigator, leading into crime scene specialist. And retired from the police department. Once my retirement pension was available in 2012, September 2012. Didn't really do much after that, after 31 and a half years, but because some attorneys had contacted me, I then started investigating cases again in 2013. Started my own company called Nashville Investigative Services. And that was 2013, and was in that position until 2017. When Rick Berry from Berry Waltz Investigations out of Franklin, Tennessee, approached me and asked if I would come to work for him. So in 2017 I did, but now the company name is called BWI Forensics. And the reason of that is because we branched out. We have a digital forensics unit, we have traffic accident reconstructions, we have fact investigators and mitigation investigators on our staff.
And how long have you been in private practice?
I started my own company in 2013, switched over to BW Barry Waltz in 2017, and I'm currently still employed.
When you were a police officer, did you have the occasion to work homicide cases?
Meaning, in fact, my first homicide was a couple of weeks after I first hit the street on Lower Broad. I don't know if you remember, we had a Greyhound bus station, and we also had Trailways. And there was a homicide at the Trailways bus station across the street, and that was my first homicide. And now I was a rookie. My job then was to put up the yellow tape, secure the area, and see if I could locate witnesses.
Can you explain a little bit about your progression as you were promoted through Metro Nashville?
In patrol, you don't really get much extra training except for what they call in-service. Every year you have to go through a week's remedial training to get certified for the Postal Commission. That
The Greyhound bus
totally
does
belong.
still stop in Kerrville.
So until
We have a bus
1989, when I went into homicide, I really didn't have outside training except for patrolling. But once I went into homicide, I got access to going to seminars, listening to experts on homicide investigations and procedures. One of those was the Williams Association in Albany, New York. We had in-house training because it was always cheaper. Excessive training is very expensive. You have to take care of room and board. So we would bring people in and host training units and invite people from other surrounding cities. During that time, I received numerous classes, bombing, explosion, work, witness interrogation, subject interrogation, witness interviews. Try to separate the two. Procedures, we didn't get in depth with crime scenes then. I'm talking late 80s, early 90s, because we had a very good crime scene unit, very experienced. Back then, you worked as long as you could physically work, and most of our crime scene unit was experienced officers with 20 plus years. So when we would get a homicide, we would go, we would discuss what we got, what little information we used to have, let the crime scene unit go do their thing, we would go do our thing. So the witness interview, and that's where that really played a part in. And then we would discuss our progress as we go. But you do the interviews, went to autopsies, learn the procedures on how the medical examiner takes care of his business, learn how to ask questions about it, what to look for. So you learn the basics of investigation technique.
Yeah, they are.
And that lasted till about the mid-90s when I started getting a lot of experience in this, and they wanted me to start teaching. So I started teaching the in-service classes I had mentioned where you had to go every year or two. Then in 98, I switched over to the crime scene unit because I was getting more interested in the processing of crime scenes. And during that time, I received the best training I ever had. I was learning physically from these experienced officers. We had our own small lab. It wasn't a full crime lab, but it was a lab where we would process evidence with alternate light sources, chemicals, what they call super glue. I'm sure you've seen that on TV. But I started actually learning how to do crime scenes and what to look for and proceed. During that time, I took bloodstain pattern analysis classes. 2002, took a class from a Mr. Jerry Finley, who was retired from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. He was classified as an expert in the field. I also took a class from Mr. Tom Bevel out of Norman, Oklahoma, who was considered one of the leading experts in crime scene reconstruction and bloodstain patterns.
Ooh, what did you
Gone to
make, baby?
conferences. I have
I'm hungry.
spoke extensively in the
I need
past
food.
to bloodstain experts.
Someone could
Stuart
DoorDash
James,
me.
T. Paulette Sutton, several others at our conference. I am a member of the IABPA, IABPA.org. It's an organization for bloodstain experts and people in the field. They host an annual conference. I try to go to as many of those as I can. And then on my own, I do practice at my house, trying to come up with different techniques or making determinations on stains.
Regarding blood stains, so that the jury can understand, what are blood stains?
Blood stains is the result of blood coming into contact with something else. It's a stain.
What is a blood
It's
stain?
developed
Are
because
you
of some type
kidding
of
me?
action. The layman's
I
term
have
of
to
the
laugh. I have to
the
laugh.
definition is it's the reconstruction of blood stains within a scene, not necessarily a crime scene, any kind of scene, but to try to determine what is the action or cause to develop that stain.
What is blood stain pattern analysis?
That is bloodstain pattern analysis, but bloodstain pattern analysis can be broadened quite a bit to the point to where you're physically working the stains.
What does that mean?
Working the stains is you're trying to determine directionality. You're obtaining the size of the stain, whether it's a drop. That's what you normally have, the impact stains. You try to get the measurements, the width and the length of the stain. There's a trigonometry formula you use, and that will give you the angle of projection of that stain. Therefore, you can follow that angle to try to determine the location where the source was. Now, the source is whatever has that particular stain on it. It could come from a victim, it could come from an object, it could come from a suspect, it could come from anything. It could come from somebody going through blood and tracking it and it coming off. An impact stain is something, it's actually a blood drop that has left an object with force. So it's traveling. Once it hits, it's going to slide. And when it hits, it's going to be like a little
I understand,
tail
Ronnie.
end of it.
We're good.
A lot of people say it looks like an exclamation point, the line with the dot. The dot will indicate where the directionality of the blood is going.
I'll go,
So
yeah, I'll
that
go
gives
to
you an
any of y'all's
indication
houses.
of the
I'm actually
area,
hungry
but it
today.
doesn't give you the height, location, so you try to work the stakes. Now, what I normally do on cases now, because I don't usually get access to a scene until it's long past, I do a lot of what they call bloodstain interpretation, which I'm telling people what the stain is telling me. Now, I'm not able to go deeper than that because I don't have access to doing the trajectory with the measurements. So bloodstain interpretation is giving you an understanding of what you're saying.
had also talked about crime scene reconstruction. What is crime scene reconstruction?
Crime scene reconstruction, it's the same thing as crime scene investigation,
Potty?
but I'm after the
I got to
fact.
potty the pooch.
It's crime scene
I'll be right back.
investigation.
I'm listening.
And the definition for it is an attempt to reconstruct the scene to be able to determine what happened and where it happened. What I try to explain to people is the main things in crime scene investigation is the old cliche term, who, what, where, when, how, and especially why. Those are the answers you're trying to figure out, not just overall, but everything you do. If you see a piece of evidence, you ask those questions. Why is it here? How did it get here? When did it get here? So if you go that way, you're investigating each piece of item within a crime scene. It's meticulous. You have to take forever doing it. But crime scene reconstruction, you're trying to put this back together to where you can see what happened and to get a better understanding. Crime scene investigation and reconstruction is like working a jigsaw puzzle. I'm sure everybody's done one. You get a box with a picture on top of it. You've got 500 pieces inside. Take the picture off. You have no picture. You're trying to put this puzzle together without an idea of what you're seeing. There's issues sometimes. It's a 500-piece puzzle and you got 506 pieces. You have to ask why, put it together. Maybe you got 490. Again, why is there 10 short? So you're trying to figure out why something is going on within your investigation. But that's how I perceive it.
After your time in Metro Nashville Police Department, have you received other training as long as you've been in your own firm or BWI?
I've gone to several IBPA conferences. I'm a member of TALPI, which is the Tennessee Association of Licensed Private Investigators. Because in my field, to be able to get access to tools I need, you have to be pretty much registered with the state of Tennessee. So I'm a licensed private investigator. And I go to those conferences every 2 years, but I teach a lot of those conferences also. I've also been to, I don't know if I mentioned, several of the IABPA conferences. I go to the Tennessee Association of Criminal Defense Attorneys Conference, TACLA. Try to go to that every year. I'm not always able to because of my scheduling, and I have taught numerous times in that conference.
Do you have you ever testified before?
Yes, many times.
How many times would you say you testified?
Total testifying dates back to around 1990. I have no idea to give you that number, but as an expert in the field that I mentioned, I've testified on numerous cases throughout my career, not necessarily as an expert, but as a witness, or to clarify things in a case from a witness. But as an expert, I was asked to look at some cases, a case out of Williamson County, which is around Franklin, Tennessee, Spring Hill, Tennessee. And I testified as an expert there right about the time I was retired. I think it was 2013. Testified in Memphis, Tennessee on a double homicide case.
Were you qualified as an expert in there?
Yes. Hickman County, which is near to Dixon, testified. Well, I was going to testify as an expert. The day I showed up, the case was settled. So I actually didn't testify, but I was recognized as an expert prepared. Knoxville, Tennessee, we had a case, but it's actually Rowan County, just outside of Knoxville. That was actually last year. Many times in Davidson County, some cases you probably remember, but the majority of cases are not as broadly.
You guys, I have it gained up
used.
literally
Testified in
100%.
Montgomery County, Clarksville, Tennessee.
Is that better?
I testified as a crime scene investigator in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on the case, only because the victim brought to Nashville. So that's how I got involved now.
The defense hired you in this case, correct?
Correct.
You only testify as an expert for the defense?
No.
Who do you testify?
Whoever hires us, we work for prosecution, the defense, and we also work for private citizens, because a lot of times private citizens are not content with the result on the death of a relative, so they want a second opinion. But I do cases for prosecution and I do cases for defense.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Attorney Lawrence as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis and bloodstain pattern interpretation and crime scene reconstruction.
No, Addie, it's okay. Let me do this. Y'all, it is okay if you guys say, hey, the sound is weak. And I'll tell you, I did find a way to gain it just a little bit more. But please understand that I'm being deaf myself, and what little sound I get through my hearing aids is not equal to what you have. And I'm reading the live captioning. So that's how I follow along. So if you're struggling, it's okay to say, Ada, can you bump the sound? And I'll tell you if I can or can't. No skin off my nose. That's what I'm here for. All right, let's get back to it.
Sir, how many times, a number, have you testified as an expert witness at a trial?
That is listed on my CV. I'm thinking, and I'm guessing because I don't have it in front of me, 12 to 15 times.
Would it surprise you to learn that we've not received your CV, sir?
No, sir.
That wouldn't surprise you at all?
Well, I'm not sure of the procedure.
Did you provide it to the defense?
Just the other day, yes.
Just the other day? So you've only been on this case for how long?
Since December 7th of 1922.
December 7th of 1922.
That's when I was notified of the case.
Yes. Okay. In what fields have you testified as an expert?
Crime scene investigation, crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, bloodstain pattern interpretation, shooting reconstruction.
You provided expert testimony in those fields?
Yes.
Give me a minute, guys. I need to take care of something. Just give me a minute because I love that she's here, and I want to make sure that hold on. Let me see if I can find a feed that is captioned. I do have a feed that's captioned. Hold on. Nope, it's not. Hold on. So, in the meantime, I'm going to push play for now, and then I'll work with her.
How many times?
It's on, I'll say it's 12, 15 in that area.
12 to 15 times in that one particular area.
That's what I could remember to be able to honestly document it in my CV. There could be others, I don't remember.
Have you prepared and generated a report of your findings of your examination?
No, there was no report generated.
No report generated?
No.
Who told you not to generate a report?
Nobody.
Your approach.
Sidebar.
Okay, I just told Eddie. Addie.
So you don't generate the report in cases like this?
I do not generate a report in every case I work, no.
In every case you work? But let's just be clear, sir, you worked in a crime scene unit in 1998.
Started in crime scene, yes.
Sure. They generate reports, correct?
It's in the policy, yes.
And when you're hired by families that are looking for answers, you generate reports.
Yes, sir.
In this case, did you generate a report?
Not as far as an expert report, no, sir.
Because you know that would have to be turned over to the state of Tennessee, right?
Goes to whoever hired me, and
That's it?
where they go, where it goes then is a, no.
So were you instructed to not generate a report in this case?
No one told me.
Yay,
And of course,
Addie!
in your law enforcement experience, you know how discovery works, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that when an expert generates a report, it has to be provided to the other side, to provide a fair opportunity to challenge their findings. Right?
It's a statement of law. May we approach?
Yes.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. Oh, good. I'm so glad she got in. I have no idea what's going on over. I saw something going on in Discord. I have no idea what it is. Okay. So this has been a little interesting. So they're bringing in their expert witness, and he is older than dirt, but that doesn't mean his expertise is not valid. Addie, are you catching this? Is it working? I hope so. I have all my devices have the live captioning, and I can be talking to somebody in person with my cell phone up, and they think I'm hearing them, and I'm not. I'm reading them on my phone. Yeah, YouTube is dopey, but the Apple devices have some of the best captioning I've ever seen on anything. Has been Apple. YouTube, not so much. So when I'm in public with people, I have live captioning on my cell phone and it's on the screen. So I'm standing here like this and I'm looking down and I look up and some people get offended, but that's okay. They can get offended. That's the only way I can hear. So hopefully this is good for you, babe. I'm so blessed that you were able to access it. For anybody who's interested and you have an Apple phone, go to settings, go to accessibility, scroll all the way down to you see in here on it that you scroll down on accessibility, and then you will see hearing. And when you see the hearing, then you go down to where it says live caption, and then you click on live caption, and then you can do the live captioning. You want it to live caption FaceTime and all devices. It is so easy to use. But why can't I find mine? My live caption is not popping up. Where are you? I'll probably just turn off my phone and reboot it. Power off. So I absolutely love Apple. Apple is fabulous. Hi, Barbara Anderson. Nice to see you. But Apple is, to me, is one of the best accommodating technologically devices for the deaf. I've had the non-Apple devices, and I struggle, and they make you pay for it. And I'm like, why should I pay for something that is free, that you're required to provide for free? And they're not. So we are done with.
Did you examine
Bye-bye.
of evidence in this case?
And there it is. I finally got it. Yay. Popped up.
And what
And examine them, not physically, but through the photographs and everything in this film.
So when you say you went to the scene, you did not go to 110 Tremont Street, apartment 2.
So one thing that I love about this is
to look
you
at
can see
physical
the live
evidence?
captioning in
Actually, to
purple
look at the
coming up.
scene.
Okay.
And that's
So
how
you
I
went to the apartment.
communicate with people, and they don't
110
realize.
Tremont.
And how did you get answer?
Keypad.
Who let you
I was with Attorney Weiss and my coworker, Ms. Stephanie Alexander.
know? And on what day did that occur?
That was December the 9th, 2022.
So it's pretty awesome.
Did you reach any conclusions based upon your review of the scene?
And you can adjust it to
Vicinity.
audio mic
I was
for the
looking
device.
at
So
things that I
if
could
I'm
tell them.
listening to individual, I just
We
push
had done
microphone. If I'm listening to something on the device,
Once we was there, maybe 5-10 minutes, Attorney Weiss left. So it was just me and my coworker, Stephanie Alexander.
Do you recall what the question was, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to get to it. But I was taking photographs and examining things as I went. When I went in, the initial room was dark because of the alternate light that was in there. Floodlight, looked like it's a blue tint. So I was taking photographs.
Responsive to the question.
It is a responsive to the question. Let me answer.
So I think the question was, did he visit the crime scene? The witness is answering what he did at the crime scene. So technically, there is some distinction there. If you want to continue information about what he did at the crime scene, you may continue. If you want to move to a different line of questioning, you may do so.
Did you reach any conclusions based upon your visit to the crime scene?
No, sir.
You didn't reach a single conclusion.
There was no way to reach an absolute conclusion just from my visit.
And then after you reviewed other evidence, photographs, videos, so on and so forth.
I actually went to the scene again.
Okay. Did you reach a conclusion based upon your second visit to the scene?
Not a conclusion, but a observation.
Did you record those observations, the results of your observations?
Photographs.
Photographs?
Yes.
And you agree, sir, they're exclusively within your control?
Yes.
And the defense?
Yes.
Did you draw any conclusions based upon the results of your observations?
Not an absolute conclusion.
I didn't ask that. Did you reach any conclusions?
No, sir.
None at all.
No, sir.
Did you reach any conclusions at all in this case?
Not absolute, no, sir. There was no way to.
So you're not able to say to any reasonable degree of certainty any fact of consequence in this case?
Not a total conclusion, but observations, technique,
just
and procedure.
Google live
Yes.
captioning.
There, from what I just mentioned,
All you got to
there
do.
was no way from crime scene work that I could come to an absolute conclusion.
And did you memorialize that fact in any format?
No, sir.
Did you convey that?
I'm sorry.
Did you convey that in any format?
I discussed my observations and
Your
what
observation?
what I think should have progressed during the investigation to where you can come to a conclusion.
Okay. So you yourself have no conclusion at all that would materially assist this jury in reaching the ultimate decision in this case?
When you say conclusion, I'm interpreting it as a final decision of what I think happened. I do not think, from my observations, I could not make a determination beyond a reasonable doubt of what happened. But I did observe, interpret, look at things, and make I started forming an opinion, but I could not complete that opinion.
Did you record or memorialize those opinions?
It was not an opinion, sir. I could not form a final opinion. I was coming up with what we call theories. You start thinking of how things could happen, but you have nothing to base it on.
State your objection.
Sir, I think I understand what you're saying, in that you did not come to a conclusion so that you could reach an opinion. Did you write down the fact that you could not come to an opinion? Or did you email it or communicate it in some way? Is the question.
Not as a whole, no, sir.
So,
There's more information that, but as I received discovery in the case, it started clearing up to me. But for me to put an opinion in a report as this is what happened, I could not do that beyond a reasonable doubt. But I had information, I learned information from my 4 visits to 110 Tremont that this needs to be looked at. Something happened here. And hopefully the discovery was going to relay that.
okay. All right. Any redirect on this issue?
Would you give an opinion that wasn't supported by your findings?
I'm sorry.
Would you make an opinion that wasn't supported by your findings?
No,
Would you give an opinion that wasn't supported by your investigation?
no.
In your time as a police officer, or when you've been in your private practice, have you had an opportunity to look at crime scenes before?
Me.
Okay. And take me through the process of what you do when you begin your investigation.
There's a lot of changes in it. The majority of the time when I get involved is long after the incident. It has to be after a preliminary hearing or a direct presentment indictment. That is when the defense starts getting case information, reports, photographs, things related to the case. Normally, sometimes it happens, but normally they don't get any of that until after those hearings. Then I would receive that and I can begin my investigation. This particular case was a little different because I did have the opportunity to visit the scene. That happens occasionally, not often in my field. So I took advantage of that and went to the scene, actually 4 times, trying to determine what happened in the scene. The scene was my main concern. What happened in that apartment? So each time, with 2 inside the scene,
Y'all don't make fun of us Tennessee folk calling it a hole or holler. I came from a hole or holler and on a mountain out of a fallen down dilapidated trailer with no water, no heat. That's where I came from.
visits, 2
I'm
outside.
hillbilly.
So the 2 times I went inside, the
Hillbilly.
first time I was able to obtain photographs, which things you couldn't really see. The way I do it is take the photographs and enhance it once I get back to the office. And I found things in the photographs I wanted to see again. So I made another visit and found what I was looking for. So that's not an opinion, that's an observation. Could I Could I tell you beyond a reason about what that told me? No, but I can give you an idea of what possibly caused it.
Is it your responsibility or is it part of your job to critique or go through what the crime scene investigators working for law enforcement did?
It's part of my job because it plays a big part of what took place. And it helps me to come to a final opinion or a conclusion. In this case, I got the discovery at different times. You get one thing 1 month, next month you might get something else. So you proceed hoping the questions that you're forming are going to be answered with the continuous discovery. You don't know if you've got all the discovery until right at the end. Hopefully you do.
In fact, when was the last time you received that? Okay.
Y'all, sorry. I was typing.
Sidebar.
We have a new, go look at our Discord. It is so amazing. So amazing. They totally redid it. Oh, I am so happy. I'm so happy. I can't do it. I don't want to get in trouble. Matt, I ordered lunch. What, little girl? Hey. Your stuff. What stuff?
Mr. Lawrence, when was the last time you received discovery from my office in this case?
It was this year, the exact date, I don't remember.
A couple weeks ago?
Yes, you tell about right. I didn't want to lock in on a certain date.
Did we receive discovery in December too?
Yes.
I want to talk more about there's a nomenclature being used here. Findings, opinions, conclusions. Let's go through each one. What does findings mean?
Findings is basically what it says. You found something that could be involved, couldn't be involved, and you try to determine if it was. It's something that could lead you the right way or could deter you.
Did you have findings in this?
Many.
We talked about observations. What does observation mean?
Observations can be different types.
Sorry, guys. My daughter dropped in. She's getting ready to pack up, go back to college tomorrow.
The second time you come in, you might observe something else. Each time you walk in, you might see something else. Same way with photographs. You might not see it in a photograph until you do something to it. So now you've got another observation of what you're looking at.
What's an
Let's talk about
IAC?
conclusions. What are conclusions?
To me, conclusions means I can show you this absolutely happened beyond a reasonable doubt. It does not mean it's something, well, to me, it's something that you could form an opinion on, make a conclusion on, and be able to sit and testify honestly that this is what happened and this is what my opinion shows.
What about conclusions about not the ultimate issue? Did you make conclusions about, per se, how the crime scene investigator applied plea law? Did you make a conclusion of how well they did that?
Yes, about that and things that wasn't there.
We've talked about there, for example, there was I think it's called
Y'all, please
blood,
go over to
alleged blood
Discord
in the bathroom
and
on the
check
wall.
out our partners in
What is that
crime.
called?
As the
They're
gavel
called
drops,
impact stains, but
all your document
some
need.
people can classify them as cast off, which isn't
I'm
impact.
getting a little into what he would testify to perhaps, more on his qualification. I understand you got to talk a little bit about what he did in this case, but witnesses testimony getting
Oh,
far afield.
okay.
Were those topics
My
that
bad.
you
I knew
developed
that.
opinion?
Not absolutely.
I knew
Not my
that.
opinion, but yes, I did start forming theories, is what, things to look at.
Sorry.
So theories, so define theory for us.
To
Did she
me,
leave you,
a
Sensei?
theory is,
Did she leave
Let's
you
for example,
all alone?
if you find something laying on the sidewalk, you're wondering how it got there. You're gonna start deciding, how did it get there? Why is it there? That kind of thing. Is there any other way it could have happened? It's a theory, it's
All alone.
kind of what people call tunnel vision. You focus on a specific thing and you miss out on other things, but the other things there, which are different theories.
Like a turtle on a fence post?
I don't understand the cliche on that, but
Let's talk about, did you form, opinions?
me,
You have opinions on this case?
yes,
Do you have an opinion regarding the ultimate issue on this case?
yes.
Saying.
But I do have to,
How does that go to qualifications?
What's that?
That's step two. We're doing step one. It's like, is he qualified to give an opinion? So if you could restrict your questions, please, to just his qualifications to come to that opinion.
Can you answer their discretion? Do you have the necessary qualifications to give an opinion on crime scene reconstruction?
yes,
Do you have the qualifications to do bloodstain pattern analysis and bloodstain interpretation?
I can. I'm listed as an expert in that field.
Have you been qualified as an expert in that field?
Yes,
Have you been qualified as an expert in that field in courts in Tennessee?
yes.
Have you ever been excluded as an expert in the state of Tennessee?
It's not in the CV, but I think there might have been one, but it was a touch and go situation on that.
Mr. Wise, I apologize. There might have been some more to your question earlier than I was picking up on. If you want to ask him questions about about getting into the substance of his opinion of whether or not it would be the depth of his certainty or his definitions between findings, observations, and conclusions, that would be helpful in making determinations. If you want to go down that road, you certainly can. My apologies.
Just to make sure, you weren't there November 22nd, early morning of November 23rd, 2022.
No, sir.
And because you weren't there, what is a crime scene investigator's job what is your job when you go in there?
My current job,
Your current job?
I normally don't get access to the scene. So it's usually all after the fact from the discovery. Whatever work has been done that's been provided to me.
And is that how someone in your profession goes about doing their job, doing their investigation?
Yes, sir. As the definition was, you try to recreate the actions of what took place and try to put it in an order.
In some cases, can you come to an ultimate conclusion?
Oh, yes, many times.
And sometimes you can't come to an ultimate.
No, sir.
What would be the reasons, the times that you can't come to an ultimate conclusion?
The biggest problem is not enough information, which is discovered. Not enough was included during the work.
No, Judge, Your Honor, this is an opinion. He has not been qualified to do such.
In other cases, you said you've developed opinions.
Yes, sir.
Did you develop opinions in this case too?
Yes, sir.
One moment here.
I don't know yet. Don't get me asking.
You have testified to opinions in other cases,
Yes, sir.
and you testified on behalf of the defense in some of those cases.
Both the defense and prosecution.
And so you've been hired by a DA's office before,
Yes, sir.
and you gave an opinion.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, this won't go on forever, I promise. Okay.
Fine, sir.
I don't believe that.
I'm just trying to cut through what I need to know. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Lawrence, I think I'm clear on your use of the terms findings.
I don't believe him.
Yes.
findings are basically things that you see, observations, kind of the same things that you see. Conclusions deal with your opinion. That's correct. So you've been offered to be an expert in two different fields. I see bloodstain analysis as well as crime scene reconstruction.
Yes.
You see those as two separate distinct fields as well?
They are distinctly different, but in many cases, they almost have to be used together.
Well, they're overlapping for sure.
Correct.
So you said you made many findings.
Yes.
And you have many observations.
Yes.
And you have many theories, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Opinions, but not
Well, I'm saying theories, trying to use your word.
Yes.
Theories.
theories, coming up with different.
Yes, and I think you said earlier, trying to figure out what else could have happened.
Correct.
So on the bloodstain pattern that you looked at, I'm talking about, without getting into the specifics of your opinion, when you're talking about developing those many theories about what else could have happened, are any one of those theories more likely than other theories that you come up with? Or would you describe them all as generally, these are all within the realm of possibility?
With what's in discovery, the theories I came up with was from multiple things.
Multiple possibilities?
Yes, not possibility, but as far as photographs, one photograph might tell me one thing, the next one might tell me something that's unrelated, but related.
And those are findings
But, yes,
and observations.
correct.
We're talking about your theories now, which is getting a little.
Same thing.
Okay,
Well,
are we in the,
theories and opinions are derived from those.
I'm a little confused. Are we in the jury questions or is the judge trying to figure out what the hell is this guy saying? Just asking.
Lower, more factual things you're saying.
Correct.
So make sure, I think I understand what you're saying. Just want to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
Yes. The
That's right.
theories
This is the void dyer.
unrelated to the findings of observations, it led to a theory that I have come to.
So you have a theory, or is it multiple theories?
And that led me towards an opinion, yes,
You have an opinion.
yes.
Okay. Getting closer.
Can we approach?
Yes.
Sidebar.
We're still doing Discord stuff. My apologies. Um, you guys, this is interesting. What do they need a forensic person for? Or the CSI specialist for? I I don't understand why we're even here. The guy admitted to doing it. I know.
Okay, so we're talking about the opinion that you arrived at in this case.
Yes.
Okay. Is that opinion of something that happened or something that could have happened?
I'm saying something that I believe happened.
That you believe happened?
Yes.
So maybe I didn't understand what you're saying earlier, but the phrase that I wrote down earlier is that you could, quote, give an idea of what possibly caused it.
That's part of my theory and findings, but it's coming to an opinion. I believe this happened, but there's not enough there to come to a final, beyond a reasonable doubt conclusion.
Okay, we're not asking for beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not the standard for what we're talking about. The jury has to find the elements of the crime to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, but for what we're talking about, so you can put that out of your mind as far as your conclusion does not have to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, I just need to understand if it's your opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty as a crime scene investigator or as a blood pattern analysis investigator, whether that opinion is to a reasonable degree of certainty in those fields.
Yes, but I did come to a reasonable degree that I felt like this occurred.
Okay. So that brings us to the next point. Lunch is here, so the jury's going to be sent out for lunch. We're going to continue with the next phase with a particular witness. We'll bring you back when we're finished. We typically take an hour and 15 minutes. I'm going to try to stick to that. If this part of the testimony takes longer than expected, you guys may be out a little longer while I give the attorney some time to get some lunch. Okay? So you step into the jury room, we'll speak to you later. Some water's on. I got some.
Y'all are awful.
Mr. Lawrence, please be seated. What we're talking about before, we're trying to make a determination whether you even had an opinion that met the threshold that meets the standard of being able to substantially assist the trier fact. We're still talking about that, but at least we know you formulated an opinion which you say is beyond, or excuse me, is to a reasonable degree of certainty in those two fields we're talking about. Okay. So at this point, I think that both sides, Mr. Weissman, there you go. You disappeared from my field vision. Sorry. So at this point, I think we can get into, we're still not beyond his qualifications yet. I think at this point, we're getting to the mixed examination of his qualifications and what his actual opinion is. The jury's out. So Mr. Weiss, if you want to talk a little bit about his opinion as well, based on his qualifications, you can. The state will be able to do the same.
Do I need, does the court want to get to it or lay a foundation?
You can start wherever you want to. The jury's out. So if you want to talk about what your opinion is and then how we got there, you certainly can.
Mr. Lawrence, did you form an opinion of whether or not Chen killed Jasmine Pace with premeditation?
No, sir.
Did you form an opinion of where Jasmine Pace within the apartment died?
The photographs in the discovery I located, or that I received, there is nothing at all that can prove or show where she died. I can show where a big part of this incident took place, but in the bedroom.
Why is that?
Because of findings and observations I noticed from my pictures and the crime scene pictures taken by the Chattanooga Police Department.
Detective Crawford said that Jasmine Pace died in the bathroom. Can you refute that opinion?
Again, I cannot say, and I don't believe anybody can say where she actually died at.
Why not?
Because there's so much blood throughout the scene. So what you look for is indications of actions, reactions, actions, of where things occurred. I could see that in the bedroom. But what was being shown to me in the crime scene pictures is reactions from Blue Star of stains, which is giving me different opinions of how those things were developed. But it stopped there, and that's a problem.
Have you ever trained crime scene investigators before?
Many times.
And do you have any opinions regarding the efficacy, the job that the crime scene investigators did in this case?
It's hard to say on this because the crime scene units, and it's multiple departments are like this. The crime scene unit is a separate unit of the homicide division. They need to stay separate. You don't need everybody in a huddle and people telling others what to do. The detectives are there to figure out what happened, investigate what happened, interview witnesses. They bring the crime scene unit in to do their job, investigate the crime scene. You try to keep information out so you can keep bias down. Let the investigators do their job and proceed. I saw a lot of issues with this where the investigators appeared to be being told what to do and when to do it. Therefore, that's why I see a deficiency in the Blue Star. There should have been a lot more done once that blood or reaction, possible blood, was created. Therefore, we could have probably been able to show
Y'all go
exactly
to
what
Discord,
happened,
has
where it
double
happened, and
drops, and
how.
all your court document
Do
needs.
you have an opinion on the type of testing that the crime scene unit did?
Blue Star is one thing you use. It's an up-to-date version of the old term luminol. Blue Star is actually luminol with 2 types of sodium added to it. It gives a better fluorescent, it lasts longer, and you can see it much better, and it's more stable. Once you hit what you think is blood, or given an indication of blood, it doesn't mean it is. It's a presumptive test. You lightly spray it, then you turn the lights on and you go to those areas, and you try to enhance that to be able to come up
I'm
with
just giving you a
patterns,
hard time, honey boo.
directionality patterns, like, and I'm throwing examples, shoe impressions, foot impressions, handprints, anything to give you an indication what was going on there. To do that, you have to enhance those things. You use the hemosticks now. It used to be phenolphthalein.
What is hemosticks?
Hemosticks is kind of like a diabetic uses a
I'll be right
glucose
back.
machine. You prick your finger, you put a little strip on it. That's it, like a hemstick. So you do the Blue Star, you do the hemstick to kind of give a little more verification it's possibly blood. You have to take a photograph of that hemstick of where you swabbed it, because it's documentation. Where did that stain come from? And this is what's shown. What was the reaction, negative or positive? But then you have to use a chemical. The one I use is glucose crystal violet. It's a stain. What it does is you spray that stain like you did the luminol, and it will develop your pattern, which is that it's not going to dissipate until you clean it.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with me. I think we're getting into more of the depth of the opinion, which is fine to touch on that for this point. Mr. Weiss, again, I'm going to go through what I think you said so far. If there's anything else that I haven't noticed, more on different types of opinions. Okay.
Did you develop any opinions regarding whether or not the scene had been contaminated?
Yes, I did.
What were your opinions on, this is what I want to hear, the opinions on whether the scene was
You can
contaminated?
get into a little bit, but again, we get into the granular level of it. So you'll be on this, right?
Briefly, tell me your opinions on how the scene was contaminated.
There were multiple items either brought in or taken out
How do you know that?
because of photographs and documentation from the discovery.
What about in regards to the Blue Star? Do you have an opinion that the Blue Star showed any type of contamination?
Again, the Blue Star pictures, the only thing you're getting out of it is illumination. It tells you nothing about the blood.
Had you observed the, hold on, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Would the court want to hear that? What all did,
Here, all his opinions that he would offer as an opinion. I've got 4 so far.
do you have any opinions regarding how this case was investigated?
Beyond the lack of Blue Stars.
Beyond the lack of Blue Star.
And beyond the fact the scene was contaminated.
Yes, I can, yes, sir.
Please explain.
What I mentioned about the bedroom, there were several things that I was able to locate during enhancement of the photographs or observation of the discovery from the state. And I located things that could substantiate my opinion.
I'll let Mr. Weiss direct, but we're getting to what your opinion is.
Okay.
What is that?
With the enhancement of pictures, I found additional evidence in the bedroom near the large saturation stains and the markings on the wall. That was not in the discovery and was not tested.
And what
It
opinion
sounds like a
is
broken record. I need to know what an opinion is about those factual things that you
My opinion on that was at least part of the altercation took place right there. It happened right there
in the bedroom?
in the bedroom.
I've got that already. A big part of the incident took place in the bedroom. Here's what I have, Mr. Weiss. You can let me flesh these out in more detail if you want to. Sure. As far as opinions that this witness, as an expert, might testify to, I've got his opinions that nothing can show where she died. However, a big part of the incident took place in the bedroom. As far as the investigation, more Blue Star should have been applied, and also the scene was contaminated. There's multiple items brought in and left out. So those are the opinions that I have as far as this expert witness perhaps providing to the jury. If there's something I've missed, something you want to explain more, that's where we're.
One correction on that, sir. The Blue Star, not that more Blue Star needed to be added, but different types of techniques after the Blue Star. And that's where the glucose crystal violet comes in.
So there's other tests.
There's other tests, yes.
Do you have an opinion on the evidence that was submitted to the TBI and the way the TBI processes information? Or processes evidence?
The opinion on that is some failure. That's basically what should have failure, what should have been.
They failed.
There's things that I felt like was absolutely needed to be tested the process that would show what
Some more items should have been submitted.
meaning.
We're getting close to an opinion on that one. Okay, thank you. Continue, Schwartz.
Mr. Lawrence, are there any other opinions that you have in regarding this case? And do you understand that opinion is based on the findings and that you've made? That okay.
I think one of the biggest ones, it goes back to the Blue Star. The photographs that were taken, a particular one I was most interested in was taken from the bedroom, down through the hallway, through the bathroom, and into the living room. This shows a broad area of illumination through Blue Star. If this is blood, my opinion is most of this, if not all of it, was what I call trapped blood or traveling through it. It's continuous movement back and forth through there. And that's why I felt like if I could have had more absolute pictures of the scene, I could have explained exactly what happened. But this apartment has one door and a window in the bedroom. That is the main path of this room. There was so much, my opinion is there was so much traveling through this area that whatever stains were absolutely there, pattern-wise, was totally destroyed.
Do you have an opinion of whether just
What? Okay, they're back. It had me scared for a second. We're on a
Sidebar.
gonna FaceTime my daughter for a second. Well, Bema, when I get my thing set up, I want to talk to you because I've done makeup for over 30 years. I'll be happy to help you out, love.
Mr. Lawrence, you may step down for now, but don't discuss your testimony. Stay in the courtroom.
Sorry, I had to talk to my daughter.
All right, as council knows, the
My mic-
reason experts are
There's something going on with my
allowed to testify is they can
microphone. Hold on.
their opinions can substantially assist the trier of fact. What I've heard so far gives me concerns about that. We can argue it. Mr. Weiss, it seems that there's no issue, no question really, that this crime scene was contaminated. And so when your expert says it's expert opinion that the scene was contaminated, multiple items brought in, left out, I don't see how that substantially assists the trier of fact. You want, let's do it one at a time.
It was confirmed by state witnesses that it was contaminated, but the defense has right put on our own proof to show that it was contaminated as well. Excluding an expert
Testing.
that has information substantially that can help explain the contamination from his perspective as a crime scene reconstruction expert is essential to this case. It's pivotal.
Tell me how, because I mean, if that's the case, then you've already won. You've already got that in. The case,
I don't know, but I don't know what the jury is thinking. So I don't know if this confirms something they believe, or maybe they don't believe in contamination. The juror might not believe that the scene was contaminated.
I don't think you need an expert to say things were taken in and left out of brought into the apartment and taken out of the apartment. I see it was contaminated by blood getting tracked.
Does this sound better
That's
to you?
not the only thing that was brought in and brought out. Just like I did in the suppression hearing, I'm going to show what the stills were from Officer Creighton's body cam and then compare it to the pictures that the crime scene unit took when they came in. And we're going to show the differences of how things have moved, cabinets have been opened, knife has been placed on the bed, notebook. And he can testify to that and say, I observed the body cam video, and I looked at the crime scene investigator photos, and these are the differences that I see. That hasn't come in at all in this case thus far.
I don't think you need an expert for that.
Thank you very much.
But I don't, what?
You can have an expert, if the expert's going to testify that these things were brought in, tracked out, moved around, and this is what it means, that's helpful to the fact of consequence. Yes, right now we're still at square one where this expert's just simply testified or would testify that the scene was contaminated. Not what it means, not how it helps or hurts either case, just that it was contaminated.
So I'm glad we kept Mr. Lawrence here. So I guess then the opinion for that issue would be that someone came in and moved objects, and I can tell that based on these observations. I don't understand how.
That's the terminal pump that's been supposed. Yeah, someone did move an item. The knife is here in this video, wasn't here in that one. So you don't need an expert to say that.
But I can use the expert to say that. That's
Negative. Not unless it would substantially assist the trier fact.
Are you looking at Rule 803?
702.
I think for the Mustafa, state versus Mustafa opinion in 2022 would be enlightening for everybody, Judge. Particularly subpart 4, expert witness testimony.
What's the site?
There is a court of opinion, 2022 Westlaw 2256266.
Stop. Where in the opinion you looking at, General?
Section 4, Your Honor, expert witness testimony.
Did you get them, Mr. Williams?
No, Your Honor. I don't have access to it.
Yeah, you don't mind about giving the council a copy? Or let them see it.
I projected it to the court body.
Can you email it to them?
Yes.
Well, it wouldn't help.
That's true.
Oh, if you could email them to Ms. Lawrence.
Honor, maybe we have 5-minute recess so I can go read this case.
Yes, sir. Well, let's do this. If it's just to read the case, let's all read it together, okay?
I have a squiggle.
Sorry, what?
We still don't have it, so we're not.
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm trying to work off of Outlook Internet, and I just hit the send button right before.
Come on, y'all. We need all y'all to click the like
They should
button
have it momentarily.
and then put I like for the drawing. We don't have enough people.
Pleasure, if you could
Ms. Morris is unable to respond.
Just pleasure. I just printed a copy of this case. You might grab it from the printer. We'll make 2 copies if you don't mind.
Yay! They changed the mic. Oh, thank you, dear Jesus. Oh, thank you. By the way, I've got a new mic arm coming because this one is driving me batshite crazy. It's not the best. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Make sure that the comment looks like this. Always caps when it comes to the giveaways. Always. So the computer will catch you. So it will always catch you. Oh, man, I get so ravishingly hungry. And then I take 3 bites of a hamburger and 4 or 5 fries, and I'm full. I am overly full. Oh. So this has been a very interesting trial. Thank you very much. We're getting there. I don't know why he's even up for why he's even fighting the red room charge when he knows he did it. He confessed he did it. So he red room Jasmine Pace, sorry. And the defense tries to qualify witness on blood spatter expert. But why does that matter when you confess that you did this? You state you did it. It's a crime of passion. Why are you arguing the blood spatter? I mean, they can't tell by blood spatter whether you were angry, whether you were acting out a crime of passion, which is based out of anger. Yo. I wonder how late they're going to go. Wonder how late. I'm looking. Okay, let's keep reading on the situation with Sarah Boone and her assignment as her after her evaluation that classification. So we ended here. The following inmates shall not be classified as less than. Okay, so that was people who received the death sentence, the maximum custody. They automatically get maximum. Inmates formerly under the draft system. Inmates earning, now here's where it pertains to her. Inmates serving a life sentence to 25 years mandatory provision and who are not within 5 years of estimated release date get the close supervision, CLO, SC, not SED. Inmates serving life sentence and who are within 10 years.
Defense needs 2 copies. I think the state has a copy. You need a copy, Jim? can interrupt your reading just a moment, and you can present in just a moment. One of the key aspects
So Sarah Boone is one step up from inmates classification, one step up from inmates who actually are on death row. The chairperson of the state classification office may approve an inmate listed in the paragraph K for lower custody if consideration, but she was not. If an inmate has special needs, the security shall appoint a special needs committee in the central office to review the case. Classification team need
heat of passion. I don't see how, whether or not a big party incident took place in the bedroom versus Investigator Crawford's opinion that happened in the bathroom. I don't see how that substantially assists the prior fact anything relevant. I don't see how the Blue Star investigation should have included 2 more components when the defense already admitted that the defendant killed the victim, but did so in the heat of passion. I don't see how the Blue Star aspect of this is relevant to premeditation versus heat of passion. Whether or not the TBI should have sent more items might be. That's still open. We haven't explored that as much. Those other 3 I don't see right now what's relevant. So when you're finished with the case, feel free to finish developing your thoughts from it. That's what I need to hear from you.
Your Honor, it's 1:30.
Okay. It's 1:30.
Hi,
We'll take a
Cindy.
45-minute
Bless
lunch
you.
break. It'll give you time to eat and review and discuss, and we'll be back at 2:15 for this case.
Hi, Addie.
Please let the jury know that still debatable.
Her classification sucks royally. She's always have to be observed. She always have to be within a certain distance of a guard. She cannot be left alone. She's in a room by herself. Poor Boone. Guys, I have a makeup and wellness company that's partnering with me. Give me about a week and we'll have all the info. Oh, yeah. So yes, it is Bellamy. I am
Okay, so court has now wrapped up for a lunch break. They'll be back at 2:15 in about 45 minutes. Now, some of the arguments that you just
about the same time that I leave. So this is Bellamy. It's a wonderful company. It is very safe. I am a skin cancer survivor, and my hearing aids just went wild. Oh no, don't be apologized. We're good. But I've had skin cancer. I've had 3 cancers, and well, 3 that I had to have chemo for. So I'm very careful about what I put on my skin. I was with another cosmetic line, but their company is still good product, but they don't align with my beliefs. But this is a wonderful Bellamy, Bellame is who I'm partnering with. I'm going to be partnering with them. And I've got these that I was going to try tomorrow, do a live tomorrow on their skincare system. They have a wonderful skincare system that comes, like you get the samples. They have a rose gold eye mask. I mean, watch this. Chill mask in refrigerator for 30 minutes prior to use for serious pampering. It's cruelty-free, paraben-free, phthalates, something like I can't even say that, for gluten-free. Oh my gosh. It delivers a 3-layer technology. Anyway, it's a wonderful product. And here is the face mask. So we'll be doing those tomorrow, hopefully. Hopefully the sun hopefully the sun rises and I rise. Don't apologize. I will say I'm very careful about mentioning the names of things in my chat because I do have sponsorship and I don't want to offend anybody. But if y'all want to DM each other stuff, that's fine. I have no problem. Not everything works for everybody. And I am very happy to support people who have side gigs and may sell things. But that's what Discord would be for. I'm not to be pissy with anybody, but sometimes when we get into sponsorships, sometimes there are contracts that are involved. And I don't need to. I'm not in contract with Bellamy right now, but hey, maybe we should be. But I am just always being careful. Okay. No. That's Lariah, that's fine. It's just like, for example, if I had a sponsorship with this company and then I had their competitor and I'm eating and drinking their competitor online, I could lose the sponsorship and be sued. So we just have to always be careful no matter whose channel you're on. You never know. Some of them do have makeup, like EDB has a makeup company that she's got sponsorship or monetization through. So when you have companies like that, they do check your channel. You don't want to get in trouble. So like I don't sit there and talk about other tea or coffee companies because I'm sponsored by a tea and a coffee company and I'm really happy. I just get the tea and the coffee. But speaking of, it's going to get awfully cold, y'all. So maybe you should consider getting some fabulous hot tea.
I want to welcome Ollie Tea to our family. They are our new sponsor. Ollie Tea is a veteran, woman-owned company. They are passionate about creating artisan small batch herbal teas, focusing on self-care and wellness, while at the same time offering tasty drink options. Ollie Tea does not incorporate scenting or flavoring agent and is naturally caffeine-free with no added sugars. They let the natural ingredients speak for themselves. The herbal teas are packed as loose leaf and in convenient tea bags. Certified Go Texas and homegrown by heroes. They offer many different choices from lavender citrus to lemony mint to restore and to scarlet nibs. They also offer fabulous Christmas gifts such as these wonderful tea strainers. Y'all, this is absolutely beautiful. Please click on the QR code or go to www.buyollytea.com to get your tea. Let me know which is your favorite. I hope you enjoy.
Yes. And yes, I will have. Oh, Toxic. Can you hear me? Can we have a sponsor tab in Discord so we can put that information in Discord? I don't know if you can hear me. I think that would be nice to do a sponsorship. And that's where you can get all the codes, website, and information. And then when there's something special happening, I can just throw it up there for people to see. You know, like if they have a sale or something cool's going on. Oh, perfect. I know, rest your hands. You can do it tomorrow. No shame. No problem. You can do it tomorrow. This here, and I will tell you, I would love to do a collab. But Emily D. Baker and these are still for sale. I have Faith, Obsession, Objection, Faith, and one other. And these are her lip glosses, and they are a partnership with who? Girardi Cosmetics. But I do use these. I bought these just to support her. I didn't need them. But yes, we also need to work on merch. And I need somebody who's really good with graphics and designs. I can do some things, but I need a merch team. I need a team to help me with the merch. That's going to be important. So, one of the things I did pull up, and I'm going to start going over, but it's a lot of pages. So, let's just kind of go over a little bit. Is the my thing's messing around with me. Is the handbook for inmates. Look at this. I have the handbook for the inmates, and I sent it to a few people. I sure did. I don't know. These are more. I knew we do have some lip stains. Bama. Somebody said that to me yesterday, and now I'm saying it. Bama. We do have some. I will be having um a, lip stains for y'all in the near future. Okay. Introduction. Are y'all ready? Let's hear all the wonderful rules that Miss Boone has to abide by, and how many of us think she's going to actually abide by those said rules. Not me. And I've got to leave in an hour and 15, well, hour and 30 minutes. This handbook is intended for the use while you are incarcerated with the Florida Department of Corrections. It is intended to help you understand the general rules, procedures, requirements, routines of the reception center and your permanent institution. It will also inform you of your programming of form you of programming available to you. This inmate handbook will help serve as a guide to assist you in preparing you for your term of incarceration. Keep this book with you with your personal belongings for future reference. Ah, oh, I don't mind. I don't mind mentioning other channels. Um, I want to support everybody. As the Department of Justice is continually evolving, this is impossible to cover all issues or answer all questions you might have throughout this book. Therefore, if you have any questions or concerns during this period of orientation, you should not hesitate to consult with a staff member. Staff members are trained to help you during this orientation period and throughout your incarceration. You are facing a new challenge in your life. You think? You think? She's facing a new challenge. Are you sure? Eh. In your life and can be used for your betterment if you take advantage of the opportunities offered to you. There will be opportunities throughout your incarceration for self betterment and maximize your chances of success on re entry into society. Old? Sorry, when my daughter calls, I always answer. You never know. You never know. Never know, never know, never know, never know. Um, over the next few days, you will receive both verbal and written information that will be very important to you during your incarceration. It is important that you listen to all instructions given and take the time to read all the information provided in this handbook. The results of your assessment here will be determined the institution in which you will be transferred. Again, it is important that you listen and cooperate with all staff. Oh. That's going to be a hard one. Again, that right there is going to be a hard one for Boone. Ooh, change that color. That is going to be huge for Boone. The following list of several events that will take place on your first day as you are being processed through the transferred and receiving section. And the receiving section. Verification and commitment information. Inventory of personal property. That's going to be difficult. Your money deposited into the inmate bank in your name. Issue of Department Corrections Identification Number, DC number. Brief medical exam, haircut, and personal grooming. Oh, Boone. That ought to be fun. Shower and issue of state clothing. Yeah, with the lice treatment. Electric fingerprints taken, state photo ID, orientation on day, living and working activities, receipt of general information, what to expect while you're here. This book, state photo. Receipt of general information, what to expect while you're in the permanent facility, and receipt of written and verbal instructions and disciplinary grievances. Oh, don't you know she's going to learn that? The grievances process is going to be fun with Boone. I know I don't have the siren on, so I did it myself. In the day following your arrival, the reception center, you will receive a number of exams and assessments that will include, physical, psychological, and spectrum, educational, and substance abuse screening. I don't like spectrum is bolded and in all caps. I don't know why, but it is. Lariah, that's funny. A member of the classification department will interview you to obtain information of your background, education, employment, criminal history, yada, yada, yada. The spectrum process is something that I want to know is a way for us to get to know you better so we can develop a program just for you, Boone. You are getting a custom made tailor program just for you, Boone. Oh my God, you are so important. I don't know about that. But it reminds me of the movie Help. The little girl goes, what's it? Use kind, use smart, use important. Yeah, that's what she thinks about herself. The FDC strives to provide tools you will need to succeed and to live a productive life. Spectrum will help us determine what those tools are by asking you a series of questions. The Spectrum questions are all about you, such as your thoughts, feelings, and relationships. When it's your turn for Spectrum assessment or review, we strongly encourage you to be open and honest in answering the questions so we can develop an accurate case plan designed to benefit you. Open and honest? Oh, I know. I don't know. Photo ID. The photo ID. Oh, wait. Your processing through the reception center is done in individual and group settings on certain days for each stage of processing. You'll be giving a schedule to follow. The photo ID you received in a part of your uniform. You should never be outside your housing area without your ID. And Boone's like, well, I don't think I got to do it.
I'm too important and I'm national news. I am a celebrity, a law celebrity. I don't need a name badge. You don't know who I am? I'm Sarah Boone. I'm Miss Booney Tune.
This identification badge is required for you to receive mail, eat in the dining hall, make canteen purchases, access your electric inmate bank account, or be accepted for interviews during any of the reception process. If your ID card is missing, report it to your housing officer. If you destroy your card, you will be responsible for paying for a replacement and disciplinary actions will be taken. Really?
So let's talk about being destroyed. What if I want to decorate it? Improve it? Can I? Should I? That'll be interesting. Let me try.
So yeah, that would be fun because you know how she likes to create things. Hold on, I gotta read this. Okay, sorry. While wearing a short, excuse me, while wearing a shirt with a collar, you must wear this identification card picture side showing attached to your left shirt pocket or left shirt collar. If the shirt does not have a pocket, if you're wearing a V-neck shirt, attach the ID to the right chest area of your clothing with the tab provided. So, if you are wearing a shirt with a collar, you must put the identification card picture side showing attached to your left shirt pocket. If you are wearing a V-neck, you put it on the right side. Oh my God.
I'm sorry. When do we put it on the right? When do we put it on the left? Oh my gosh, I'm not sure. Okay, guys. Help!
She ain't going to keep that straight. You know it. Female inmates will attach the identification card to the left chest area of your clothing if wearing a dress. Oh my God. That doesn't make any sense. She's going to have a problem. She's going to have a real problem, y'all. Clothing issue. Oh, this ought to be fun. Okay. Upon arrival, you will be issued sufficient clothing according to the industrial policy, the institutional policies, including outer clothing, underwear, socks, and shoes. All inmates are required to make an exchange of outer clothing at least twice per week, meaning they got to get it laundered. Anytime you are outside the housing unit, you are expected to be wearing regular clothing, which is the state issued blue shirt, blue trousers, underwear, socks, and shoes. Shirts are to be tucked into the trousers, and all buttons are to be buttoned with an exception of the topmost collar button. At a female institution, a state issued dress may be worn as a uniform. Each institution may have policies that permit attire to be worn in different locations at different times. These policies govern the dress will be reviewed with you upon arrival at your permanent facility.
Sarah Boone, this means no more stapling and modifying your uniform. You're not a seamstress.
Callouts. A callout authorizes your housing unit officer to work program supervisor to issue you a pass to travel to and from a location of your call out. Passes are utilized when movement outside the housing unit or work program assignment is required. Your failure to report as instructed may result in a disciplinary action. Yes, we're on Sarah Boone. General rule, you are expected to comply with all sections of Rule 33.601.314 Rules will prohibit conduct and penalties for infractions. During the orientation process, you will be giving instructions as to the rules and policies which you must follow. Inmate request. To request an interview of your classification officer, you must complete an inmate request form DC 6-236. I'm going to want to look at that form eventually, so I'm going to highlight it and place it in the institution mail. Staff may deny or approve your request for an interview.
They will accept. Or I'm going to file another grievance and write a 30-page dissertation to the judge for abuse.
Unauthorized areas. You are not to be in any, I keep putting words in. You're not to be in an unauthorized area unless accompanied and supervised by staff. If you are observed in an unauthorized area, your presence there may be interpreted as an escaped attempt and appropriate actions will be taken.
Take down. Boom. See you later.
That's a joke. I have a friend who's a correctional officer, and that's what they say. Take down. Boo. See you later. Before they go out and do the takedown. It's a private joke between us. They watch this show sometimes. So, should any helicopter or aircraft attempt to land on or near the property of any facility, you must move away from the aircraft. Movement towards the aircraft will be viewed as an escape attempt. I guess they're talking about life flight. Oh my gosh. Hello. We got some. I didn't get to say hi to Debbie Cook. Thank you, Debbie Cook. You were the winner of yesterday's drawing. You were entered in for an additional entry for the end of the month giveaway. Housing. During your first day at the reception center, you will be assigned a bed. Okay. Boom. You will be assigned a bed in a specific housing area. You will be responsible for the cleanliness of your individual living spaces, includes the bunk, locker, and immediate floor area around your bunk. You're responsible to ensure that your own inmate individual living area is free from contraband. This includes your bunk area, your mattress, your locker and foot or wall locker. Should you find contraband, you must notify corrections immediately. Hell no, she's going to hide it and keep it for herself. You may not store any perishable items. The dorm officer can address any questions concerning what you have concerning your housing. Perishable. So, honey boom, cheese is perishable. You can't be having cheese no more in your locker. Beds will be made with a 6-inch white color 8 to 10 inch from the top. Beds will be made with 6-inch white collar, 8 to 10 inch. Oh, okay. Folded down. Okay. Telephone use. You will be given the opportunity to create a list of phone numbers of people to whom you may wish to collect calls. You will be able to call only people on your approved list. Now, this is something my husband screwed me over on. You will be periodically able to add or remove numbers from this list. Staff may approve or deny numbers on your list. This is what killed me right there in the blue, because when my ex-husband got mad at me, he removed me from the call list and the visitation list, which means I was forced to allow his mom to take the kids into the prison to see him. Yeah, that would give me a little bit of a creepy time. I don't think I want to do that, but oh well. All telephone calls are subject to be recorded and or electronically monitored. All legal calls must be justified and documented. Inmates requesting to make such a call may do so through the use of the inmate request form DC 6236 to the classification department. The use of possession of a cell phone is unauthorized and result in immediate disciplinary action. Okay, Boone. Grooming and haircuts. Oh, this ought to be good. This ought to be good. The department feels strongly that the acceptable standards of grooming must be maintained. Your personal hygiene is important to the health and comfort of yourself and well as others. Yeah, comfort of others, meaning we don't want to smell you. The standards will have been the same priority as your permanent facility. Failure to follow the listed hygiene requirements will result in a disciplinary action. Hair is to be groomed in accordance of rules 33. I want to look up this. I'll look that up. I'm highlighting just some of the stuff. In the FAC, you will not alter your appearance by changing the color of your hair. No adornment of nails is permitted. Inmates in general pop will shower at least once a day. Inmates in restricted housing will shower at least 3 times a week. Ladies, if you don't fancy sharing underwear with other women, don't go to jail. Just saying.
Um, 3 times. Oh, wait. Oh.
Sorry. Okay, all inmates shall elect either to be clean shaven or to grow and maintain a half-inch beard. That's a man. That's all beard stuff. Programs, classification, no nail polish. No nail polish. The classification department is divided into teams. It is important that you are aware of the team in which you were assigned since they will be making the recommendations concerning program assignments. Classification team members will ask many questions concerning the program assignment, custody transfer, visitors, and work assignments, your background, and case cause. Your classification officer will be evaluating your overall adjustment, and the evaluation will play an important part of the decision that must be made. I need to say something to my son real quick.
She got another 4 ounces.
Your classification officer will evaluate your overall adjustment, and this evaluation will play an important part in the decisions that must be made. You will be expected to participate in any program to which you were recommended. It is during this time of process that the decision will be made on what permanent facility. Ooh, Boone. So what did you do, Boone, to get a close evaluation? They're not allowed to have scissors. They're not allowed to have scissors. And a lot of women will pull thread from their socks, their shirts, their sheets, or blanket, and they'll thread their own eyebrows. And if they get the chinny hairs, and they do threading because they can't wax in prison. And they don't have the sharp implements that they can use on a regular basis to pluck. So women learn how to thread, and that's one way that they have to earn an income in prison, meaning ramen for eyebrows, 2 ramens for the whole face type thing. One of the most common concerns in the newly incarcerated inmate is about gain time. Your classification officer will be able to tell you the type of gain time you were eligible to receive. Custody assignment as an issue that inmates are usually concerned about as their custody level. Your custody is determined by a number of factors, including the length of sentence, criminal history, any history of violence, escape history, a number of other important factors. Wow. Well, that all but one of those represents Boone. The following are the current custody classifications. Threading, it nowhere worse than waxing. Yeah. Okay. Community. Community custody refers to a class of inmates who are eligible for placement in a community residential facility. That's the best. That's the most desirable classification. Then we have minimum. Minimum custody refers to a class of inmates who are eligible for outside work assignments, but not for placement at a community residential facility. That's where my ex ended up. Medium. Well, his prisons had two, medium and minimum. Medium custody refers to the class of inmates who are eligible for placement at a work camp with a secured perimeter, but who are not eligible for placement in an outside work environment, work assignment without armed supervision. Now, here's the thing. They're not, one of the thing is that a lot of the medium and minimum and then community, if you work, I say work your way up, but some say work your way down. The closer you get to release, they do sometimes, depending on the state, and this is just from my own personal knowledge, it may not be true where you are. In my own humble opinion, you can think about it yourself. As you get closer to your release date, a lot of times, if you are in a medium, they want to get you into a minimum. And if you're doing extremely good, then they may your last year move you to a community. But that's not going to happen with Boone because she's there for life. Medium custody refers to a class of inmate who are eligible for placement. I already read that. Close. Here's Miss Boone. There is Miss Boone. Close custody refers to the class of inmates who must be maintained within an armed perimeter or under direct armed supervision when outside that perimeter. She's just one step away from maximum. Maximum custody refers to the class of inmates who are under sentence of death. So she's got the worst classification right now. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. Detainers and warrants. Classification staff will notify you in the event of a detainer warrant, including an out-of-state detainer, is filed against you or when detainer is canceled or withdrawn. Furloughs. Inmates classified as minimum and community custody and who meet the additional required criteria are eligible for consideration for furlough upon approval by the warden. A furlough may be granted for an inmate visiting a dying relative, intended for funeral of a relative, or for compelling reasons consistent with the public interest. So what do y'all think so far? How do you think Miss Sarah Boone is going to do so far? Just curious. Just curious. Are we back already? Oh, okay. I'm trying to keep an eye on the live. Let me get that volume. Okay. So then we have just click the wrong button. Sorry, y'all. Let me move this over here so I can see it, so I don't lose our timing. Okay. Institutional placement. After completing the orientation process at the reception center, inmates are transferred to a permanent facility. By the way, not all inmates are transferred to a permanent facility. Some of them stay there. Placement is based on individual needs such as programs, education, health, availability of a bed space. Inmates may request a transfer from their classification officer after they have been at an institution for a significant amount of time with proper institutional adjustment. That's huge. That right there is going to be huge, which means if you've got a life sentence, that's probably going to be um, forever. Why did that do that? I want to delete that. Hold on. It won't let me. Highlight. Let me go to highlight. Okay, I'll just leave it. You do not job assessment. Oh, assignment. You do not have the option to refuse work assignments. Inmates are assigned a job based on the institutional need prior to employment background and skill levels. So they look at your prior work history. Guess where she probably is going to start off? Anybody want to comment on that? Let's drop some comments. What do you think her first in prison job is going to be? I would love to hear your opinion. I think I already know. So the job assignments, within the resources available, your classification officer will take into consideration any desires you may have for on-the-job training. You will be expected to perform your assigned job in a satisfactory and accessible manner. Visitation is a privilege, not a right, Miss Boone. Boom. Get that in your thick head. Inmates may be eligible to receive regularly scheduled visits from people in the approved visitor list, except during the reception process. There are 2 ways for family and friends to apply for the visitation once you have arrived in your permanent facility: electronically through the DCP webpage or through a routine mail or paper application. You can request a paper application from your CO. The CO's classification officer will assist you with adding and removing people from your list. It's either going to be laundry or custodial, but here's the problem. She will not be custodial where there are places that she can lift things. They're going to keep a tighter eye on her, especially on her history of lifting items while cleaning. Visitation is regularly scheduled for Saturdays and Sundays. The visitation is extended to the following: New Year's, Martin Luther King Memorial, Independence, Labor, Veteran, Thanksgiving, day after Thanksgiving, and Christmas Day.
But, classification officer, I just want to let you know that I was a straight A student in high school, and I excel at everything I put my hand to. Everything I do it perfectly. I'm a perfectionist, and I will do anything you ask me to do perfectly.
Not. You may also receive legal and special visits if approved by the warden or the duty warden. The warden or duty warden reserves the right to disapprove visits as well as the right to deny regularly scheduled visitations. And here's the other thing. This is one thing that really upsets a lot of inmates, and this is one thing that's going to get you in a lot of trouble. If you cause a lockdown or you cause your unit to lose their visitations because you did something stupid, like having banned items in your area, yeah, they gonna get you, boo. They don't mess around. They don't mess around, boo, with inmates that screw up their visitation. You want to get hurt quick, screw up someone else's visitation. During your incarceration, your medical, dental, and mental health needs will be continuously evaluated. Not. Throughout your incarceration, you may communicate with your health concerns to medical staff by reporting a routine sick call or declaring a medical emergency to the staff by submitting a written request for healthcare staff. During orientation, you will be advised as to stick calls and emergency treatment procedures. Medical emergencies are actual emergencies. You are not to use this advantage to obtain routine medical care. Staff will advise you as to what constitutes as a medical emergency. Inmates who elect to sign up for routine sick calls will be assessed a copayment as required by Florida statute, blah, blah, blah. This copayment will also be assessed for self-intention initiated non-emergency clinical visits for medical, mental, and dental care. So they have to pay for their medical. They have the ATA law. This is where no free dental. This is something that I'm always interested in. But I need to take a quick comfort break. What I'm going to do is throw on some music. I'll be back in about 3 minutes, maybe 5. Don't time me. I got to take Puppers for her potty break. Be right back. Well, I made it back. Okay. Let me check the court feed. Nope, they're still in recess. Okay. Whew. What, Sensei? What? What, baby girl? Why are you looking at me like that? My dog is giving me one of those looks that you go, oh crap, what's going on? Getting the thing back up. Come on. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Thank you guys for hanging in there. I appreciate you guys so much. Y'all are awesome. Okay. ADA law. Woo! We looking at the Americans with Disability Act. Whoop, whoop. I am excited. The ADA law, Americans with Disabilities Act. Purpose was to establish guidelines accordance to the Americans with Disability Act of the 1990s and Section 504 of the 1973 Rehabilitation Act to provide equal access to the department programs, services, and activities to inmates who have documented disabilities which affect major life activities. Okay, here's a good education for everybody. Uh-oh. Oh, Toxic, thank you so much for everything you've done today. Go take care of everything you need to. We'll see you when you get back. Okay, I have to explain this 1,000 times, and I'm tired of explaining this 1,000 times. Just because you have diabetes, just because you have a little hearing loss, just because you have some arthritis does not make you disabled. You have medical conditions is different from a disability. A disability is a documented disability, which is what affects major life activities. It affects the level in which you can care for yourself. And that is to be determined not by you, but by medical personnel. The department may have programs, accommodations, and auxiliary aids devices available to disabled inmates who meet the criteria based on medical assessment. Upon reception, you will be assessed by medical and given an impairment grade, if applicable, in regards to your disability, whether it is hearing, vision, or mobility. Can be mental. Any accommodations of auxiliary aid device you may need will be addressed upon reception. If you have no impairment upon reception but feel you develop one during your incarceration, then you can request a reevaluation at any time. Any accommodation of auxiliary aid device not addressed in your initial reception will be requested by you filling out the DC2 530-A form, reasonable modified accommodation request, and submitting it to the institutional ADA coordinator. That's what maybe I ought to become an ADA coordinator after I get this degree. This form is available in the library, medical classification, and housing unit. Procedure 604-101 Americans with Disability Act provisions for inmates. I need to pull that up. Explains the detail of the ADA as it pertains to inmates and how to access many programs, auxiliary aids, devices, other accommodations that the department has available. You may request a copy of the procedure form, blah, 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 blah. Religion. And we're coming back to court. So we're going to stop there. We're going to go back to the court feed. I've got it marked. And there we go. Yeah, it's really hard to find occupational therapists in your neck of the woods. I don't disagree with that at all. Hard to find them no matter where you are, unless you live in a city of 20 million people. I'm having to type something up. My apologies for the quietness. And here we go. Well, I thought they were talking, but they're not. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the pet pictures in our Discord. We have a cute pet section in Discord so people can go and leave pictures of their pets. I want you guys to enjoy our Discord. If you have any ideas for Discord, let me know. Zachary Hughes was postponed until February. Yay. So that doesn't, oh, yay. That's awesome. Okay, sorry. We have a fabulous, our Discord has been revamped and I am just so in awe. I'm so blessed. I don't even know what to say. Thank you is all I can say. I appreciate you so much.
That he testified to. He did go to the scene on 4 occasions, Your Honor, but at that point, evidence had been removed. He describes that there is no peer review of his methods. He hasn't described any scientific or reliable system which he's using to take measurements of the scene or to conduct an analysis of what he observed at the scene.
Hey, Haley Mouse. Hi, baby. How's you doing?
He hasn't provided us any clue to the processes, methods, or procedures used to render his opinions other than they are his theories and guesses as to what happened. And on that basis, we would say that.
Are y'all hearing another voice in the background? I was hearing a female's voice.
We just can't testify.
All right, I'll go and take one thing out.
Thought I was.
Discussion we can focus on what we want. I do find that Mr. Lawrence, with his experience in the criminal justice system as a crime scene.
Jay-Z, Haley Mouse, don't forget to go click the like button. Hit the I like.
Served in Dixon County since 1998. His experience before that as a homicide investigator, seen many homicide scenes. He started National Investigative Services in 2013. He's currently employed there. He did list many teachings that he's done and trainings he's attended. And so I do find he would probably
Just trying to double check the
qualify
sound.
as
I can
an
do it on my
expert
phone.
in crime scene reconstruction and blood-stain pattern analysis as a homicide defense. The question is whether or not he can form any opinions that are helpful in this case.
Yes, sure.
All right.
Are y'all hearing a woman's voice every once in a while? Are y'all hearing a woman's voice every once in a while? Or my hearing aid's just picking up some weird crap?
I understand that Mr. Lawrence is, does the court want Mr. Lawrence in here?
Doesn't matter at this point, I don't think.
Okay. Mr. Lawrence is a rebuttal. He is to rebut the state's proof. And so that is essential to the defense's case. The court has already.
They're going to have to let him in because if they don't, they got an appellate issue.
As the court knows, we believe is an error because what Dr. Cogswell talked about, what a forensic psychologist says.
They're arguing about the
proof that he would be in this case. But
I guess it's the news reporter. I guess it's the news reporter because it just came up on my captioning her saying they're arguing about a witness. So the news reporter has her live open and she doesn't know it.
To rebut the state's investigation. Specifically, let's talk about Dr. Cogswell. Dr. Cogswell opined, and a lot of his opinions, I've brought this up before, aren't exact, aren't certainties. If the court is looking for certainty,
yeah, Mikey was hot.
in the criminal justice system,
Mm-hmm.
you're not likely to find it very much.
On that point, just make sure, so I know we've revisited that a few times.
I'm so bad.
No one has to say with 100% certainty this would happen. What they can say, or supposed to say as an expert is to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or psychological certainty, their opinion is this. So there is flexibility in there at the court. I'm not asking for an absolute certainty of anything. I think the flexibility comes from to the reasonable degree, but your opinion has to be something more than speculation. Just so you know. So we
I
don't
would
keep
agree
it-
with that. So the Dr. Coswell talked about the position of the body.
Hey, Gabby,
when,
you're
when
showing your
killed.
age.
That is something that the
My twin brother's name is Mike, and we used to go, Mikey, likey. Oh, he hated it.
that expert opined on. The Dr. Coswell opined on the crime scene in general. While he did not testify that Ms. Pace was shackled or handcuffed because he was excluded from that, the state made those implications that she was. Mr. Lawrence can testify regarding the state of the body. When found, he can testify regarding kind of the same things that Dr. Coswell saw. Then there is with Crawford and the investigator Crawford and the CSI team rebutting on how one of the arguments is that this is the most blood that they have ever seen. Our argument, our rebuttal is they're not seeing just blood. What they're seeing is the cleaning materials that we talked about, then all these people that have contaminated the scene. So yes, the court is probably right. I have one uncontamination, but it's not just blood that would have been tracked throughout the apartment. It would be the cleaning materials too, and he can opine on that as well. Then one of the most serious things, and one of the most important things that we need Mr. Lawrence to testify about is how the Chattanooga Police Department, the crime scene investigation, collected evidence. And more importantly, and what's going to come out through Mr. Lawrence are pieces of evidence, specifically one piece of evidence that CPD still doesn't know about. So it's important for me to be able to introduce that through this witness. Is it in the defendant's possession? It's in your possession. Your investigator took the picture.
So what picture are we talking about?
Yeah, I don't know, Judge.
I don't have to say. I don't have to say.
Well, we're talking about whether or not your expert gets to testify about it, so.
He found evidence at the scene that Chattanooga Police Department crime scene investigators took a picture of, but they made no mention. And I would like to reserve my ability to show that through my my expert. And it would be more of a factual thing. What did you find?
Well, let me say this, that it's a very close call where he's going to be able to testify anyway. If it's something that's going to be significant.
Any camera inspection is fine, Judge. We don't need to see it.
Well, you need to respond to whether or not it's relevant, I think.
Yeah, I would like to see it.
Very good.
Your Honor, we do have these photos. Again, I don't know.
All right.
The relevancy, but we do.
Oh, well, here.
Any other opinions you want
Can I
Yes.
show the court? If it's going to be the difference between me getting my expert in and not, I'll show the court.
Can be.
So not only is our expert a crime scene reconstruction expert, but he's also a blood stain interpreter and analysis. These are pictures provided to our. You're not gonna be able to see it, obviously.
Turn the lights off. Run.
It's
You can zoom in
go
if you
to,
wish.
it,
Well, no,
it
so I
should
have three
say,
pictures that Mr. Lawrence has,
scroll to the
created
top,
here where he
it should
zooms in.
say,
Now, if the court, where's the,
where did it go?
For the record, Judge, that's already in evidence.
It's under members' corner. It's under members' corner.
Oh, wait, no.
Libby.
Yes, with the gold on bottle, it's not visible, Judge, because it's cut off.
It's under members' corner.
For the record, what exhibit number are you talking about?
It's on the bottom. It says pets.
Your Honor, it's one of the ones that Investigator Johnson.
You can remark this one, or mark this one.
Yay! Libby.
I believe it's 150. 15.
115.
150-15.
150. Okay. Yes, sir.
Is someone calling my
Here, we believe
my monkey
the
a rotisserie
collected,
chicken?
On November
We
the
don't have
28th,
problem.
listed as item number 30 on Investigator Johnson's evidence inventory report.
You talking about the bed cover?
Yes, this maroon looking sheet.
I don't have any tattoos.
So the court will look right here.
Better find a
I'm gonna
needle.
Put another picture down. And what the court can see here is you can start to see fingerprints. And then here's it even more close up. Fingerprints. These were never collected by CPD, as far as I'm aware. They were never sent off for testing, as far as I'm aware. And there are no results of whose fingerprints those are.
Talking about fingerprints on the bed cover, right?
Correct.
So I've been doing this a while, and I've
I
learned
know
things
he's a
every 11
hairless
minutes.
cat. I was teasing.
I've never heard of fingerprints being taken.
I think they're kind of
off
funny.
material,
I like them.
Clothing or bed spread.
And that's one of the great things about my expert, what he could explain.
Well, you didn't say that earlier, so we might be able to pull up and talk about it.
Okay.
Again, but
You do that too.
never heard of fingerprints being able to be taken from a bedspread.
And it should be noted that this piece of evidence, while collected, has not been introduced to the state as well. In fact, I don't, it might be in the prosecutor's office for all I know, but it's not here in the courtroom.
Okay, so just to catch me up to where you are so far, you're saying that the expert, your expert, is important to rebut Dr. Cogswell's opinion of the position of the victim's body, to rebut Detective Crawford's statements, the most blood he's ever seen. Your expert would say that's actually tracked blood, not blood from a victim. And your expert has an opinion on how the evidence was poorly collected.
There's that. Let me go ahead and say the most essential opinion that we talked about previously. Investigator Crawford said he opined, not an expert, not qualified as an expert. He said that he believed that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom, where Mr. Lawrence will testify, not that he can say where she was killed, but can say that there's no opinion. I think he testified. There's no way that Investigator Crawford can make that opinion. That is an essential part.
Can we discuss that briefly?
Yes.
I believe that your expert said that his opinion was that most of it happened in the bedroom, which could be seen to rebut Detective Crawford's belief that it happened in the bathroom. I do believe that Detective Crawford did not.
For those of you who know Kat Von D or know of Kat Von D, I met Kat Von D, and that's a story for another time. But she offered to give me a free tattoo, and I told her I was too terrified, and she said, "Well, let me put an empty gun on you and see how you do." So she put an empty gun on me, and she went, "Gee." I went, "Nope, I'm done. Nope, thank you very much. I appreciate it, but I can't do it." I was like, "Yep, we're done. No more."
Make that statement as far as the state's case that she did not come from a jury. You're asking the question, like, where do you think it happened, perhaps, and who's allowed to answer at that point?
I'm certain he was allowed.
So you're thinking General Moyle or General Womp said, where do you think this happened? And who's allowed to answer that? I thought it came in
I
either
believe it
cross.
was Mr. Weiss. I believe it was cross-examination, Your Honor.
I think it's either cross or juror question, because I think they asked
I remember that I didn't, 15 seconds into the question and answer, I remember that I believed I should have objected and I hadn't, and Investigator Crawford had sort of got it out of his mouth already. I recall that it was on cross-examination for
It
that.
wasn't too direct.
No, you're wrong.
It might have been me asking the jurors, or it might have been
What?
Not to say that it matters, it might be a distinction without a difference. It's kind of making sure that what it brought in.
She's a sweetheart.
The state wanted the detective to say that opinion.
I like her.
That was the case. Okay.
And then the last point that I'd like to make, it is unfair to exclude this witness because somehow first off, there's due process rights, and we have a right to present the defense. By limiting this, you are vastly excluding the testimony that is necessary to rebut and contradict the state's case. But as the Mufasa court has been recognized today, the Mufasa opinion has been recognized today, it doesn't, the court pointed out, the state is, or the defense theory is voluntary manslaughter, not premeditation. So the expert's opinion is not relevant to that issue.
To substantially assist them, that's correct.
On that specific issue.
Yeah, she's like 5'9".
The rest of it would be irrelevant. Well, in that same vein, though, once I did my opening and I admitted to the killing, the state then put on 5 days of proof regarding fingerprints and blood and all these different things. Why didn't the court limit the state on proving just premeditation at that point then?
Because the same evidence that showed the identity of your client, of the person who killed Jasmine Pace, can be used as far as covering up the tracks that's relevant to premeditation. The fact that the state might have used the cell phone records to show that it was Jason Chen who killed Jasmine Pace. Since you admitted that, the state can use the cell phone records to show that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace and then took a lot of elaborate steps to cover it up. So it's still relevant to premeditation.
That was relevant to abuse of force, but for the good example is the fingerprints. How does the fingerprints help prove premeditation? It doesn't.
It doesn't, but you didn't object to it.
Well, Your Honor, the state has to, beyond a reasonable doubt, prove, it doesn't matter what's said in opening. If he admits to the entire thing as first-degree murder in opening, the state still has to. He pled guilty in front of the jury. The state, he pled not guilty, I apologize. The state still always has to meet our burden of proof. So
Right.
it can't just be, well, he admitted it, so now we're just gonna cut to the chase. Obviously, we have to present proof, and we take that burden very, very serious regardless of what the defense says in opening statement, which is not proof for the jury. And they're gonna hear that instruction. So I would contest all of that exchange because of course we have to prove it was him, which includes fingerprints and cell phone location records. That burden is still ours.
And we would have had that discussion for sure if there had been an objection by Mr. Weiss. However, it would have, since identity was not an issue, it would have had less probative value than if identity was still being tested. I'm not saying it would have been excluded, but that's the point.
I agree with the statement. I don't disagree with any part of that. They shouldn't have been limited in proving their case. The defense should be limited in proving our side.
It's got to be satisfy the rules of evidence. There is an objection to this expert. There wasn't an objection to fingerprint evidence or anything else. So we can only proceed on what the parties don't. I'm brought in when the parties don't agree on something. And so they don't agree on it. So, Mr. Roll, I know you really want to respond to some of this. While Mr. Weiss is still here, I want to ask him some questions about what he just said, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Weiss.
Yes, sir.
You basically listed some reasons for rebuttal, why your expert should be allowed to testify, specifically to rebut Dr. Cogswell's opinion about the position of the body, Investigator Crawford's opinion about the most blood he's ever seen, and how the evidence was collected. Please tell me how any of that is relevant to voluntary manslaughter versus premeditation.
The state's theory is that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom, and it wasn't a result of an argument or something in the heat of the passion. They're trying to show that there's blood throughout the whole apartment, which isn't necessarily true. They haven't shown that with scientific proof beyond to a reasonable scientific certainty where Jasmine Pace was killed within this apartment. They're trying to allege that all the 60 stab wounds, his efforts in hiding the body, doing all these things, prove premeditation. The defense's theory is that if we were able to bring in Mr. Lawrence to show that the majority of the blood was in the bedroom.
I was supposed
that
to be
would
5'9" to
corroborate
6 feet. I stopped at 5'5".
that would show that
Beautiful
killing
tall woman.
did not happen in the bathroom. It most likely happened somewhere, or it happened somewhere else in the house. But no expert can tell you, or no person can tell you exactly where it happened.
Thank you. We're getting very close to why this expert might be relevant. I heard you right and say back to you. If the state's theory is that there was blood everywhere across the apartment and therefore killing.
Yo, my daughter's taller than her boyfriend, soon to be fiance.
Happened in multiple rooms versus the killing occurring in just a bedroom in that one heat of passion type moment. That's getting close to an opinion by this expert that's relevant to premeditation. Maybe I haven't been explaining it for the last hour and a half well, but that's what I've been wanting to hear for sure.
So you've wasted the last hour and a half of our time?
Finally.
Is that what you're telling me?
Point
You've
about
wasted
the
all
blood
this
not
time.
necessarily being all over the apartment, if that's what you're saying your experts want to say. Position of the body, can you tell me more about that? How can your experts be qualified to talk about the position?
Yeah, Barbara.
When
Nope. Bass drum in the band. The big one.
Mr. Lawrence would testify that, so the state is keep trying to make the inference that Jasmine Pace was shackled and bound and then killed. Whereas my expert can explain that, for example, he can say, I spoke to Miss Paglino Brewer, for example, and she heard running and back and forth. And that wouldn't be conducive of someone that's already handcuffed and shackled if she's hearing running back and forth. So he could testify regarding the information that he received as part of his investigation in that way. In addition to that, he can also testify regarding the ligature marks or the lack thereof. If you looked at the wrists of Jasmine Pace where the handcuffs or shackles were, and we got into this with Dr. Cogswell, you see thrusting from where the moisture hit the handcuffs, but what you don't see is bruising, tearing, or anything like that. He's going to testify that you don't see any defensive wounds on the body, just like Dr. Cogswell would testify.
So there are a few things we can talk about on this opinion that you want your expert to give. I don't see anything as history about anatomy, physiology, how the body responds, when shackled. So that's one thing you talk about, is your expert's qualifications to rebut Dr. Cogswell's opinion on that. Another thing is that Dr. Cogswell never said she was shackled. He said basically 2 + 2. He didn't say 4. Basically said that she was in one place. She, didn't move.
But the court has to remember when Dr. Cogswell is testifying about this, and I objected to this because of this very reason. They were showing a picture of Jasmine Pace bound and shackled. So while Dr. Cogswell didn't say it out loud, it was on the screen for the whole jury to hear. That gave the impression, it gave the inference, and it's unfair and misleading. That's why I objected at that time.
Well, it got right up to the line, but in my opinion, did not cross it. Dr. Coswell did not testify with anything that was beyond his expertise.
No, I agree with that. But the image on the screen didn't match the testimony Dr. Coswell was testifying to, and it's misleading for the jury. He didn't say that she was shackled, but sure as heck, there was a picture of her shackled on the picture behind him while he was testifying about it.
What would your experts say? How can your expert be qualified to talk about what ligature marks look like and how the body?
He said he's worked over, I think he said 800 homicides in his career. He's been to multiple crime scenes. He observed the discovery for the course of his investigation. It's all part of it.
That would make you an expert in it, wouldn't it?
Judge Stillings already qualified me as an expert in cross-examination, so.
Toy, I
Anything
didn't
else you want to
see
say
it.
on that
Oh
point?
my gosh, beloved, thank you. Oh, I didn't
Dr.
see it.
Coswell
I'm
said,
sorry. I was in the middle of a lot of
Jasmine Pace
stuff.
was
We
killed
had
in
a
the
lot
same way
going
that
on
she
in the
was found in
background.
the suitcase.
I
Or that was right.
apologize.
And he might, or
Thank you so much, Cindy.
Mr.
Art,
Lawrence
you
can-
were amazing. Thank you
He
so
won't
much.
be able to say what
Again, thank
position
you,
she
Toy.
was,
You're always so kind and
but he can
generous.
say it is
I
unlikely
apologize.
that position would make sense because there's lack of defensive wounds, because the running beforehand that was specified by the first witness.
Anything else on that point?
Yes, sir.
All right, how the evidence was poorly collected. Can you explain how that goes to heat of passion versus premeditation?
The state is trying to use the evidence they collected, and they're going to use it in closing to show that this was not a crime of passion. So he's going to be able to testify that there was he found no evidence that there was any planning, any motive, or anything like that during the course of his investigation.
So motive isn't necessarily premeditation.
Go ahead, love.
Correct. But
Appreciate you for
it is
watching and
a,
listening
something
and
that can
commenting.
substantially help the trial
Make sure you hit that like
even though
button
motive
and say I
planning
liked
is
and I
obviously
subbed if
not
you
a part
haven't.
of the any elements of first degree premeditated murder. Calm and cool reflection is. So when the court goes through the jury instructions for first degree murder, he's going to be able to opine on that very subject.
Well, I need to hear the opinion before I think he's allowed to give it. I get the blood opinion.
Thank you for joining us, love. Have a wonderful evening.
Not really convinced on the position of the body when and again, I'll say we'll get a chance to respond to all of this.
I'm going to be leaving here in about
How the
15
evidence
minutes.
fully
I will be
collected.
remote. I have fabulous mods.
So it's almost something that militates in favor of the defense in this absence of evidence doesn't hurt the defense, that seems just.
But the lack of collection of evidence and the lack of the testing that TBI did could show we're not claiming, it could show self-defense. It could show the story that the defense said at opening. It would help corroborate that statement, that the collection of evidence here is misleading because they didn't collect evidence that would show that this was a crime of passion versus premeditation.
Okay, well, again, we're going to put your expert back on the stand, and he's going to have to explain how the lack of evidence goes to that. Okay. General Moore, you want to, anything else on the points we talked about? I think that covers.
The handprint was the only other thing.
Yeah, that's something I've never heard of it. But we'll see what he has to say when we get to use that. All right, General Moore, it seems like whether or not this very experienced former police officer can testify as to the position of a body when it was killed. I'm not really convinced that's within his realm of expertise to the degree that would substantially assist the trial fact. The blood evidence seems closer to a relevant admissible purpose, that if all the blood truly should have been in the bedroom, but instead was everywhere in the apartment, it seems like it would be something helpful to the defense in showing that it was the killing happened there. So, and the fingerprint on Greg, we'll just put it back on the stand. That's kind of where I am with it right now. So
Your Honor, he was tendered as an expert in two fields, crime scene and blood pattern analysis. Saying that, well, the blood should have been here, but it's contained in this room is not an interpretation of a blood pattern. It's simply not. If we were looking at pictures of cast off and asking him from what direction was the blood cast off the solid object while it was in motion, he may be qualified to
like a more specific opinion. This seems like something that would be easier.
Getting ready to leave, y'all.
A much more basic opinion, but
Yeah, you can see the mess in the studio. Here's my background. Oh, this is cool.
I'm not so sure that he could, unless he has some kind of experience in quantifying volumes of blood, how could he say that most of it is here and most of it's not there? And also, don't forget, Your Honor, the duality of the argument that's being made by the defense in this case, contamination, but one of the primary people who did the contamination in this case is none other than the defendant by cleaning up the crime scene. So I don't know how an expert hired by a defendant who presumably knows that his client was mopping up blood would be able to render any kind of an opinion to a reasonable degree of any kind of certainty where the majority of the blood is when he knows for a fact that his client cleaned up the scene. That was said in opening statement, and I understand they're not bound to it, but if that's the theory of the defense and he's a defense expert, then surely he knows that to be true. So, Your Honor, the question then is his opinion reliable?
Let me ask you that point.
Yes, Your Honor.
It seems like that would go to the weight, not the admissibility. Like if he's going to testify that it's spread out the apartment, the state can certainly argue that besides contamination by the victim's family, besides contamination by the police, the defendant's own efforts in cleaning up blood does not, it muddies the waters to the degree that you can't say that it happened all over the apartment.
But that's one of the threshold questions for McDaniel versus CSX, the reliability. He has not provided any testimony whatsoever regarding the methods that he used other than I looked at pictures. I've been in the crime scene 4 times. We don't know when. We don't know what methods were used to take measurements, if any. We don't know what tools were used to evaluate items of evidence, if any, other than just pure observation. So I would submit that it does in fact go beyond the scope of blood pattern analysis, and further it would go beyond the scope of crime scene investigation. So the state would disagree with that, and we would object. As for the bloody fingerprints, again, beyond the scope of his expertise. He's not a latent print examiner. How can he opine that those are indeed what he claims them to be?
And how can you opine that even if they are is a handprint? My question, even though if it was a handprint, it certainly looks like finger smear. Could fingerprints be usable prints, be extracted from it?
That's not the issue with why that's important. The importance is we don't know whose handprint it is, and the importance of knowing why whose handprint it is because if it's Jasmine Pace's, then she was not shot.
This makes me look so fat, and I am.
But no, that's a proof of it exactly. So
I want to stop you at some point because we're not making the same argument. So I want to just focus in on the one that you mentioned. You said the issue is not whose fingerprints they are, but who made those prints or who made the hand. So it's like
I did not articulate that.
Okay.
It's important to know that what we believe to be handprints, was not tested to see if it was blood. There was also no testing to see if they were, or whose fingerprints they were. If they were Jasmine Pace's, and the defense's theory in opening is that Jasmine Pace attacked Jason Chen as he ran back into his bedroom, and then he picked up a knife and killed Jasmine Pace. And our argument is that he was not, or Jasmine Pace was not shackled at that time, that she couldn't, or then she left that print. Because if she was shackled at that time, she couldn't have made that print.
So here's what I'm getting at. We'll get back to the guy with the code in just a minute. I would love to hear that contrary to what I believe for over 20-something years, you can get prints from a porous surface like fabric. I do see where maybe the size of the fingers might indicate whether or not it was someone who was 6'1" or someone who was basically 5 foot nothing, is what I would advise. That might be helpful in identifying who left the print.
I don't think he could opine as to that.
I think we have to ask. Well, hang on, generals at the same time.
I think that.
I know, please let me finish. You'll have your chance to respond. Yes, sir.
First of all, it's the classic garbage in, garbage out analysis, Judge. The defense in saying what he would opine to, I spoke with Miss Paglino Brewer. I spoke with her, and based on that, I don't believe that this was a murder, that it was some sort of an altercation fight. But keep in mind, Judge, the testimony that she gave from the witness stand contradicts the very assertion that this happened in the bedroom, that there was running away from the bedroom towards the front door after the scream.
Again, doesn't that go to weight versus disability, where the expert would have to say he disregarded that aspect of it?
But that's the only thing that the defense could cite to that he relied upon. Furthermore, the ligature marks, the defensive wounds, I think was all part of the same argument for this particular piece of evidence. He's not a self-defense expert. He can't opine as to what kind of a wound is an aggressive offensive mark or a self-defense mark any more than the medical examiner couldn't. He was asked, and he couldn't answer it. He said, no, we shy away from those terms. So it's the state's position that he's an expert in all fields, but he can render an opinion in none. And on that basis, Your Honor, he is not a reliable witness. And because he's not reliable, it will not materially assist the trier of fact in this case. Subject to Your Honor's questions.
I think I'm good so far.
Can I just make one last point?
Yes.
That handprints also prove that she wasn't in the field.
All right. Where we are with this, I've got a good idea of where the parameters think of this expert's testimony might impact the relevant aspects of this trial. There's still a couple of questions I have. I've heard enough from the parties what they expect the proof to show, what the anticipated testimony would be. I do not find this expert qualifies to the degree that he can give an opinion about the position of the victim's body when the stabbing occurred. I think that Mr. Weiss's comments on ligature marks and what they mean, that does not, I don't think the qualifications I've heard from this particular witness rise to the level where he can provide that. The standard is not whether he has a little more experience than the average person. It's got to be enough to substantially assist the trier of fact, and I don't think that's the case with this particular expert's witness. I do think
Okay, I'm back. When I
he
leave the
is
building, it kind of clicks
an
over,
expert
so I
enough
apologize. I'm back.
to testify that the
I got to connect my hearing aids to
that
this
lit
thing.
up the entire apartment basically could have been spread by contamination of a crime scene. I believe he certainly personally worked enough to where he could give that opinion, say that it's tainted. I believe he said in his testimony earlier that he can't say for sure where it happened, but I interpreted what he said about the bedroom, that a big part of the incident took place in the bedroom. So, General Wall, I hear your objections about how he was saying he didn't have opinions, that somebody came up with some. This particular witness seems like he uses a different nomenclature than most other folks, so. You mind swearing, Mr. Lawrence?
So I didn't have it connected to my hearing aids. Can someone tell me what just happened?
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I did.
First, Lawrence, we've talked a lot about what you can talk about and what you won't be allowed to talk about from this jury, but there's a very specific line of question I think Mr. White's going to ask you about regarding the fingerprints on the bed sheet that you looked at.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. White.
Mr. Lawrence, did you review the discovery and evidence provided in this case?
I did.
Showing me your picture, can you please identify that?
Thanks, Yama, so much.
Was a crime scene picture of the scene from the bedroom that was in the back room, showing the pictures taken actually near the bathroom door.
We love you, Yana. Be careful, be safe.
Do you know if this maroon sheet was collected into evidence?
There was one collected, but I think it was misidentified. But to me, it's a comforter type, and I think it was listed as a sheet.
I'm showing you what this is the evidence. I'm showing you what's the evidence inventory report by Dr. Johnson. Can you identify number 30?
Number 30, collected on the 28th at 10/11 as a maroon fitted sheet.
Is that what that is?
It could be, but the picture is kind of indicating it could be a comforter. It could be a fitted sheet.
But it is maroon.
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you do an investigation inside Jason Chen's apartment?
I went in twice in December.
So, tell me about how, was this in there when you went in the apartment?
No, sir, there was no bed covers on the bed.
Okay. When was the first time that you saw that picture?
It was saying probably around June. Once the discovery started coming in, I received the crime scene pictures and everything started trickling in. That's when I saw it.
So when you looked at this picture, tell me what you did as part of your investigation.
As I mentioned before, when I look at photographs, you don't actually see everything. So I make a working copy first. I take all of what I get, move it out of the way so I never touch it. But I make a working copy where each photograph, I will enhance the photograph, either by desaturation, which means turning it into black and white, which gives more clarity, or adding brightness, contrast, or tones. Because sometimes you can't physically see things that are on different colored items. So I enhance the photographs.
I'm showing you two pictures. Can you identify these?
Yes, sir. These are close-up pictures of this from my stuff.
Did you manipulate this in any way other than zooming in?
I zoomed in and I did change the contrast and the brightness a little bit, just to give a little different tone quality.
And why would you do that?
Because when I zoomed in, I started seeing something. Couldn't tell what it was. I had to go in and physically change the contrast and stuff to where it stood out. So once I got that balanced out, then I zoomed in closer, and that's how I located what's there.
For the purposes of the record, Your Honor, can we mark this as the next collected exhibit for identification only?
Yes, 226 ID only. At this point, if he gets to testify, I can talk about it.
Of course. Should we staple together?
Yes, please. Clean pictures, Mr. Weiss, 3.
Yes.
226, 1, 2, 3.
The first group here is all of the state senators. Now, after you observed, what did you observe in the picture? What did your contract show you?
The contract showed me some possible blood transfer stains, which my first thought was they were linear type, which that appeared to be finger impressions.
Why is that important in this case?
Well, from information I had, there were 2 people there. So who did it belong to? Why was it there? Pretty much like the who, what, where, what. Why is this thing in this particular location? How did it get there? And who's it?
And why is that important in this case?
It's important in every case, actually, but
Particularly in this case.
in this case here, it kind of indicates something is going on in that area, the bedroom. And it fits into the smaller confined area of the saturation stains on the floor and the markings on the wall.
Do you believe that to be a handprint or finger mark?
It's possibly a whole hand, but there's no way to find that out, but it does.
It did not work
appear to be
this
finger
time.
Impressions. I can't tell if it's gonna have to be a swipe, which is transferring a bloody object to an object instead of picking it up from an object.
And that's called a swipe.
It's a swipe, but it's a transfer. It's a type of transfer. You're transferring the blood from one location to another, and you're leaving a blood stain pattern at that location.
Would it have been possible to develop fingerprints from this surface?
Very, very rarely can you get rich details enough to make a comparison. You can try to get the width, length of the hand. Sometimes that can lead you to determine if it's male or female, but that's not always exact. But you could get a little clarity to it. Plus, you can also get cut out a swatch, send it in for DNA, and confirm it is blood.
Do you know if that was ever tested here?
From everything I received, it was not tested.
You know the defense's theory in this case.
Yes.
The state's theory is that Jasmine was bound and shackled when she was killed, right? Do you understand that to be the state's
Yes.
theory? And why, what proof would this handprint show if it belonged to Jasmine Pace?
That her hand is on the bed coming from some direction. But it could indicate that there was no restraints.
What would it say about her being in the fetal position?
But you can't argue what position she is in, just how the hand got there. It would be important on how high that bed is, because beds are different sizes, the height of it. If she's in a fetal position and restrained, she's not going to be able to at least reach her hand up high.
I'm going to check your honor beyond the scope of this expertise.
He's seen the handcuffs in the shadow, so he knows how short the chain is on the handcuffs.
At this point, overruled.
You have to take into effect the height of the bed, the position of where it's at, and I was considering that compared to where the big saturation stage was. But since those were not photographed together, it's going to be hard to do that. But it actually can give you an idea if it's enhanced and processed, if someone was standing, kneeling to that. But from those pictures, I cannot physically say she was in a certain absolute position when it was developed.
So Dr. Cogswell testified that he believed that Jasmine Pace was in the fetal position when she was killed. Does your investigation as a crime scene reconstruction expert differ with that?
The way you just, Mr. Weiss, that's already been talked about as far as Dr. Cogswell's opinion. So the witness is not going to be able to testify to the position of the body.
Yes, sir.
You may ask another question.
Those regarding the handprint or whatever this mark
Okay,
is.
I thought he was getting into whether or not what position the body is, what I thought you said.
I thought you just said I couldn't ask that.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I stopped you from asking.
Okay, so that's the last line of question I have regarding that topic.
Okay. If it's anything to do to rebut Dr. Cogswell's opinion about the position of the body, this witness can't testify to that. If it's something different about the position of the body as far as the handprint on the bedspread, feel free to ask about that.
Is there anything else that is relevant to the position of the handprints on the bed?
Well, that's all I could see in it, and I didn't have access to it. But all I can make a determination on is what I see in the photograph, and in my opinion, what caused it.
May I do another line of questioning?
Sure, it's relevant.
There's been what's been described as cast off in the bathroom. That's part, and that was used as information Investigator Crawford used to give his opinion that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom. Do you have an opinion on where Jasmine Pace was killed in this house or in this apartment?
No, not. I could tell stuff happened in the bedroom, but there was not enough evidence in any other room that gave me the opinion something else happened in there except blood was in the other room.
So there was alleged cast off in the bathroom. What is cast off?
Cast off is a type of impact stain. It is developed when a blood drop has some type of force behind it. If blood has no force behind it, it's going to drip. Gravity's going to take over. But if there's any type of force behind it, it's going to send that blood drop to another location. That is considered an impact. Cast off is a terminology used that a blood drop has been forcibly moved and it will develop a pattern, like a linear pattern. It's either arc or straight line, which means the blood is coming off of the object and traveling in that direction until it hits something or gravity takes over.
Now, what they're calling cast off, that was never tested, as far as you know?
I did not see any testing results.
Does that cast off imply or make it more likely that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom?
What those things show is there was some blood drops that was projected. What the source it came from, you would not be able to determine.
What do you mean by the source?
The source could be a hand, it could be a towel, an object that is being moved and the blood is leaving that object. A cast off usually comes from an object, a lot of times associated with a weapon, but there's nothing that's going to make you a determination with what we have. What caused this thing?
Your Honor, for clarification, are we talking about the bathroom cast off now, or are we talking about the bedspread? I'm confused. Can we clarify this?
We're talking about the bathroom cast.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
So could that cast off have come off an inanimate object?
Please explain that word.
Could it come off a bloody shirt?
Yes, it could come off any object because it does not leave a telltale of what the object is. Now, as far as the cast off, as I mentioned, cast off, once it leaves the object, it's going to travel until gravity takes over or it hits an object. This particular stain had multi-directionality of stains as far as which direction the stain's going. That is common because some drops are smaller than others. The smaller drops will lose the force and gravity takes over and they start dropping faster than the others. So you might have some still going upward, but then now you've got some coming down.
I have one more line of question.
And it involves the Blue Star. There is argument that if Jasmine Pace was killed in the living room, she would have had to have been, let me rephrase. You looked at the Blue Star pictures in this case?
I did.
Did you see any evidence of dragging?
With the pictures provided to me, you could not make out any drag marks on the carpet. Carpet's it's a sorbent, so that's gonna kind of distort it anyway. But there was nothing I observed that I can say as an opinion that there was or wasn't. I just could not see it.
Did you see footprints?
Again, the Blue Star photographs were from a distance. They're possibly, but that's why you go further and you enhance it to see what you get. All I could see was a narrow path of Blue Star reaction. But once that was done, it was not close up. You need 90-degree shots of stains.
And so did crime scene investigation, in your opinion, did they do a proficient job at documenting the scene?
They did Blue Star and they located possible blood. That was a good job. But you have to go further. Now, I don't know what, but you have to go further. You have to, okay, now you've located blood. What does it take? Possible blood. What kind of blood? You have to test it, which they did with the hem sticks. They said there's another presumptive test. It came back positive. But you have to document that. We don't know where this thing could have possibly come from. You have to take photographs. Once you do that, everybody does things different. So you have to follow a policy or a plan, but you need to document these things. What do these things show you? And that was not done.
And because they were not done, what effect did that have on the jury?
Objection goes beyond the scope of expertise.
Yeah.
I got the ultimate question there. Sure. Sustain.
You are aware that Jason had cleaned the apartment after killing?
I could, when I made my visits, I could see swipes and wipes on the floor.
You saw evidence of cleaning?
No, I saw blood. And once I started getting the discovery, I take it from December when I made my visit, I did not know what police had done or what the scene actually would look like at the time that I started getting discovery. But with the discovery, it was mentioned numerous times that there was cleanup.
And did you see evidence of that?
On my visit, yes.
I want to, I think that's all I have to question. Thank you. Ross.
Sir, do you recall the date upon which Mrs. Jasmine Pace was murdered at 110 Tremont Street, apartment 22?
Just from information from the discovery, I believe she arrived there on the 22nd, and sometime during the night.
And you first went into the apartment on what date?
My first visit to 110 Tremont and going into the apartment was December 9th.
12/9 of
22.
22, and that was when you were accompanied by defense counsel.
Briefly,
Did he go into the apartment as well?
Just the doorway.
He was in the doorway, where some of the Blue Star reaction was?
I didn't know where the Blue Star reaction was. You talking about after the fact?
Sure.
Have you seen the Blue Star?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I do not remember a lot of Blue Star reaction at the door. There's some, but not much.
So the answer would be yes.
Yes.
What about the second time you went?
Second time I went, I wanted to make one more stop because I was fixing to turn the keys to the apartment into the apartment management company.
What date was that?
I believe it was the 14th. I believe it was the 14th.
Of what month?
December.
22?
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you went 4 times. What were the other ones?
The other 2 was outside because I'd already turned the key into the apartment to the apartment manager. I went to take pictures of the outside cameras. This was in January. Both of these visits from January.
So when you said that you've been to the apartment 4 times, really you've just been to the building 4 times. You've only been to the apartment itself on 2 occasions. Not
Inside, inside.
Correct. You've only been inside the crime scene 2 times.
The 9th and I believe the 14th.
Not full.
No,
Make sure.
I've been to 110 Tremont
Okay.
4 times.
Now, I'd like to talk about the photographs that were ID only.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you had to manipulate these.
I enhanced it, yes.
Sure. By manipulating various settings.
Yes.
Okay. Including, you said contrast.
Yes.
Brightness.
Yes.
And tone.
And saturation.
And saturation.
Those are the type of manipulations or enhancements that I do.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at them and I'll just to see what is visible.
And which of those settings did you use to manipulate this photograph?
I don't feel that would be hard to determine because I'm using a slide rule to get the best clarity.
You don't know?
As far as the exact resolution?
Yes, sir. Like did you increase the contrast, decrease the contrast?
This one, I added more contrast to get color.
So
to try to separate the colors.
How much contrast did you add to separate the colors?
Again, I used a slide rule on it. I'm not taking exact measurements.
So
but I had to enhance the photograph to see it clearly.
So you would agree that your manipulation of the photograph was imprecise? Is that what I hear you saying?
Objection, that's not what he said at all.
That's exactly what he said, Judge. He's using a slide rule and he doesn't know what it was.
I don't think that goes to the precision, this goes to his ability or interest in keeping measurements of how we adjusted it. So it's just like,
how about brightness? Did you adjust brightness on this?
The program I use is Microsoft Picture Manager. When you open up the editing buttons,
yes, sir.
You have a slide rule for each one of those.
And you have the option to record what you have changed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you document what you changed?
I don't write the numbers down. No, I just find the best clarity I am and see what I see.
Don't you think that would be important so that people could evaluate your work later on down the road?
I guess it could help. But
you'd agree it would be helpful?
It would be helpful, but they also have the option of doing the same thing.
Sure, but we don't know what you did to it. That's the thing, right?
But I'm
because we aren't there with you.
Let him answer.
go ahead and answer if you want to finish with your answer, sir.
When I'm looking at this, I'm sliding the scale and it's increasing. So if you want numbers, I mean, I could have to write all these numbers down. What is it showing? When did it start developing? When do I get the best clarity of it? Now, can I get a better clarity by going to a different type of enhancement, like a desaturation? Black and white pictures gives you the best clarity of anything because it separates the color. So I used all to try to get the best contrast to see if I can understand what this is. And then that's how I was able to see that this, in my opinion, were finger marks in possible blood.
And in order to see the possible blood, you also had to change the tone and saturation, didn't you?
This picture here has no desaturation in it.
No desaturation?
But I did view it in desaturation. It did not give me the better clarity.
So you did affect the tone of the picture, is that correct?
Correct. I do a sliding scale, get it to a certain number.
And you changed the color to make it more red and visible.
No, sir, that's not what it is.
No, that's not what you're doing here?
I changed the picture to get a better clarity and better observation of what I'm viewing. It does change the color, but that's not what my purpose is. My purpose is to where I can get clarity on what it is I'm seeing.
The second page of the ID only exhibit, how did you manipulate this one?
As far as the second, are you talking about the second close-up? Because I do it in stages. I get the original picture, a little closer, and then even closer.
Yes, sir, the
Is this the
photograph
third
that's
one?
on this. No, sir, it's the second one. The one on this.
He should know which one it is.
One.
It's his pictures.
Two, three.
That was the order that I gave them.
that's why he's confused. We put that picture first. I can't help it, the way the court reporter picked it.
Do you want to rearrange those?
I don't know how they're supposed to go, Joe.
I can give you.
I think the witness can draw this picture closer and even closer.
This is the original picture. That's what it's my friend's.
Page 3.
Yes. This is the second one. This is after I've got the best clarity. I zoomed in. It's safe. That's
Page 1.
That's page 1. This picture here is just a closer zoom in of this. No changes between the two.
Which is page 2.
Yes, it's the same picture, just a little closer.
So all you've done is you've adjusted the zoom
Between those
to the
two.
third picture.
Correct.
Actually, the second.
No other change.
No other change. Sir, when you reviewed all of the crime scene photographs, do you believe the maroon colored sheet be in the position as it was found by the Chattanooga Police Department?
I have no idea. It was, the pictures what I have to go by is the body cam, which I observed pants, and the crime scene pictures. So I had both to use. The body cam videos, I would have to go back and look. I don't know if it's exact, but I know a lot of different changes happened between the body cam and the sheet, and it involved the bed. So I would have to look again at the body cam pictures.
I'm asking about the crime scene.
Crime scene photographs, I couldn't tell you how it was. That's how it was when it was documented in the crime scene pictures.
Okay. Did you find a crime scene photograph that showed that sheet in a different position?
If I did, I do not remember. That was the best picture that I had. Possibly could have been.
Possibly could have been,
Yes.
but you don't know.
If I see it, I might remember. I don't remember it right offhand.
And you're basing your opinion based upon the height that fingerprint is off the floor, is that correct?
I don't know how tall it is.
Don't know how tall the bed was at all?
It wasn't measured.
You didn't measure it during your 2 trips into the...
When I got there, the bed had been distorted. The mattress, the foam mattress was partially moved over. So no, all of that had changed. Even the mattress heights was different.
So really, you can't render any opinion at all other than it looks like it might be swipes. Swipes.
Not swipes. Transfer.
Transfers. Okay, transfers.
To me, when I asked the picture, I noticed the position where it was at. Went back and looked how it appeared in the body cam and stuff. It's been a while. But to me, it looked like linear pattern stains, transfer stains. That, in my opinion, I think. I
But you
can't
can't-
tell about the palm.
You can't say who left it.
No, sir.
You can't say under what circumstances they were left.
No, sir.
You can't determine male or female.
No, sir.
You can't determine size.
There's no scale.
So all you could say is that there are linear blood transfers on a maroon sheet that you don't know if it was in the original position.
No, sir. That's not what I said. I said possible, but
Possible. You don't even know.
it wasn't tested.
Wasn't tested. Let's talk about that. You were aware that that item was collected.
Correct.
And based upon your review and the generation of these, this collective exhibit for ID only, you of course made a recommendation that, hey, this is an important piece of evidence, right?
Oh, yes, very.
And you conveyed that recommendation, right?
Conveyed.
That, hey, this is an important piece of evidence that needs to be looked at, right?
Yeah, that was my opinion.
Sure. And did you share that? That's what I'm asking you.
I advised it, I sent the pictures to the attorney.
Sent the pictures to the attorney and said, hey, this is important.
Say, yeah, but it's,
Look at this. This is blood transfer.
this is important. It's a transfer thing.
Transfer. You say, hey, I think it's possible blood transfer stains in this photograph. And you said, and you did that, of course, geez, a long time ago, didn't you? When did you do that?
When I saw the patterns that I saw when I visited the bedroom, once I started getting the discovery, I started enhancing it. Went through, enhanced a lot of pictures, didn't see it first. So later on, I went back. That was probably sometime last year. That I went and started concentrating solely on the bedroom.
So sometime last year being when?
That I don't. I mean, I might be on my time sheets and stuff.
Was it by email, letter, memorandum?
No, I showed you.
Showed you in person. So he's had pictures for how long? Huh?
A day.
A day? You gave it to him yesterday?
We haven't printed it.
I thought you said that it was last year.
That's when I started going through the photographs of dirt. But then, once it wasn't tested, it was the process of me seeing what was done with this thing.
When did you manipulate those photographs?
I have to look at the day. It was sometime in the last few months.
So at least a few months?
Yes.
You are aware, sir, that Jasmine Pace was in fact shackled and handcuffed, aren't you?
I've seen the photographs.
And how many times she was stabbed?
I've read the medical done before it does.
How many times?
It said the report 60.
Are you aware that Jason Chen contaminated the crime scene?
You better run that part of the crime scene.
Who you?
Yes. But the crime scene was released completely. The keys were back in the possession of the man.
Who you said yes, right?
Correct.
Mr. Weiss, when you walked in with you.
Anybody that walked in that door.
That's right. Sir, I'm going to start showing you some photographs for the essence, okay? Describe blood drops from that prosecution. How would you describe the reddish stain that we see at the intersection of the two yellow, I guess, distance or length markers? Give me just a second, sir.
Question. To point it out, is there a pointer or?
Absolutely. I'll put you in. I have it. Very good, sir. This one is going to be exhibit 149.5. You would agree? Same photo on the screen?
Yes.
First page says 149.
Yes.
If you prefer to look at paper, you can do that too.
Okay.
Okay. How would you describe what we see right here? I'm circling it in green up on the screen.
Okay.
The substance right there. In your, based upon your training experience, what does that look like?
Without going into pulling up the lab results, it appears to be a blood stain.
A blood stain, would you describe it a drop?
The picture is not clear, but I will point this out. This is level, flat, and you've got a mark that runs down. Therefore, to do that, the blood had to come at some type of angle and then run down and pool on the flat surface. So I would classify that as an impact stain.
in impact state.
Yes.
What, when you were testifying earlier this morning before the lunch hour, you described what cast off looks like. Do you recall that?
I described that here just a minute ago, I think.
Sure.
The linear,
Even before.
the linear patterns.
The linear patterns, that's right. But you described the shape of the individual drops when they impact, right? How would you describe that?
A cast-off stain is a blood drop that has force behind it instead of just drips, which is gravity. Something forced the blood drops off of an object, and they started traveling until they hit something, or gravity takes over and they start dropping. You'll see the angle change.
Sure.
On the bathroom stain, there was 2 or 3 drops that I could see clearly and determine a directionality, and a couple of them were different directions, indicating to me, and in my opinion, the linear stain was being developed, but some of the smaller blood stains were losing the velocity, so gravity took over and they started changing position.
Sure.
Now, as far as being a cast off, it can be construed as one, but without further testing.
But would you describe it as perhaps a directional blood spatter? Would that be a different way to describe it, perhaps?
Directional blood spatter?
Yeah, blood spatter with direction.
Oh, yes, it indicates direction.
Indicating direction. Okay, so
That's
blood
what I-
spatter indicating direction.
Yeah, once it strikes something, it's in movement. So the stain is not going to end up as a 90-degree. It's going to have movement and travel, continue traveling in that same direction.
And when you have a droplet of blood with velocity behind it, right, obviously arcing because of the force of gravity pulling it back down.
All of them don't arc. It's just
Well,
this thing did, this thing did. Some of your, even cast-offs can go low, can go high. It doesn't necessarily have to have an arc.
Even bullets have arcs, or everything falls.
How high did it get first? What I'm saying is you don't know where the top of the arc is and it starts coming down.
Sure.
Some cast-offs are going to be straight because there's no height to it or decrease. Depending on the force and the distance, that's when you start losing the velocity of the stain.
In this case, where in the bedroom did you observe those blood spatters with direction indicated? In the bedroom now.
In the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Directionality, what I believe it's just this.
Just that.
If I remember correctly.
And you did a thorough search of the crime scene when you were there those 2 times, right?
Not a thorough one, no, sir. I was there after CSU, observing what I saw, took pictures of what it looked like. Kind of examined some things, but I did not know what the police had collected, where things had been. I did make observations, but as far as thorough searching, like picking the bed up and moving it around, I did not do that.
Did you see any blood spatter with direction indicated in the bedroom other than what we see on the screen?
From what I remember right now, no.
The only room that had any appreciable amount of blood spatter with direction indicated was the bathroom. Isn't that right?
The only impact spatter in another room would have been just the bathroom because nothing was observed in any photographs in the other room.
Okay, fair enough. The next photo is 146-1, okay? You recognize this location based upon your time that you spent in Mr. Chen's apartment?
Yes, you're standing in the doorway leading from the kitchen area into the bathroom, and you see the bedroom in the far distance.
And you do see the evidence markers in this?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe the type of flooring that we see here in the bathroom area?
Tile.
Do you see the darkened areas of grout between the individual tiles?
Yes.
There?
Yes.
There? What does that indicate to you, sir?
And I saw that it appeared to be dried blood or possible blood.
Dried blood, possible blood.
Yes.
Fair enough. When you were in Mr. Chen's apartment, did you observe any, areas of carpet that had been removed.
Yes,
Where were those in this photograph?
there was a large swatch right here that was collected. You can see the underlayment when I was there.
Okay. Anywhere else?
Right in this area,
Number 6?
I guess that's on the carpet. It's that area, the transition from carpet to tile.
Okay. Those were, in fact, tested,
Yes,
and they were, in fact, blood.
yes,
And they were Jasmine Pace's blood.
yes.
Now I'm going to show you another photograph from the bathroom, okay?
Okay.
This is 179-1,
Correct.
okay? What does it show?
You see stains, these here, going in, for this purpose, to clarify, it's going in like the 11 o'clock position on the clock. These here.
Sure.
This one looks to be going about the 10 o'clock position.
Let me see if I can zoom in.
Well, before you do, you see the rundown here?
The what?
This colorization of the wall?
Sure.
That appears to be the blue star.
Blue star reagent?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to zoom in for you, okay? And that you would agree, sir, that the blood spatter with that you just described is above and to the left the door frame that we can see in 179-1.
Correct.
Which would mean that it would be well over 6 feet off the ground.
Okay. Yes.
Standard size door, you were there, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's not like it was a half door.
I agree with you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And the items that you described as potentially being blood spatter would be where?
Okay. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, here, 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 here. And a small cluster here of about 5 or 6.
And the kind of darker areas adjacent to those items, artifacts that you describe on the wall, is what you believe to be blue star reagent.
Yes, that's what blue star normally looks like after use and it dries.
And the red stuff on the wall is what blood looks like when it normally dries, right?
Unless it was tested and confirmed to be blood, it appeared to be blood.
Okay. It's like it appears to be blue star reagent.
Correct.
Didn't qualify with any kind of possible blue star. You said it was blue star, right?
That's my opinion, that's what it is, yes.
And it's also your opinion that that's blood, right?
I believe so.
Thank you, sir. You would agree, sir, that the general direction that all of those blood spatters indicate points down towards the opening of the door?
These here came from this direction.
Mm-hmm.
This one's slightly different, this one's slightly different. If you can, there's a technique they use to pull strings off of stones, but you actually have to physically be there to do it.
Sure.
To get the angle,
Right.
the directionality, and so you can position. What I observed is these two things are prominent. This one's starting to slightly drop off, this one's dropping off. Some of these, I can't measure, but they could be 70 to 90 degree impact stones.
Sure. And that could be indicative, as you testified just a little bit ago, of them being small and gravity.
Well, these here, yes.
Mhm.
When they get closer to 70 and 90 degrees, then the source is now closer or lower in parallel to those things. So can I tell you how they were developed? I can tell you they was different from the others. You see these little dots here? You can't measure them because they're more 70 to 90 degrees, which means the source these are coming from is coming more straight than it is an arc. Now, there's multiple reasons that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
All I can tell you is these things here are coming from down, going this direction, and this direction. Now, those are changing because of the velocity and the gravity.
They don't have as much momentum because they're lighter,
That's
right?
what it appears to me.
Okay, in your expert opinion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in blood pattern analysis.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Let me zoom out. Okay. And you would agree, sir, if we go back, where the direction is indicated, we put it in close proximity to where? If we continued on the arc down to the ground.
It's gonna be up here. Now, you're trying to position it, I can't tell you the position.
No, I'm asking if we continue to draw that line down the wall.
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
okay. See, yeah, it would go down across the doorway.
Okay, down to the direction of evidence marker 6, right?
I'm trying to understand that question.
Sure. If we continue that line down, you would agree, sir, it would get in fairly close proximity to in between 6 and 7, correct?
It's gonna be close, but you have to take into consideration, you've got trim around that door.
Sure.
It stands out maybe a half inch. I'd have to measure trim, it's been a while. So
So maybe it'd be closer to 5 because you've got a shadow of the trim, right?
if to say yes, it would come closer to 5 than it would 6.
Closer to 5.
Because you've got the door framing.
Absolutely. That makes perfect sense to me, sir. It really does. So it would be closer to that large, dark area of the tile and grout right there in the center.
Again, without properly measuring them and getting a better idea of this, I would have to say this general area.
Okay, which would be the bathroom.
In the doorway areas of the bathroom.
Sure. Doorway area of the bathroom is where you believe the direction of those blood spatter with direction came.
And I'm classifying them as impact stains.
Impact
Force behind
stains
them.
with force behind them indicating direction.
Can I give a solid opinion that cast off? No.
I'm not asking you if they're cast off,
Okay.
sir. But they're impact stains with direction indicated.
Which is,
I need to write that down.
which
okay?
is blood drops with some type of force.
Exactly. Which could have come from, say, repeated stabbing,
Could have come from anything.
but that's one of the possibilities.
That's one of the
right?
possibilities.
And you described it as impact, and I just want to make sure I get it.
That's the clarification we use in our standard definitions.
Impact stain with direction. Thank you, sir. I'd like to talk with you very briefly about crime scene contamination.
Okay.
Sir, in your expert opinion, would a crime scene be contaminated by removing a deceased person from the scene of a homicide?
Most definitely.
So that's contamination. Were you aware that that's what Jason Chen did in this case?
Yes.
Would you agree that cleaning up blood with isopropyl alcohol would be contaminating the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
How about cleaning up blood with hydrogen peroxide?
Yes, sir.
Also contamination. Were you aware that Mr. Chen did both of those things?
I think there was a bottle of hydrogen peroxide there.
Were you aware, sir, that Mr. Chen had purchased throughout the course of the 23rd of November numerous bottles
I
of
saw
hydrogen
the, I
peroxide?
think of Walmart and Walgreens videos. And I also observed the items on this couch or futon or whatever with items on it.
I think it was futon. Yes, sir.
Futon.
I believe it was. I think it's been referred to as couch, but I do believe it was futon. Sir, would you agree that disposing of a murder weapon contaminates the crime scene?
Yes. And that's part of what I mentioned, things were brought in and things were taken out. It's included.
Sure. Would you agree, sir, that remaining at the scene of a crime and walking around in it for a period of a day and a half would contaminate the crime scene?
Walking through it one time contaminates it.
Sure. Were you aware that from the 23rd to the 25th, Mr. Jason Chen was in his apartment?
I believe that I'm unsure. being absolute as far as how long it was before he left, but I know there was a period of time.
If you were to learn that through the testimony of an expert that Mr. Chen departed for Nolensville, Tennessee on the 25th, and that his cell phone his cell phone is showing a consistent location of 110 Tremont Street area. If he was indeed in that apartment for that day and a half, it would contaminate the crime scene further than what we have already talked about.
Correct. Anytime someone goes in or comes out, you've got a chance of losing or gaining additional stuff.
Would you agree that wheeling a suitcase?
I'm sorry?
Would you agree that wheeling a suitcase through a bloody crime scene?
Yes, and I
contaminate?
tried to see if I could see those patterns.
But you
Because of the wheels.
Because the cleanup job was so thorough.
I wouldn't say that.
Didn't see track marks.
No further questions.
All right.
Just a brief refresh.
In the pictures of the maroon sheet bedspread, you said you changed the brightness, contrast, and tone.
That's what's being observed in the photograph here. The desaturation removes all color. And depending on the scale, how much you use it, it goes to completely black and white. I did that just to see if I can see anything better or additional. I couldn't, so I did not use the desaturation.
Is that something that is part of a crime scene reconstruction expert's job?
That's a broad field. It's a tool I use to examine hidden blood. I try to see what doing this lets me see better. Sometimes a picture can tell you one thing, but there's additional information there.
So the defense said in opening that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace in his bedroom, and after he blacked out, and then coming to. I said this.
I think it's just, you use a hypothetical, you say hypothetical.
Hypothetical. If Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace in the bedroom, and he crawled to the bathroom. Well, first off, before he crawled to the bathroom, if he killed Jasmine Pace with a knife in the bedroom, would and we heard from Dr. Cogswell about the injuries, would that cause a lot of blood?
The injuries?
Yes.
Most definitely.
Would it have covered Jason in a lot of blood?
I believe he would have had. Oh, yes, yes. He would have.
Would he have been saturated?
Very, very good chance, and different parts, depending on where the saturation is, it could be from the top of his head down to his feet. You never know because you don't know the positioning and the changing of position, what's going on to cause such things. As I said, impact stains are projected blood. Any movement of a bloody object has a potential to leave that object.
So if he crawls to the bathroom and he's covered in blood and say he takes off his shirt, could it cause those stains that you and General Oil saw there in the bathroom?
Without more information on these things, there is a wide variety of things that could have caused that stain, including clothing, a cut on your arm, removing something or moving, and just hypothetical. If he is moving Jasmine, her body is moving also. It could have, it's kind of high for that, but there's different things that could have caused that.
Just one moment. No further questions.
Do you think, sir, do you think fingerprints can be taken from fabric like the bedspread?
When I teach or discuss, you never know until you try. But in this case, with the coloring of this and what I can assume the texture is, I would be surprised if ridge detail comes out. But you might be able to get a good indication of the size of the hand, the width, the length, the width of the fingers. You could I think you would be able to get additional information if the TBI had processed this.
You redirect, recross based on what I asked.
There you are.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you.
People start to feel the need to argue.
Okay, guys, what did you think about him?
I do find, as I said before, that Mr. Lawrence can be called an expert in field blood spatter, blood stain pattern analysis, and interpretation as well as crime scene.
This wasn't in front of the jury?
He can give an opinion regarding how the evidence was fully collected in this case in terms of where the actual stabbing occurred, meaning that you can't just talk about random, unconnected aspects of the crime scene if it doesn't go to the issue that is at issue, which is whether this was a heat of passion killing or premeditated, which means that you can testify as to whether or not there were drag marks. You can testify as to whether or not possible sizes of the finger, things that look like they came from fingers, could have been examined further. I don't see how the cast off is relevant or is helpful to the jury in this case, since he said it could have come from a towel or from stabbing. However, it's connected enough to the other issues so we can testify about cast off and what it means. And of course, as we talked about earlier, he can testify as to whether or not the blue star reaction came from whether or not his opinion is that it was the size of it was caused by contamination and people tracking through it. Again, he won't be able to testify as to any physiological opinion about the position of the body, Jasmine's body, when it was stabbed.
There was one more, Your Honor. It was the differences in the scenes that he documented when Officer Creighton Grayson went through versus when CSU went through. He developed a PowerPoint that has been provided to the defense because it was shown in the suppression hearing, and they had access to it then, of the differences between them.
Okay, so that's something you don't need an expert for. A lay witness can certainly point out those differences. You can do it through this witness if you wish. Is there any type of, I don't think there's any type of opinion you can give about that though?
No, I just want to make sure that that was a permissible
Line of inquiry, certainly. Okay, as far as the opinion aspects, they're limited to what I said. Drag marks, whether or not the hand print, the print that looked like it came from a hand could have been used to develop measurements, cast off, and the blue star reaction, how it came from, in his opinion, contamination rather than whether or not the victim was actually killed in the room with a lit up blue star.
And is there any limited, may I ask just, Mr. Lawrence, what did you do as part of your investigation?
Yes, you can certainly ask him that for sure. And I'm sure there are lots of things that, any investigator can testify to. The pictures that he took, that's facts, testimony. He can certainly testify to that. As far as the opinions, they're limited to what the ruling momentarily there was limited.
I don't want to mess up.
All right.
May I just clarify?
Yes, sir.
I may ask him about what he did as part of this investigation and regarding
and I can ask him about his factual questions about the differences he saw versus the body cam versus the CSU pictures. But then in regarding to the evidence, I may ask him about how we believe the evidence was collected for him. And he can say there were no drag marks. He can talk about the possible sizes of the fingers. It could have been examined further. He can say that stabbing actually occurred.
So what, the last part?
He can say that a stabbing actually occurred. Is that?
A stabbing actually occurred?
Is that what the court said at the first?
No, but I think that he can factor that into his opinion. I think everyone agrees that that's what happened.
He can testify regarding the bathroom.
The cast-off aspect.
The cast-off aspect. And as it relates to everything that General Moore went through with him, I would assume.
Cross-examination,
yes.
Well, the things we just talked about, and also the fact that the Blue Star effect was caused from contamination, not from, you can't necessarily conclude that's where the attack happened. You can certainly say that.
And then you can talk about the contamination.
Right. Contamination as far as the Blue Star effect being caused from contamination, not necessarily where the victim was bleeding or the defendant was carrying away.
You can't give an opinion about, that Investigator Crawford is, or he believes him to be incorrect, sadly, that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom. His opinion is that no investigator could say that for sure.
Yes.
And then the court is excluding, limiting the witness from testifying about the position of the body, Jasmine Pace.
And not limiting, excluding.
Oh. Yes, understood. Excluding that. And then excluding the defensive wounds, ligature marks, anything about the body.
Correct.
Okay. That's the way that I understand it.
Right. Parties ready to proceed? Need a break?
Need a break.
We're ready to go, Judge. We've had several breaks.
We've been in session for this issue for a while. It's, all right, we'll be back at 4:15.
OMG, y'all. What did you think about that expert witness? I don't think that it's going to bring any difference to the jury's mind. Everybody is clear that he unalived her. And the way that the attorney was asking questions and talking about the way that Jason cleaned up the crime scene with alcohol and hydrogen peroxide, which contaminated the crime scene, that to me is an admission. And as a juror, I'm like, did he do it beyond reasonable doubt? Yes, done, guilty. Bye. That's my humble opinion. What is yours? Didn't they admit that, Ronnie? I can't read everybody's comments because it's a very small window and it's very far up there. But
okay, so we're going to come back on here real quickly as we
Thanks.
get ready to hear actual testimony from a witness that we've been hearing from for a couple of hours now. So this is, I'm just going to give you a view there in case you haven't been watching and don't know who this person is, but this is Johnny Lawrence. He is a person that the defense is trying to put into the record as an expert. What will he be testifying about? Well, there are some things he won't be testifying about. That's the decision from the judge just now. after ever since lunch, the jury has not been in the courtroom. Of course, it's hard to tell from our camera angle because we don't show the jury in the courtroom. But our crew in the courtroom tells us the jury has been out this whole time as attorneys argue whether or not Mr. Lawrence can be admitted as an expert. They went through some of his background there. He is a former Nashville homicide detective. And then after that, first received a lot of training about crime scenes. And then he testified that he actually did training for other investigators about crime scenes. And one of his big areas of expertise is blood splatter. So the defense looking to use him as a witness to testify about the blood splatter in Jason Chen's apartment. But the prosecution brought up several issues with this. Mr. Lawrence is saying that he doesn't believe that this blood splatter on Blue Star that we're seeing here on your screen, and just a quick reminder, Blue Star is that technology they use to show where blood might have been before being cleaned up, that isn't visible to the naked eye anymore. He actually testifying he doesn't believe that there was this much blood that the Blue Star showed up. It was actually more contamination. But as far as whose contamination it was, that's become a big question, because if you'll remember, yes, they did say, and we do know that Katrina Bean and Travis Pace, Jasmine's parents, were in the apartment. This is a screenshot from a body camera the first time they called police to try to get them to help find Jasmine. But some of the testimony was about who else could have contaminated
Okay, guys,
the
I
apartment
just
for these pictures.
old person
And
who wasn't
one
driving
of the
right.
big things
Sorry.
that this happened, again, the jury wasn't out. So this was discussion about whether to qualify this witness or not. Investigator Paul Moyle, the prosecution homicide assistant district attorney, brought up the fact that this could have been Jason Chen himself who contaminated the crime scene as he was cleaning it up. As he was removing the suitcase with Jasmine Pace's body inside from the apartment to go dispose of it, and then bringing up investigators themselves. Johnny Lawrence, who you saw there on the scene, went to the crime scene as an investigator for the defense on two different occasions, December 9th and December 14th of 2022. So asking him, could investigators have contaminated the scene at some point? He said yes. Now, another big part of what we expect him to testify about is this. This is a maroon sheet that was photographed in Jason Chen's apartment. And let me see here if I can zoom in on this while I'm doing this slideshow. I don't think I can.
I'm not road raging, but this woman, here's my car in front of me. She literally was trying to shove her way between me and the car in front of me
horizontally striped sheet,
with only about a foot between us. I'm all like, no, you can wait.
A few
bitch,
vertical stripes, 3 kind of in the middle. Now, Mr. Lawrence
no,
is
I was telling her
that he
stop.
believes that is a
Hit us.
blood transfer stain from a handprint. Why is this important? Upon defense questioning, he answered that he believes this might be a transfer handprint of Jasmine Pace. And what this could be used to call into question is in what position was Jasmine's body when she was stabbed. The medical examiner, Dr. Stephen Cogswell, earlier this week testified that he believes she was stabbed while she was in the same position that she was found inside of that suitcase in. So if you'll remember, she had a right arm shackled to her right ankle, and then her left ankle shackled to her right elbow area. Her left hand, he said, was free. So talking about whether she might have been able to reach up to that bed and leave that handprint while she was in that fetal position and while she was shackled. Because a big question here, was she handcuffed and shackled before she was stabbed and killed, or after, because that goes back to the question of premeditation. And as lots of people have said in our comments throughout this trial, there's no question here that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace. The defense came right out and said in their opening statements, we admit that he killed her. The question now is, was there premeditation? So all of these minute, small pieces of evidence will try to connect those dots, one way for the defense and one way for the prosecution. It was just a short break here. We expect to see Jason Chen come back into the courtroom in the live camera that you're seeing beside me there. Of course, the jury, there he is, once again coming into the courtroom, even looking at the camera there for a moment. You can see there that he is coming into the courtroom, and for the first time in hours, the jury is about to do the same. So let's go back to that live feed from the courtroom and see the testimony now in front of the jury this time of Johnny Lawrence, crime scene investigator, the defense's first expert witness in this trial.
Just so I understand, Your Honor, is, so I think the jury was excused during the ordeal. So how will the court proceed at this point?
I'll recognize him as an expert, and you can proceed with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, understood.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, stage ready.
We're, yes, sir.
All right, bring the jury, please, when you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not well. You don't have to, but everyone else is.
Okay, so I hope y'all can hear me. No, this woman was trying to push her way between me and another vehicle, and she wasn't going to stop, so I had to honk my horn and tell her no. I will let anybody in. I'm the nicest driver. I always let people in. I'm very polite, but don't try to force yourself in a situation that's going to get me rear-ended because the person behind me is not stopping. Ugh. So anyway, I wasn't road raging yet, although it might get there on this trip to San Antonio. But anyway, I just struggle with this trial in the sense of there's no clarity yet on a lot of questions. We've been in trial 6 days now, and I don't really have any more answers than when I started the trial. I think he's going to take the stand Monday or Tuesday. I think he has to take the stand. I don't think anybody else can provide any of those answers for the juror, and I think that
Did the defense counsel reach out?
He's going to have to take the stand, in my humble opinion.
I'm not sure.
All right, let's see what happens in
I
court.
received an email on December 7th, 2022.
And once your business was retained, what did you do?
I personally talked to you by phone, and you advised me that you had access to Mr. Chen's apartment and wanted to know what I thought and what should be done.
So what you did?
I asked you basically, how long did you have it? I'm gonna have it, and he said, didn't know. So I said, well, we need to see if we can get in there and so I can see the thing. I like to physically go to the scenes when I can. I want some documentation or some observation, maybe.
So at any point, did you go to 110 Fremont Street?
I did. On December the 9th, 2022, I met several people there and myself with.
I think it's possible he'll be the last witness. I could see that possibly being it, but I think it's risky. I think that
I took photographs.
I've always thought, and I could be wrong, I'm not a lawyer, but I think putting a defendant on the stand as the very last witness is a huge risk. If it goes well, then it's in the last thing the jury remembers. If it doesn't go well, it's the last thing the jury remembers.
want
So
the scene to tell me
I
something.
would always, I would personally
Tickets to go
believe
through
and
there,
think that you'd
observe
want
them,
one or two
take
witnesses
photographs,
after
even though
the
they're not like
defendant if it does
photograph
not
what
go
I
well. Remember, just because a
So
witness is on
start
a
taking
witness list
photographs,
does not
observations
mean
with
that
no.
that witness is going to
So
have
can you
to
go through
testify.
what did, how you
They
get?
just can have them there and ready to go.
When we walked in,
So for
myself
me,
and Miss Alexander
I'm
actually
kind
went
of
through
like,
the apartment.
I don't
But
know.
one thing I noticed when I went
I
in,
wouldn't have any idea.
everybody was, the door was shut
But
off.
personally, I think it's a huge risk to have him
Story
testify
was
last,
that I received a
especially
ticket.
if there's a chance that things don't
So
go well. That's the last taste
that
that
was
they
an
have in their
observation
mouth,
that clicked.
in my humble
So I started
opinion.
taking photographs in the apartment, and this is more of what they call a loft. You've got a living room that turns into a kitchen, that goes into a bathroom, that goes into a bedroom. One way in and out, which is the front door, but because of codes, regulations, you've got to have an emergency way out also. So there's a patio door in the bedroom with it's not a balcony, it's railings. But if there's an emergency, you can escape through there if the front door is blocked. So that was my observation of the layout. So I carry an LED flashlight with me, and I do what we call cross light. Because when you shine
Okay,
light
while we're
on something
waiting
specific,
for whatever's
it
going to
might bleed
happen,
out.
do y'all have sound? Because I do
You
not.
may wash it out.
I am going to be going
So
into my
what you want
appointment
to
in
do is
about 5
cross light.
minutes.
That means
So I'm going to
focus light
disappear for
down
about an hour
to
and then
cross what
I'll
you're
be back.
looking at instead of straight down. Therefore, you can see patterns. You see a lot better. You can actually see dust on the floor that way. And when I started doing that, I started seeing what looked like bloodstains. I say looked like bloodstains because I had no idea what the police had done, but with my experience, it appeared to be blood. And I started seeing wiping marks. Now, there's two different types of wiping marks. It's considered a transfer stain. And what I mean by transfer is blood has come from one object to another object. So it's transferring from one to the other. You've got wipe stains, and then you have swipe stains. So just put an S in front of the wipe. The difference is this. If there's liquid on this counter, and I run something through it on my hand, that is considered a wipe. I'm wiping that stain. A swipe stain is if you have blood on the object, and the counter didn't, then you're swiping it onto the counter. So that's the difference if I've mentioned wipe and swipe. But it's considered a type of transfer stain. I was seeing marks similar to wipes and swipes on the floor with what appeared to be blood. In the living room, in the area starting around the futon. I then progressed on into the kitchen area and then saw several more. And then into the bathroom, which the bathroom floor appeared clean, but there's grout marks. Anytime you got tile, you got grout. It is very hard to clean up grout, as most people will know. And I saw what appeared to be dried blood within the grout marks of the bathroom. Now, this was photographed, and I also photographed some impact stains that was on the wall as you're walking into the bathroom. It's to the left, but on the farthest wall.
What
Those
are
are towel stains. I'm sorry?
What are impact stains?
Impact stains, surprisingly, it's a blood drop, just like dripping on the floor, but it has some type of force behind it. And when I mean force, something is moving that blood. A good example is if you cut your hand and you're standing there with your hand down, you're going to have drip stains. The stains look circular, sometimes like a bottle. Well, some of you might not know, but in the old days we had bottle caps. As you flatten them out, they had like some stars. Your 70 to 90 degree blood drops are going to cause that kind of stain, which means there's no movement in those drops. But as you walk and your arm moves and you move, any drops are coming down and you've got force behind you because and when they hit, they're going to move, giving you an indication of which direction they're going. They're going to form a tail pointing to which direction the blood stain's going. So the stains on the wall in the bathroom looked like impact stains with showing some directionality on some and possibly 70 to 90 degree stains in another area in the same location. Then I proceeded into the bedroom. Now I am taking pictures The kitchen and living room was very low light. It looked like a blue light bulb had been put into the floodlight area. Very low light. So I was having to use my flashlight a lot. But once I come into the bathroom, it was like any typical bathroom, well lit, and the bedroom had lights well lit. So those were different. So when I stood in the bathroom taking pictures into the bedroom, I could see some blood saturation stains. Now, what is a saturation stain? It's the living room is hardwood, the bathroom is tile. If blood falls on it, it's not going to absorb into the floor or the tile because it's a solid object. It can change direction because blood is going to flow, or any liquid actually, it's going to flow with the least resistance. So if the floor is not level, you're going to have blood flow going to the lower part until it gets to a part that it can't go any further. So when it hits that tile, it will pool. A pool of blood is a continuous amount of blood that's going to pool up like a water puddle. It has nowhere to saturate to. But in the bedroom, it's different. You have carpet. Carpet will absorb the blood. Now, it's going to distort the stains because it's absorbing, and it's going to start spreading. Like if you've ever used a paper towel or something, you put it on a wet object, you see it growing. The water is growing. That's what happens when blood hits the absorbing object. There was a stain directly in front of me, and there was an area, I don't remember what the marker numbers was, but it had been cut out of the carpet. You can see the blue underlayment. So police had gathered that. That looks like an evidence collection. The bed is on the left, and I could partially see some blood. It really didn't tell me nothing at that time. But the reason I'm taking pictures is so when I get back to my office, I can enhance the pictures. I can make them clear to me. I can desaturate them, enhance them to where it brings clarity, and you can actually see better that you can't see physically looking at it. So I documented all this in the pictures. Again, I had no idea what had happened previously with the police department. I did not receive anything from the police department or through Mr. Wise until almost mid-2023. So this is like working a puzzle without a box top. So you have to question everything and proceed with your investigation as if everything is related. So I documented everything. Once we left there, eventually I went back to Nashville and I started looking at these pictures by enhancing. First, I make a copy of it. I take what my pictures are, I make a second copy, put my copy on a drive to get it off my computer so I don't accidentally hit the wrong one. But then I use my working copy of photographs to enhance it, one by one. I bring up the picture, I will add color, delete color, I will turn it into what they call desaturation. You remove all color of the picture. So it's black and white, like the old days. It's black and white, which gives you better clarity on contrasting surfaces. Like a dark floor, if it's blood, it's going to be dark, so you might not see everything. But when you enhance it, desaturate it, it's going to stand out more. One thing that caught my attention was in the bedroom, as you're walking in, there is a stain just to the left on the floor next to the bed. It's kind of faint looking when you physically see it, but it laid under the bed. So I said, something ain't right about this. Why would the bed be back over that stain? Because again, I don't know what the place had already done. So I moved the bed. Oh, I'm sorry. I went back to the scene 5 days later because I had some questions. We still had access to the apartment. I went in and I moved the bed, and I saw the saturation stains on the floor, and it helped me a little bit because the positioning of the furniture was still like it was. So I saw saturation on the floor, under the bed, but I also saw markings on the wall. It did not appear to be blood, but there was some type of markings, dark colored markings on that wall where the headboard was. I can see wipes, swipes, but I can also see movement. I can't say if it's wipes or swipes, but there's movement on that wall. And it's visible. Once I did get discovery, it isn't visible in the pictures the police department has. That instantly told me something happened right here. I don't know what. I don't know what the police already know. But it stretched up 3 to 4 feet. So I don't know what's touching the wall coming into contact with it, but it's something I need to look at further. So once the bed is moved, I took some pictures of that. We left, and I turned the key into the apartment management company, was at a different location, and we left.
Did you do any other inspections or evaluations or examinations within the apartment other than those 2 times?
No, there was a lot of things I could tell the police had looked at, done, just observation.
What did you see that the police had done?
They searched, they took the trap out from under the sink, and the garbage disposal. I actually took a picture showing my hand under the hose, so to show it's not there. They collected a lot of evidence, and now those evidence was gone because that's part of their investigation. So I noticed that. There was really nothing I saw that stood out except there's a counter, and I don't know what they would consider, but there was wine bottles all over it. Most of them not even used. I think all of them are not even used. But I was curious about it. I've got pictures, but nothing was processed or anything.
Were you aware, or could you tell that Chattanooga Police Department or the crime scene unit had used Blue Star?
Yes.
What is Blue Star?
I'm old. In the old days, we used a chemical called aluminum. You put it in a spray bottle. You put it in a spray bottle, mix it with distilled water. You want to use distilled water because tap water sometimes has iron in it, which is a reaction from aluminum and Blue Star, depending on where you live. Blue Star, they mixed Blue Star up, and I saw indications that Blue Star had been sprayed in the bathroom where those states are. And the way you can tell is it's a discolorization on the wall, and once it hits it, if there's a lot of liquid, it's going to start running, and you can see those run marks in the.
Did that conclude your examination, or was there anything else of interest that you found during your investigation within the department?
As in all cases, I had many questions, but I knew I wasn't going to get answers until I started getting the discovery. So I did go back in January, but not in the apartment. But after that, it was several months before the discovery started coming in, and I started seeing exactly how the scene was worked. And the way I work a scene, I want to put myself as first person. One of the best tools we have now is body cams. So I wanted to look at the body cam videos of the 2 officers that went in first, because that gives me a perspective before anything happened. And then the crime scene pictures. So that's how I started my investigation once I got the discovery.
Can a crime scene be contaminated?
It is very rare you're going to get a crime scene that is not contaminated, because depending on the size of the area, how many people have been in there, if they've taken anything, if they've left anything, and you do leave stuff. Even officers, it's unavoidable. That's why the boot, wear the boots, and you wear a suit, tie-back suit, because just walking in there, you're going to leave something. DNA is so sensitive now. But you have things that are not there, and you have to wonder, is it because it was collected? So you want to look at the inventory of what was collected.
You said you watched the body cam video of the 2 officers that went in?
I did.
Is that proper police protocol to enter into an apartment like that?
Yes.
And even though that can contaminate the scene?
It doesn't matter. Life comes first. You have to do what you have to. That takes high priority. You got to verify nobody's injured or hurt in there.
What was your understanding based on the discovery and evidence that you received about third parties or the Pace family entering into the apartment?
When I first got involved in this, I had a very brief summary of information, and that was there was a missing woman, Miss Pace. The family was looking for him. They ended up on Tremont. They knocked on the door and the door opened up. This is the information I had in 2022. Entry was made. There was a 911 call, and on that call, it was described as being.
Objection, Your Honor. That was hearsay, and we've already had a conversation on that.
Sustained unless it goes to the opinions that he can, render later.
You don't need to talk about the contents of that one, but please keep going.
At a different time, the police had, I guess, enough information to obtain search warrants. And then they went back, the different officers went to Tremont, entered the apartment with a search warrant. And that's when their investigation began.
And did the crime scene inmates, the Chattanooga Police Department take pictures of the scene?
Yes, inside and out.
Did you come to have the occasion to compare the body cam to those pictures?
Best way to describe this is if any of you have seen the Blair Witch Project, it's a movie to where it's first person view. The camera's constantly moving. You will get vertigo watching that over and over. You're going to feel sick. When I watched the body cam videos, there were two, which I enjoyed this because now I'm getting two perspectives of what's going on. It's capturing the other options. I'm seeing what is progressing through the scene. But I started getting vertigo because the more you watch it, the constant moving of the camera is going to make you feel like an amusement ride. So you're going to feel dizzy. I have learned through my investigations, I want still pictures of those body cams. We have a digital forensics unit in our company. We took the body cams after I marked it because in the body cams you have pre-enter of the apartment and post-enter of the apartment. I wanted from the time the door opened up until it went in until it came out. Now that is thousands of pictures off of a body cam. So we transferred the video to still pictures. The way that helps is I can go through, click through each individual picture. If it's dark, I can take that, make a copy, and enhance it where I can lighten it up and you can see more. But why is this important? Because I'm seeing what the police saw the very first time they crossed over that threshold in the apartment. So I'm seeing now what the scene looks like as they first entered. Crime scene pictures won't tell you that, never do, because of some reason or another. But the body cam pictures is my best view of what happened, not what happened, but what the scene shows you. So then I take the pictures, I go through them, and then I start looking at the crime scene pictures. That was there when the CSI got there and they started doing their thing. When you watch the body cam video, you see certain things. You don't see everything. You might thought you did, but there's going to be something that you didn't see. Turning them into stills, I can go through each picture and not identify, but say, look, I see this, and I can zoom in, zoom out. But it gives you better clarity of what you got. But once I started looking at the crime scene pictures, I said, wait a minute, that ain't what I saw on the body cam. So I started comparing. I said, whoa, something happened between the officers entering and the crime scene people getting there, taking their pictures to document. Now, crime scene personnel, once they get there, they have no control what happened prior. Only once they get there, they have the same. So what I did, it's when you try to explain this, you don't get the point across. So I made a PowerPoint, body cam pictures to the photographs of the scene. And there was numerous things observed in this that was different.
Can we have defense laptop, please? Sure. Mr. Lawrence, if you could turn around for us and tell the jury what we see on the left and what we see on the right.
Okay. I do it this way so you can cross-reference and go and find what it is that I'm showing. This here is the information off of the body cam. Shows you the date, the time, I'm not a computer expert, but I believe that is UTC time, telling you the difference. It's an Action Body Cam 3 with a serial number. This is body cam video on the left. This is crime scene pictures on the right. As you can see, the cabinets are closed, but why are they open? Then you see items on the table, boxes. Look at the position of the table. Now look at it here. Table moved, items on the table. Look at the couch. You got paper towels. You got a Nike bag. You can see the paper towels barely under the Nike bag. But the Nike bag is now on top. This is also, and I'm sorry if I butcher his name, but I think it's Bracestead. This is his video. Like I said, there's two body cams. I'm using Officer Bracestead's here. It's crime scene photo 61 that was taken by the police. This here. This is the crime scene picture number 61. One quick thing. See these lights here? These are your floodlights. These are the ones that's got the blue tint to them.
I'm going to move to the next slide. Can you tell us the differences that you see here?
This is the second officer. They're slowly coming into the apartment. Again, the items on the table compared to the items on the table. There's your items on the couch compared to the items on the couch. This is photograph 63. You see how the tint of the room has changed? It's low light. So the body cam is trying to adjust to get proper light. That's why sometimes I have to enhance it to get a clearer view. This picture is a great picture because it shows, it's the crime scene picture taken by the crime scene people. And it's very detailed. Again, the cabinets that are open, items on the couch and the items on the table, and that the table's been moved.
What differences do we see here? And what part of the apartment are we in?
Okay, he's standing in front of the front door looking to his right. This is computer desk, computer check. This is the time. He's moving in. It's probably the second picture. This is the crime scene picture. Look how the chair is positioned. Again, this is from when the officers went in that night until the crime scene pictures were taken. Items on the desk. Items on the desk. This is just the top of the shoe, and you'll see another frame of this in a minute showing the shoes and boxes are moved or missing. And this is crime scene photograph 67. This is the flashlight again, low light, so he's using an LED flashlight so he can see himself around.
There's been a lot of mentions of a smell of marijuana. I should have asked you this earlier. When you were in the apartment, did you smell marijuana?
Didn't smell it, no, sir.
Did you see any indication of marijuana use?
In my day, I don't remember, but there was what they call a bong, some kind of a glass or vial or something people use.
Do you see it in this picture?
Right there on the desk. I don't see it in this one. Well, unless it's that. But if you're just looking at these pictures, you don't see it. Now I'm standing, this is the opening into the kitchen. Again, the time has changed. You see where his flashlight is hidden? That's the bathroom, and that's the bedroom. Now, the difference here is, again, the kitchen's got low light. The bedroom light is well lit. So is the bathroom. But the curtains and blind position, look at the opening there compared to the opening here. You've got a curtain here, but you've got glass here. The doors on the cabinets, they're open here. One of them is open here, the rest of them are closed. The positioning of the clothing on the floor, the pair of underwear, it's changed position, and a lot of these have changed position. The items on the floor was really concerning to me because how are these things getting moved? Why are they changing position? Again, this is crime scene photograph 81.
What do we see here?
Standing in the bathroom, and I'm taking pictures of the bedroom. Again, the body cam, the curtains and blinds position items on the bed. You've got something white, you've got something red, pillow on the bed right here. It's a pillow with a black pillowcase on it. Position of items on the floor. Now, I am duplicating what I'm saying, but it's just to help you understand. These doors are closed. Look at these items here. I don't know what that is, but it's not here. Items on the floor, doors closed, curtains and blinds have changed. You see the cord hanging down, the glass now. This is the red curtain that is closed here. This is crime scene photograph number 93. Again, from the bathroom into the bedroom, curtains and blinds, position items on bed, position items on the floor, pillow. That's important because of what we find here in a minute. This is the crime scene picture. Where's the pillow? Now you've got what looks like a knife blade. You've got this kind of still in the same position. This is here. But now there's a notebook on top. You have a notebook that's been added. You can't see these items in this picture. But you got the pillow on the bed, position of items on the floor, position of items on the bed, curtains and blind position. This is photograph number 97. Now I'm standing at the foot of the bed. That's your pillow. Items position. The drawer is open on the little side dresser. Items on the floor here. Knife on the bed. Pillows are stacked on top of each other over here. The underwear is here, but you can't really see it in that picture. This is picture 102. Same picture on the left, but I changed this to get a different perspective. You've got the knife added, pillow moved, notebook added. In the paper bag here, I don't see it here either. Plastic bag. Now look at the cabinets here. They're pushed in. Items on the floor are either missing or moved. And there's a towel here, which I did not see in the body cam. This is photograph 107. That's your front door. Standing behind the futon, looking at the television. Again, it shows the items on the table. Now you see a better picture of the shoes and the boxes. The door is closed. To keep it open, we would have to prop it open just so it stays open. It's like a hotel room door or something, but you open it, you go in, boom, slam behind. This is the other officer. I cannot remember his name right now. All of these body cams, pictures are coming from Officer Bradstreet. Picture number 65. The door closed, shoes in box position, items on the table. There's your boxes. See, you got a reddish brown box with a white tag, but here you got a white. It could be the same box turned over, but it's different from the crime scene picture. You got white boxes here. You can't really, there's other pictures, but I don't know if you got clarity on that. But the shoes boxes change position, the door's closed, the chair is facing a different direction, like you noticed when we first came in. And you can see the items on the table. I don't really see the bottom there.
Anything else, Mr. Lewis?
Stuff on the couch is different, but we discussed that earlier. I think that's what's picture 267. As you notice on the times, it's only been about 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence, as we turn around. The scene changed. Would you agree that the scene changed from when the officers went in versus when the CSU came?
It is very obvious.
Mr. Lawrence,
I'd like to talk to you about how well the job that Chattanooga Police Department did in collecting evidence. Can you speak a little bit about the job that the Chattanooga Police Department did in its collection efforts?
When you critique the work that was done, you have to understand different departments do things different ways. A lot of times they have standard operating procedures, which they have to follow as the way they do their investigation. No two investigations are the same, ever. There's always something different. People say out similar. Every one of them is different in some aspect. When the police department started their investigation on this, they had no idea what they were walking into. It was like the puzzle box without the picture. Therefore, when you start collecting and documenting things, you get everything you think is important, everything, because you don't know what it's going to turn out to be. You want to get as much as you can so you can learn what happened. Let the evidence tell you what happened. They collected a lot of things, a lot of things. And this is without any idea what took place in that apartment. They didn't know it was the outcome. They didn't know who had been in there. All they know is this is the way this thing looks when they got there and started documenting. The evidence collection was good to a point, but some of the things that were collected, I did not see in photographs or what we do a diagram. They do a crime scene diagram, which is a layout of the apartment, and it is supposed to document where everything collected came from. They put numbers on it. You take measurements. You want to know, you triangulate measurements. What that means is if my cup is sitting here, you've got to triangulate it, coming from two solid points, point A, point B. So when you put those in, boom, you know exactly where that item is sitting. Why is that important? It's in case you have to reconstruct the scene. You can put the scenes back exactly like it was when you were there. So you triangulate, get the distance. There were some items that was on the collection list that was not documented in the diagram as far as locations. That's critical because you don't know what you got and you don't know if it's going to play a big part in your final outcome. I think they did a good job in collecting things with what knowledge they had going on. The items were turned in, collected them, and then they used Blue Star, which Blue Star is a chemical that enhances possible blood. The old school was luminol. Blue Star is luminol plus 2 types of sodium. So it gives a better indication, more visual. But there's certain guidelines you have to follow to use Blue Star. It is in the instructions. It's documented. The reason these guidelines are there is to get the best outcome. And from my observations in the crime scene pictures, some of the things wasn't followed. It's still a good job that it's illuminating. But what is that telling you? If it's possible blood, it's telling you there's possible blood throughout this whole area from the bedroom into the living room, about 4 foot wide, because that's the openings of doors that do only 3 foot, but you're opening in the kitchen. So you got about 4, max 5 foot area from the bedroom to the living room. Again, it goes back to what I described as a loft. If you come in and out of that apartment, if the window's not broke, you're using the front door. If you come in the front door, go to the bedroom and come back, it's 2 tracks through whatever you're just eliminating. That's contamination. It might not be intentional, but it's contamination. It's going to leave blood throughout. Now, dry blood is less likely to be moved, but if it's moist, wet, and let's just say if there was a cleanup, could it still be wet? Yes. But it's called a transfer state. Shoes walking across this floor is getting blood on the bottom of it. As they move, they're moving blood. So when you do the Blue Star, you have to put a minimum amount on it to light it up. You don't want to saturate because it's soaking wet then. Anything you start trying to do, you're going to have to let it dry. They did Blue Star. It indicated a lot of presumptive blood. So then they started doing what they call hemostat. In the old days, it was called the Kastle-Meyer test, which is phenolphthalein. You have to do a control test on the cotton swab with distilled water. You take a swipe, it will turn pink immediately to show you that yes, it's possibly blood. Current times, it's called a hemostat. If you are diabetic and you check your glucose numbers, it's a little strip. You draw your blood, you put the sample on a strip, put it in the machine. That's what a hemostat is, except larger and different type of test. Once you find what indicates it's blood, you want to take a sample of that with the hemostat. It will turn green immediately if it's blood. If there's no reaction, then it's a negative. Once you do that, you have to lay that hemostat or put it above where you collected this from. That way you know when you go back, or if anybody else works this, they know where that stain came from. And those were not documented completely. But once you do the hemostat, now you say, oh, this could be potentially very important. So then there's a chemical called leucocrystal. It's a blood enhancer. It's clear liquid. It's also mixed with distilled water. But when you spray it like Blue Star, it stains whatever indicates blood. It turns it purple. Now you've got a pattern. If it's a shoe print, a hand print, anything, you've got a pattern in purple showing where that's at and what it is. So you have to document those. Each one, it's time consuming. You take it, you put scales on it. I'm sure you've probably seen some of the pictures that have little rulers or markers on it. You lay it next to it. And you need to do an overall, and then you do a 90-degree photograph straight down, showing what it looks like looking direct up. If you get that, any results, shoes, hands, fabric, like clothing on the floor or something, you can almost put people in positions. They lit it up with Blue Star to get an indication, but that's to help them find evidence. Because again, they don't know what they got. The hemostat said, okay, we need to collect items from here. But it would be better if it's documented.
Did they, and they didn't use the leuco? They
used Blue Star and the hemostats. I did not see anything related to, if you see glucose crystal violet, you're gonna, if you know what it is, it's gonna turn purple stain.
So look, in the Blue Star pictures, did you see evidence of a cleanup?
From the distances, it would be hard, but my previous visit, that I saw the wipes and swipe, I knew something had been going on. But if you look at the pictures of the Blue Star, some sections are very wide, and that's on the hardwood floor. When you wiping blood or swiping it, it's spreading out. So it's becoming larger. Carpet's different. Carpet saturation, it's going to do it on its own. But blood and tile would have to be cleaned up if you don't want it to be seen.
Did you see any dragging marks through the Blue Star?
I know there should be some because of the information I get discovered because of what happened after the fact. You would expect to see either markings created by Ms. Pace or by the Suitcase, because Suitcase has wheels unless you pick it up. From the photographs I got out of the crime scene, I did not see anything. Not saying it's not there, but I could not see anything that I could come to a conclusion, yes, these are drug marks.
Can you identify this picture?
This is a picture of the bed showing a maroon type sheet or comforter. just looking at the picture, I cannot tell the difference. But it's in one of the crime scene pictures, and I believe it's listed as item number 30 that's being collected.
What item was collected, Senator?
The maroon bedsheet.
And was that, when you did your inspection of the apartment, was that sheet there?
No, the bed had the spongy type mattresses that they have now instead of the, and it was partially shifted around, like the position and it changed, but there was no bed cover, which to me indicated the police had collected.
Did you do anything with this photograph?
Not at first. I really didn't think much of it because of the position of the bed, which was as you walked into the bedroom. But then when I moved the bed and I saw all this, I said, well, how did the blood stain get on here with this stuff over here? But then later, with additional discovery that came in, I learned that the bed had changed positions. It had changed to where the headboard was to the far wall. The foot of the bed was toward the walking area, which exposed the wall, the saturation stains on the floor, but it put the handprint right there.
So what did you see on the maroon bed cover or comforter?
Looking at this, you really don't see nothing because of the contrast of the red. But I've enhanced it and zoomed in.
And what, how did you go about enhancing it?
I use a program, it's a free program to have. It's called Microsoft Picture Manager. People use it all the time to do their photographs. It is easy to edit photos in this program. You can add brightness to it or dim it, it's washed out. You can change the contrast to make it more clear. And then you can change the midtones, but then you can desaturate it. Desaturation is taking a color picture, taking all the color out, turning it into a black and white photograph. So I did each of those things because I started, when I looked closer, I saw an odd looking marking on this spreadsheet. So I enhanced it numerous different ways until I could get the best clarity. And then I saw what I later learned looked like finger impressions on the bed sheet.
And when you made those enhancements, did anything jump out to you?
Yes. This area here, in my opinion, had what looked like several finger marks in a red liquid, possibly blood, more than likely blood. But it's what you call a transfer. Something bloody has come into contact with this sheet. And it's similar to a swipe. Something bloody came to it instead of the sheet going to the eye.
And then were you able to zoom in on it?
I was.
At this time, I would tender this as exhibit 226. 1 through 3. Can you turn off the light, please?
This is what I was seeing, but as you can tell, it's not really clear. You don't really get an idea what it is, but you know it looks like it's possibly blood. This is to the left as you walk of the crime scene. When you walk into the bedroom, it's just to the left, near where that pool was on the floor, what the saturation area. This is after I enhanced the photograph to try to make this contrast stand out. Can you see the markings here? Again, it's just fingers, it's not a palm. And then I've zoomed in further. Right in here. And you notice the striations of the blanket. It's hard to see it because they contrast with each other. That's why it's important to document this and go back and look at everything, because you don't know what you're not seeing the first time you do it. Right here. And I said, why is that thing there? Until I had the information that the bed had been moved.
Are you aware if this fingerprint whatever it is, do you know if it was ever tested by the PBI?
It's item number 30, but I did not see anything to indicate this was tested in any way, either to determine if it was blood or it's very rare, especially on fabric. You're not going to get rich details. You might.
What are rich details?
Rich details is what's on your fingers and feet. Fingerprints. A lot of times we can get fingerprints out of blood, especially with glucose crystal biopsy. I've done that on human skin before. But on fabric like this, because the fabric has got differences in height, you're not usually going to get rich detail, but you can test it. Take measurements of these fingers. How wide are they? How long are they? Because not all the time, sometimes women's hands are a lot smaller than men. So the measurements of the fingers could indicate if it's a man or a woman's hand. Now, this part is not visible, so all I can see is linear marks consistent with fingers.
And why else might this picture be important?
With the information I had of the markings on the wall and where the saturation stains in the bedroom, the wall would be here, the saturation stains here, and the bed would have been here. It would have been right there together.
If there had been measurements taken of this, could it have been compared to the size of Jason's hand?
You can compare it to see if it's close. I would be surprised, and I'm not a fingerprint expert, but I would be surprised if they could say beyond a reasonable doubt it is Jason's, but is it consistent with a male compared to a female? And in this case, consistent with Jason's hand or Jasmine's hand.
But that testing wasn't done.
I don't think any testing, no testing to see if it is blood, no testing for DNA. And on something like this, they usually split it out to test it. And no measurements at all. As you see, there's no scale with the crime scene picture. Now, how did they miss this? Because you can't see it. When you're in there, when they're taking their pictures, the contrast in there, until you go through your pictures and enhance it, it is very hard to see this stuff. But they did send it in to be tested.
It was sent in to be tested, but it wasn't.
Correct.
Investigator Crawford testified earlier in this trial that he believed that Jasmine Pace had been killed in the bathroom. Would you agree with that statement?
No.
Why not?
Let me clarify that. The wording was killed. Where Miss Pace died, there's no way you're going to know. You can get indications of where events took place. But there is nothing in this case that shows exactly her position, where she was at when she died.
If Jasmine, something happened in the day, is that obvious?
Yes, it did. There was activity, markings on the wall, saturation stains on the floor, which after the carpet was pulled up, saturation stains underneath were smaller. Again, that's your actual stains. That's on the floor under the carpet. Because the carpet is distorting the stain. It's saturated. It's growing. So if you want a true identity of what this is, you look at the flooring, because that's your stain, because that's where the majority of the blood is seeping through.
So Investigator Crawford and other investigators talked about cast off in the bathroom. What is cast off?
Cast off is a type of impact stain. Again, impact stains are caused when a blood drop has some type of force behind it, sending it to a different location. The blood will travel depending on how much force is behind it. And to give you an example, an explosion or a gunshot, your blood stains are going to be very, very small because there's a lot of force behind it. A beating is going to be bigger. Somebody just bleeding for trauma, it's going to be much larger. But an impact stain is blood drops that have left some type of object. Unless you know for sure what it came from, it could be numerous things. But it travels until it hits something or gravity takes over and starts pulling the stain downward. It will go as far as it can with the force, but when the force is reduced, the stain starts downward.
Do you observe any cast off in the bathroom?
I observed some markings on the wall, which was above a towel rack. I would call them impact stains. Can I say beyond a reasonable doubt is a cast off? Very possible, but without more information, I wouldn't lock it in. I did see blood drops that show directionality, and some of them had changed position, which is consistent with a cast off, but it's also consistent with anything that is losing blood drops going a different direction.
Is it only the human body that can do those blood drops? Or
No. Any object that has blood on it, or the blood is coming from.
Let me give you a hypothetical. Say Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace in back measures of the apartment. Did you observe the wounds in this case?
I did.
What kind of blood loss would that cause?
Massive.
Would that have transferred to Jason?
I don't see how it couldn't. He would have had to have a lot of blood on him, on his clothing, or depending on what he's wearing, feet, legs, waist, top of the head, back of the head. That's, and when we mention cast off, if you're using something to do harm or damage, when you're casting off, you're doing like this. You've got forward cast off, you've got backward cast off. But when that happens, you're going to have blood droppings coming down on your clothing too, around the neck area and the hair.
So if Jason, covered in blood, crawled towards the bathroom and lifted his arm up that was covered in blood, could it cause those impact stains in the bathroom wall?
Yes.
Say he took his shirt off that was covered in blood, could that have caused those impact stains on the wall?
Yes, again, anything that's got blood on it. If there's enough blood there to cause a blood drop, any movement of that object can send blood away from it. Anything.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, can you say where Jasmine Pace was killed in this apartment?
No,
Okay.
not in my opinion.
Down here.
Just a quick question about that marine sheet.
Yes.
You understand that it was collected
Yes, item number 30, I believe.
in the evidence inventory report by Investigator Johnson?
I don't remember the collection name, but I do know she collected a lot of items, especially the swabbings and stuff.
Are you confident that she actually sent the maroon sheet to the TBI to be tested?
I was thinking, but I haven't looked at the inventory sheet in quite some time. I don't know exactly everything that was sent. I do know it was collected for a purpose. But I don't know.
And then you're positive that it wasn't tested?
Yes, I looked at the lab results. I don't remember anything indicating a red sheet or maroon sheet.
There's no doubt that Jason Chen contaminated the apartment if he cleaned it up.
Oh, no. Cleanup is part of contamination. Like I say, anything coming in, occurring in, or leaving is going to contaminate your scene from what occurred.
There's no doubt that Officers Grayson and Creighton contaminated that scene.
Correct.
There's no doubt that the Pace family and whoever else went in it contaminated that scene.
Yes.
And there's no doubt that the scene changed from when those officers went in versus when CSU.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. I'll ask the witness.
Thank you, Robert. Approaching evening. Good evening, sir.
How are you doing, sir?
Doing well, thank you. We have so you may not have been aware, because I don't think you've been in here the whole time, unlike some of us. Would it surprise you to learn that there's already been testimony that a large number of people went into Jason Chen's apartment looking for items, conducting a search?
Yes, I read it. There was a lot of information in the discovery about, and then you've got the two officers. And then however many people were there to investigate it during the process, and you've got multiple crime scene people, multiple detectives, they're coming and going. And again, the only way in and out is the front door.
Sure. And beyond law enforcement individuals, you're aware that Jasmine Pace's family, in a frantic search for their daughter, went into Mr. Chen's apartment numerous times, aren't you?
Yes. I did not learn that till later. All that information I had when I went was, that's what I now know about.
Sure. But you now know that.
Yes.
And that can easily explain the difference of body cam, crime scene photographs, especially if there was testimony that they went in after the police officers on the body cam left.
Yes, you've got the body cams, you've got a period of time. There could have been anybody coming in, but we later learned some family members went in before the crime scene pictures were taken.
Sure. And, sir, have you had an opportunity as part of your participation in this case to review the cell phone location data from Mr. Jason Chen?
I'm not a cell phone expert. We've got our own person that does that. I did look at it, and I did notice, the reason is timeline. Timeline is very important on the case, when things occur. But as far as understanding it, I've got enough in here that I don't need all that today.
Sure. So you're aware then, of course, excuse me, that Mr. Chen had access to his apartment, I guess from the 23rd through the 25th?
The only way I would be able to answer that is there is no documentation of who went in after the body cams into the crime scene unless it's in the discovery. That's the only way I would know.
Or the testimony of witnesses in court places.
Somebody saw him or put him there, yeah.
Sure. Okay. Sir, would you agree that your observations on the 9th day of December 2022 were not particularly thorough?
No, it wasn't.
But even though they weren't extremely thorough, you could see blood.
Oh, yes.
On the floor.
Now, I see it, and then I got down and crossed it, and it stood out more.
Sure.
And I could see some patterns, but not enough to make a determination, except that some kind of swipe, wipe, transfer.
Right. Wiping marks, swipes, which a swipe is where I have an article, like maybe a piece of clothing that has blood on it, and I brush it against a dry object. Right?
Correct. That's a swipe transfer.
And a wipe transfer would be, I think you described it as a wet substance like blood that I then touch and it causes some kind of change.
What, you don't even have to move it, it's just
the mere fact of touching it.
It's a transfer, but if there is movement, then it becomes a lot.
And the blood started around the backside of, it's been called at various times a couch, but futon.
Right.
I think we would agree it's a futon.
Yes. Now, from the front door to the futon, that's when I first started seeing it. Like I said, the room was still lit, like these pictures. It was dark, except for these blue lights, except for the bedroom and the bathroom. So when I'm walking through, I'm scanning my light, and then I see what I thought was stains. So I got down lower and cross-lit it, but it was behind the futon when I first started seeing it.
Sure. And with your naked eye, you saw stains there. You also saw dried blood in the bathroom.
Yes.
And that's where you saw the impact. I'm sorry, I want to make sure I'm using the correct terminology. Impact stain with direction on the bathroom wall to the upper left of where the door frame was.
If you're standing in the doorway, I'm 6'3", and I don't touch the top, so I know that's taller. If you hold your hand straight out, it's probably going to be close, but there's a towel rack there. And then it's above the towel rack, so I would say in this position.
And your testimony is, sir, that blood would not soak through porcelain tile.
It will the grout.
The grout, it absolutely.
But it will not. The tile is solid and it will cool it. But the grout will absorb it, kind of like it's an absorbent.
Sure, and it would create beneath the tile floor a unique pattern.
Similar to the tile.
What the grout lines. Is
Correct.
that correct? Okay, thank you, sir. And now, grout is, well, it's not even as porous as, say, a carpet, right?
I'm not a chemist or anything, but I do know it absorbs pretty good.
Sure. But when you spill water on a tile floor, it doesn't instantly seep in.
No, it's slow.
It's much slower absorption rate.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Meaning that it would take either a larger quantity of blood or a longer period of time with blood exposed to the grout for it to soak through completely.
Volume of blood plays a big part of this. How much blood is involved? If blood hits carpet, and there's not much volume, it's not going to seep much, and it's not going to spread much. It takes a larger amount of volume to get bigger patterns. Grout will absorb it, but how much blood actually hit the grout? So it helps to go under it. But as far as couple of drops or something like that, I don't think it's going to absorb completely through the grout.
Sure, you'd have to have a much bigger volume.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, I'd like to talk with you a little bit about the impact stain with direction. Can you describe to the jury what kind of a shape that would produce? And if you need to draw, I can get you a sheet of paper. I don't get you a pen. So let's say I was a blood stain pattern analyst, such as yourself. What would I be looking for what I would call a impact stain with direction?
First off, impact stain is, again, it's blood with force behind it, sending it in a direction. And normally, if this is the wall, if you're at an angle, it's going to hit it and slide. If you're here, it's going to hit it, but it's almost straight on. So you're going to see small circles instead of the tail. But anything with a tail that's at the side of the stain is going to show you which direction that stain is going. The tail will be on the end, not at the beginning.
Okay. Would you mind drawing that for us? Just generally, I'm not going to hold you to.
Oh, yeah, I can't draw word crap.
I understand.
This one here.
So something like that.
And that indicates the blood is going downward.
So which direction, if you could draw an arrow of where it came from? So it's coming from the top of the page, heading towards.
Right. And the little dot below, it's usually a continuation from the big stuff. Sometimes they separate, depends on the angle, but usually the tail is connected.
Thank you, sir. Can I have this one? Yes, sir. 227. 227.
And in the bathroom, you observed some of these marks.
I saw some impact stains, yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you what, well, first, but before that, if it's not an impact stain with direction, what kind of a shape would a blood drop? Let's say I have a drop of blood that drops from a particular height straight down to the ground.
If it's a blood drop, first you have to have enough volume for it to drip. I believe that's 0.05 milliliters. Once it drips, if there's no movement and there's no any type of force, now a ceiling fan can cause force because it's causing circulation. But a straight down drop should look like a round, perfectly round circle. It's called a 90-degree drop. If there's any slight movement at all that can change that, it might be a 70-degree, which means it's slightly shifted a little bit. That means movement's involved or force. If you're walking and you're bleeding, you're going to get the impact stains because now you're showing directionality and the tails are going ahead of it.
Now, sir, there's a photograph that's been admitted into evidence. It is 176-5. You see it up here on the screen, and it's also behind you. I don't know which would be more convenient for you. Now, the only problem is the laser pointer doesn't work on that.
Okay.
So
it'd be easier this way.
Yes, sir. So what are we looking at here? Okay. Can you analyze this one for us?
To me, the picture's kind of out of focus. You can still see it. Now, let me explain what we're seeing here. There's a ruler here and here. That is not to indicate from here to here. What that is giving you is an idea so someone can look at this and determine how large it's stain is, going from here to here. That's why this little white piece more than likely was put there. So you're seeing the size of the stain. But what this thing tells me is it hit right there. Now, excuse my shaking up, but it hit right there and run down and caused like a pool. That's a level surface right here. Unless it's slanted to let the flow continue, it's going to stay right there. So it looks like an impact stain that hit there. No way to tell the angle, no way to tell much at all about it, but that it hit and it has run down and landed.
All right, thank you, sir. So this is an impact that then pooled on that ledge created by the molding.
That's what it appears to be to me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to show you this photograph here, 179-1.
Okay.
What does this photograph show?
This here is the framing in the bathroom leading into the bedroom. Like I said, I'm 6'3" and I don't hit my head on these things, so it's got much higher than 6'3".
Right.
And it's to the left. Right here is one of the supports for the towel rack. So I would say, let's see, you go over here, it starts at 4, and they start about 2, so it's almost a foot up above the towel rack. So I would kind of guess it's getting around the 5.5 foot mark.
Would it help if I zoomed in for you?
As far as this, no, sir. I know I don't have the exact measurements of the.
No, I mean of the pattern.
Oh, okay, yes. Well, it starts here.
Okay.
And comes down there.
All right. So could you please point out to the jury the, I guess, the impact stains with direction that you can observe in this photograph?
As I described, you see this one here. You can see the tail. I'm going to identify it like a clock going towards the 11 o'clock position. So it's hitting here and going this direction. And here, looks like a smaller stain. It could be what we call a satellite stain. It could be from this stain, or it could be another stain that has finally lost its velocity and landed. This one here is going almost identical in the direction of this one. But if you look at this one, the direction has changed slightly. That doesn't mean there was a secondary. It just means this stain appears smaller, and I think it has lost gravity and started to come down. So the position, when it comes down, being hit there, it's going to go to the left. So these look like 11 o'clock, this one looks more like 10 o'clock. Again, you got smaller stains here, which this picture, you can't really see the directionality. You might if you zoom in. You've got one here that doesn't have the complete tail, but you can see the smaller area here. It's going more like, it's not a 9:30, but it's between 9 and 10 o'clock position. This here, I really don't see a directionality. This one has some directionality, and this one has direction. Now, this one over here, see how small it is? So it has come down further.
And sir, would you agree that the majority of the larger impact stains with direction are pointing in this general direction?
Correct.
And sir, if we were to trace that line down towards the floor, would you agree, sir, that it places them somewhere in the vicinity of this area right here?
But you've got to understand, this is trim, so it stands out from the wall. So you know the stain has to be on this side of the trim for it to be able to go up. Now the stain itself, like I said, to get the angle and the direct, to get the angle where this is coming from, you have to measure the stain, the width and the length, use trigonometry to convert it to come up with an angle. That angle can tell you how far towards us or where the source is coming from. But there was no measurement, so I cannot tell you where the source came from except in this area.
The area, and we say this area, are you describing the darker sections?
I would start it at the trim of the door and come back. Now, how far? Again, I don't have the measurements of the stain, but I would say in this area, because of the size, the width of the stain.
And so we're clear, the areas that you described in this general area here are locations where you saw blood stains in the grout between the tile floor and the bathroom.
This appears in this picture to be the original color of the grout. You can see the darker color here.
And sir, the discoloration, which you described, which I think you described as possible blood stains.
Correct.
Right.
The reason I say that, unless it's tested and a confirmation, I list it as possible.
Sure.
So I get a confirmation.
So what you admitted into evidence, you described as blood on the
Possible blood.
possible blood. So this is possible too. This
Correct.
could be something else.
Correct.
We just don't
It was
know.
not tested.
But likely blood. Given what you know about the case,
The preponderance,
happened.
the preponderance indicates.
Sure. That it would be blood on this and blood on that.
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree, sir, that the discolored area covers well, I mean, assuming that each one of those tiles is, 8 to 10 inches, that's
Normally 10 to 12.
10 to 12. So we're
Most of
talking
the time.
possibly 3 feet by 2 feet.
But I don't have the measurements on it.
Sure.
But yeah, if you figured to be safe, 8 to 12, I would go ahead and include it, but it could be the whole difference. So you've got some feet here. But again, if the stain was measured, I could be almost to the location.
Sure.
Now, one thing that changes is the height.
Okay.
Because that's where the angles come in. You have blood here, but I cannot say the source didn't come from here because we don't know if there was stains between that until it hit the wall. Like I said, the blood drops are going to travel until they lose gravity or hit something.
Right.
So that looks like the tail end of the impact.
Would you describe this area here as a large potential blood stain?
Well, I don't see a stain except for in the grout. Now, I cannot say the tile itself had blood on it because none is visible because it wasn't collected.
Right.
Very light.
Very
but
likely.
The tile, I can say yes. Some blood got on this tile somehow.
Sure. And, well, sir, let me show you the underside of the tile. The tile backer boards are in evidence in this case. They're here. Oh, gosh.
They
haven't been opened yet.
The photograph changed.
I'm sorry. We can fix that. So the tile is in evidence. The actual backer board shown in that prior photograph. Okay. Let me pull it up. I don't even know where it went. There it is. They're in evidence. Do you see a distance marker on that now?
Yes, is this the back side of the backer board, or is this the top of the backer board?
Well, this is the top of the backer board, sir.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, I just wanted to.
And I think
Hey, guys, I'll talk to you when I get in the car. This woman is
consistent with
amazing. I'll
blood,
see you later.
soaking through the grout and spreading out under the actual tiles.
Correct. You also have some up here.
Right.
But you can't tell if it's gravel or not.
Thank you, sir. Now, I'd like to ask you a little bit about your observations on the photograph that you created in Collective Exhibit 226. Do you mind?
Okay,
so, sir, you observed when you went into Mr. Chen's apartment, the bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you were there, the bed was up against what crime scene calls the north wall. I'll show it to you right here. Okay? Up against that wall that we see here.
Yes, when I visited, yes.
Okay, it was up against that same wall.
Correct.
Next to the
I don't know if it's exact position, but yes, that's the head to top. The top to the bottom.
And you also had an opportunity on not one but two occasions to look inside this bedroom.
Yes.
During your time that you spent inside this bedroom, both on the 9th and again a couple of days, 5 days later, on the 14th, other than what we saw down there next to the molding for the door frame, did you observe any directional blood spatter, or I'm sorry, impact stain with direction?
Just the one we talked about earlier here.
Nowhere else?
There's something here, but.
We'll get to that. I'll get to that.
I don't see impact in this area.
Sure. No, not on any surfaces, wall,
Not from this photograph, and I didn't observe it.
ceiling, cabinets.
I looked at the ceiling, but as high as I could get up was my height. I didn't have anything stand up higher.
Sure. But nothing stood out to you,
Nothing stood out, and nothing stood out in the photographs.
even though you were able to observe with your naked eye in other rooms, impact stain with direction on walls.
The bathroom.
The bathroom. Yes. Only room that has that.
That I will locate it.
Sure. Thank you, sir. When you went to Mr. Chen's apartment and into the bedroom initially on the 9th, you didn't initially see the blood stains on the carpet, did you?
I saw what looked like could be blood, and there's saturation stains, which these here.
Yeah, I thought
But it's possible blood,
possible.
but it's a discolorization.
Sure.
Now, did I see that? I saw some, but I didn't notice what was going on until I enhanced the photograph.
Sure. So with the naked eye, you could see something, but it's only when you started, enhancing, manipulating the photograph with those tools that you have, that you said, hey, there's something going on under that bed.
Yeah, you can see the discolorization, but.
No, we've not learned anything yet.
No.
And what was going on under that bed
Really?
in 127-2 is the very large reddish-brown stain that we have right here.
They're called saturation stains.
Saturation stains that tailed off towards the doorway. You see that saturation stain right there?
Yes.
Okay. And going back to the preceding photograph that I showed you, it heads towards right there. Towards where?
This picture can give indication here, but you also had blood over here.
Sure. Yeah, so there's blood in a second location, and I can
That's
show
where
you.
the cutout part was.
Right, and that would be where evidence marker 9 is?
Correct, right there.
Okay, so that blood, what did you describe it as, sir?
Saturation.
Saturation. There's blood saturation from a large body of blood saturation out towards the door, which then would lead us to a large area with possible blood in a room with impact stain with direction.
Yes.
An impact stain with direction, as counsel for the defendant pointed out just a little bit ago, that can be caused by someone taking off their shirt.
Correct.
Swinging their arm.
Correct.
Or stabbing. Can it?
Many more options.
Many more.
But yes.
But stabbing repeatedly is one of them.
Now, the way you just described it
would cause more, right?
No, it wouldn't cause that thing.
Wouldn't
Because you're
cause
going
that
up
thing.
and down.
Sure. But it back and forth?
It depends.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you have to have additional information to determine it is a cast iron. What supporting? It shows the directionality where it's coming off of the source. There is no way to know what the source is and how far away you are and how much blood is on the source.
Thank you, sir. If I could have the document projected. All right, sir. So I'm showing you 226, and this is the final page of the collective exhibit, which is your photograph 1, right? It's the
It's a crime scene picture.
Crime scene.
But in my order, yes, it's number 1.
Correct, and I'm going by your order now. It's the most zoomed out picture.
That's the actual picture.
Without enhancement.
Correct.
As is, no enhancement.
Correct.
Sir, if I could get you to please point out in this photograph where those red marks are that you identified in
this area.
Okay, in that area?
Yes.
And I'm going to go to the closest, most enhanced one that you have, which I believe would be your third photo, is what you'd call it.
Correct. I did a zoom and then got even closer to a second zoom.
But for record purposes, it's the second page of the collective exhibit.
Third. This one.
Right. But your third photograph.
But my second
and yeah. Thank you. And this is what you describe as possible blood transfer from fingers to
fingers. To me, that's giving me a strong indication that this is linear marks in possible blood that is consistent, and in my opinion, fingers.
Linear marks consistent with fingers.
Yes.
Sir, what shape do fingers have generally?
And a lot of times it depends on your body weight.
Sure.
Some people have thin, some have long. But again, it's like if this is blood and it has any kind of movement in the fingers, it can be wider, it could be longer.
Sure. Now, sir, you'd agree with me though, fingers don't tend to have perfectly straight lines.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct.
Isn't it possible, sir, that what we actually see on the screen is not a bloody handprint or bloody fingerprints, but where the cloth had been folded over and a transfer happened that way? See how there's a line
here?
Yes, sir. And then we have another dark line you see to the right of that middle one.
Here?
No, sir, to the left. Yes, sir, right there. Yes, sir. Isn't it possible that that could actually be the case?
Not necessarily, because you have to understand what this stain is showing. The areas of the fingers that has blood on it. We don't know how much blood was on them if this was a hand. We don't know if it's blocked here, which would cause a straight line. Well, I can't say beyond reasonable doubt.
Sure. So really, we're just kind of guessing.
We're kind of saying, to me, it appears, in my experience, that these are consistent with finger marks.
Now, sir, you mentioned that there's no measurements and there's not a whole lot of scale that you could go off of to determine the size of these
There's nothing, I would need it in the photograph with the stains.
Okay. Well, sir, in your lengthy law enforcement experience as a detective, it's not uncommon for law enforcement to get requests for independent testing from people. Isn't that right?
I'm not following the question, sir.
Well, in your private investigation job, have you not obtained items of evidence out of police property?
approach.
So if someone, you testified earlier that you didn't observe any drag marks, bloody drag marks.
I did not personally see.
If a person were to say pick up a body and carry it, you wouldn't see drag marks, would you?
Correct.
Next, sir, I'd like for you, if you can, point out for me in 147-5, if I can have a meeting, Judge, sir. Thank you. Could you please point out in this photograph, crime scene photograph, where those?
I'm sorry, just for the purpose of record, can you identify the exhibits?
I said 147-5.
I'm sorry. Okay. My fault.
Could you please point it out?
What's that?
Where the fingerprints are?
I can't observe it. I don't see it in that picture. I mean, it's possibly there, it's just with that enhancement, I'm not able to see it.
Without the enhancement?
Okay, plus I'm a distance away.
Sure.
It's gonna be in this area, but.
In that area?
Yes.
Are you sure?
It's right in that area, what it appears to be from the picture. As you can see, this here is applied like it's supposed to be, and that picture is pulled down. It's changed.
Right. It is changed.
Yes. The top of it has been pulled up.
Sure. So we can't see it on the crime scene photograph where it is as found, right?
I cannot say, I mean, if I enhance this, I might be able to, but you're looking at it at a different angle. It might not stand out as much.
Why would you not use the photographs of as found to try to confirm that this
Objection. What, you mean, same objection as before?
Yes.
I think this goes to his analysis where he was changing the settings on his camera. So I think that's within the realm of what he's already done. So that's your objection over.
Why would you not analyze this photo and
I did all photos. I just,
every single one of them?
if I would have seen it, I would have probably done the same.
Thank you, sir. Another thing I noticed, sir, could you please describe what's to the right of the evidence marker 11 in that picture?
This here?
Yes, sir.
Pillow with a dark case on it.
Okay. And you would agree, sir, in the body cam video, that pillow is covering up where item 11 would be.
This pillow was over here.
Yes, sir. So when you put on your presentation that knife is added, you can't say that it wasn't already there.
It's added in the picture though.
Added in the picture, but it very well could have been there already.
Could, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I want to talk about contamination of crime scenes, okay? You, by doing 2 walkthroughs, contaminated the crime scene,
Anybody that went in that apartment,
including defense counsel when he entered with you.
to where he walked to, yes.
You would agree, sir, that moving and removing a body from a homicide scene really is contaminating the scene.
Yes.
Jason Chen did that, didn't he?
I have no idea. I assume because Mr. Pace was found in a different location. But what actually, I can't say.
Cleaning up blood, like you described the motion like this, spreading it out, that really, really contaminates the scene, doesn't it?
It contaminates, but mostly it destroys what we're looking at.
Jason Chen did that, didn't he?
I have no idea who did it. All I know is what I saw.
Disposing of the remainder of a murder weapon is contaminating the scene, isn't it?
It would be, yes.
Remaining in a crime scene with copious quantities of blood for days contaminates the scene, doesn't it?
Yes.
Wheeling a suitcase through a bloody crime scene contaminates it.
Yes.
I can have a moment.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you'd agree that dry blood is much more difficult to transfer than wet blood.
Correct. I mentioned that earlier. But
And that's why.
it's possible, but
And that's why within your scope of expertise, you know that in order to collect a sample of blood from a dry surface, you have to first wet the cotton swab with distilled water.
cotton swab or whatever you're taking it with distilled water. Yes.
And it's
You have
very
to have some type of moisture.
And it's very common to use a cotton swab on a wooden stick to collect
Yes.
blood samples.
Yes.
In fact, that's the accepted practice across the state.
There's other ways, and I've done both, but the most often used is the cotton, long cotton swabs. They're about this long.
Yes, sir. And it only takes hours to a day or so for blood to dry, right?
It could be many different times because the temperature inside the room can accelerate it or decrease it, or it's actually decrease it. Give it a longer time or shorter.
Sure, the drier the air, the faster it
Right,
dries.
it's like if you're in a room and there's no air coming in, it's gonna be a matter of time.
But you'd agree, sir, this was a climate-controlled
Yes.
residence?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't abnormally cold?
That, I don't know what the temp was, and we're talking multiple different days, but of when things progress, I don't know what the temp was in Chattanooga during those days.
And sir, are you sure you couldn't see the bone in that body cam video?
It could have been, but I'm looking at it and it looks like it's gone, it's possibly there, but it didn't stand out to me. But it was in one place, and in that place, it's no longer there.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Very much.
Okay, bless your heart. Poor thing. If I had a friend come to me and tell me that her husband was cheating on her, I go, bless your heart. Poor thing. Lord have mercy. You know, that in and of itself is a nice way to use it. Now, if someone is playing a fool, being a fool, acting a fool, showing themselves up, being inappropriate, and someone goes, oh, bless your heart, poor thing, that's a sarcastic insult. So my whole thing is it's all context, baby. And I don't know why they got us going down to one lane here, but they do. We're 2 lanes. So anyway. Oh, honey child. Bless her heart. You'd think somebody would tell her by now that that skirt is see-through and her underwear are black. Poor thing. And that's sarcastically used. Yep. All of our southern folks are going, yep. Okay, my scalp thing. Oh, my hair thing. Oh my gosh. I got a massage from the from the shoulders and arms and neck and head. Got my feet done. She exfoliated my scalp, conditioned my scalp, conditioned my hair, massage, shampoo. Wonderful.
So, redirect. The jury have any questions for Mr. Lawrence?
Jury questions. Woohoo! She told me not to. She's already washed it. She washed it and dried most of it. I told her it's okay. Don't have to dry it all the way. My hair is real thick and it's like cotton candy. It doesn't like to get rid of water. It takes a long time to dry my hair. So, I won't have to wash it tonight because, well, she already done did it. And it was nice, let me tell you. And, yeah. I got it on Groupon, so it wasn't as expensive as if I would have paid the full price for it. That said, I don't know if I would pay the full price for it. It's nice and everything, and I'll probably do it maybe a couple times a year. But I'm not too sure. I don't know. I thought it was nice. I needed the stress reliever. My upper back and shoulders and all that were a hot mess. So loved it. She had one of those, what are those expensive blow dryers that are like a cylinder like this? They don't put out a lot of high heat. Oh my God, they're like $300. What are those things called? They have the curling iron that sucks the hair around the tip. Anyway, Dyson. She had a Dyson hair dryer, which I do love. Eventually, I will get one. They are expensive, but if you're gonna have to blow dry your hair, what's nice about the Dyson is it doesn't damage your hair. So she had a really nice Dyson one. So that's kind of my thing. And I don't know. My hair feels nice and silky and smooth and not dry and brittle, and it just was a very, very nice experience. Very nice experience, and I needed it. That Dyson is expensive, but they're good. They got good warranty. They last a long time. I don't know. I would want to try one out a couple of times myself. Actually forked out money on one. And of course, there's always going over to eBay and getting them. especially when somebody gets them and they don't know what to do or how to do it or don't like it or don't dry their hair. They just throw it up there to sell it. So anyway, I'm back on I-10. I am about 45 minutes from home. So I'm hoping to get there before this ends for the day. So that's kind of where I is. Yeah, I think that the newer ones I've heard are better than the older ones, but I don't know. I don't dry my hair that often. We'll just see. I prefer to let it naturally dry. But my problem is it takes forever. If I was to braid my hair when it's damp, 15 hours later, take the braid out, it's still going to be damp. My hair holds onto water like crazy. So that's just my hair. But anyway, I'm on the outskirts of San Antonio. I'm getting ready to head into the hill country. In about 45 minutes, I'll be home. People kind of give me a hard time and tease me because I travel in 2 hours to get an hour or something done. And that's just the way it is when you live in the rural area of the hill country. Yeah, it's late nights in the courts. My hair is thick. It wasn't this thick last year. My hairdresser said it's doubled in thickness in the last year. And a part of that is because I had actually lost a lot of hair when I had my chemo, and my hair is finally growing back and getting back to healthy, normal hair, and I'm very grateful for that. My hair, when it's damp, is wavy, but it goes straight when it dries. It doesn't matter how long or short it is. I notice my gray hair that's coming in has got more texture, which is a good thing, I guess. But my scalp massage was fabulous. I've never had she actually exfoliated the scalp. I've never had that done. It felt so good. And it's been real dry lately because of the weather changes. And so it felt really, really nice. So it put me in the mood tonight. I'll go home. Oh, I even got a little face mask put on my face. It felt real good. I'm going to go home tonight and probably do a full exfoliation, a body exfoliation, and just pamper myself some more. Yep. I actually put my hair in a bun because I sleep with a CPAP, and I hate the CPAP without the bun because it kind of pops up and pops off my head. I don't have a big head, and I don't have a deep thing in the back of my neck to keep that on like some people can. So if I put my hair in a soft bun, meaning in a scrunchie and not a hair tie, and it's a very soft bun, and then put that on, it's good. So that's how I do my hair at night. I wish sometimes I'll roll it in socks to get natural curls. So that'll work. I know people say, what? And I'm like, yeah, hold on. Oh, that felt good. Off my neck. So that's always nice to have, is the soft curls, and it works for me. Now, when I was growing up and I had long hair, I rolled my hair in strips of cotton like they did on Little House on the Prairie. I did it even before I knew about that. My mother started doing it because my grandmother taught her how. When I was a wee little girl, and I always had a bouncy curls that lasted all day. But if I hot curl my hair, it goes straight within an hour. Yeah, I prefer scrunchies. In fact, I have one on now. That's what I put on now, is a little scrunchie. Scrunchies won't damage your hair like the other stuff does. The only problem is they don't stay on as well with me. They slide out easily.
So I'm going to ask them if you could face the jury when they if the murder occurred on November the 23rd, and it was 4 to 5 days later when police entered, wouldn't blood be dry by then?
I would expect it to be. I wasn't there, I can't tell, but I would expect it to be over that period of time.
Can you confirm if you saw or documented any open wine bottles in the apartment? Did you notice any used wine glasses?
Wine glasses, I did not see. I would have expected it to be collected if it was there. Wine bottles that had been opened, there was a couple that had the cork up, which if you know, once you open it, you push it back, you're not gonna get it back like it was. There was a couple that the cork was up. So most were sealed.
This question deals with the comparison photos of the body cam footage versus the crime scene photos. They will not come back as an exhibit. However, since you obviously have a question about that, the parties may show them during redirect or recross to the witness if they wish. Do you think it's possible that Jason Chen moved items on November the 27th after the body cam footage was filmed, since cellular records previously admitted into the record show him in the area later that day?
There is nothing that gives me any information who did it. There's nothing to lock in who it was. All it is, it was different.
Well, I think the juror's question was, do you think it's possible?
It's possible, but everything's possible. I mean, until you can confirm or refute. That's the way I usually go with what's possible. Either say yes, it did or could, or no, it couldn't or didn't.
There was a question asking about the photos in the subfloor, asking if the witness could determine what position the victim's body was in. That's been determined to be beyond this witness's area of expertise. What are the discolorations around the impact stains on the bathroom wall?
Oh, if you're talking about what looks like ran down the wall, that is residue from the Blue Star. If you spray with Blue Star, the liquid will run down the wall and dry in that position. It's kind of a darker color, discolorization.
Any redirect questions or questions?
Just one of the questions was, after a few days, you would expect the blood to dry, right?
Correct.
What if it was sprayed with cleaning materials?
Anything that could get it back wet, yes, it's now wet again and can easily be put. Dry blood, you can transfer. It's very hard, but you can get, if you walk across a floor with dry blood, you can still pick up particles that Blue Star will react to.
What about if you sprayed it with alcohol?
I don't know all of the false positives. I would think alcohol would be one, but I would physically test it.
My question is, would spraying alcohol on blood keep it damp? Or make it
Yes,
more
whenever that happened, it would stay damp until it eventually dries also.
It's your understanding that there was a cleanup after this incident, right?
Yes, from reading the discovery and from some of the swipes and wipes I saw, yes.
And great efforts were taken to clean up the apartment.
I would say yes, because there's very little blood in the bathroom. And to get from point A to point B, you would think there would be.
I do use a silk pillowcase, but the bonnets don't stay on my head either.
It's 10 minutes after 6. If you have a brief witness or witness you absolutely have to call today because there's a scheduling, we can do as much as we can. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the testimony you're going to hear for today. Again, I must remind you the admonition not to talk to one another or anyone about this case, and do not let yourself be exposed to media. You're gonna have a bit of an outing tomorrow. I'll step in the jury and give you more details about that in a moment. I think that's it for now. We'll resume on Monday about 9:30. Back next section.
Did he say what time they're coming back on Monday?
We are winding down. Obviously, I think, of course, the trial is back in the defense group now. I'm not sure how much longer to go, but I'm going to go ahead and start tweaking the jury instructions. I was waiting to see if there's anything about self-defense or anything different in the pattern jury instructions. A lot of this stuff needs to be added. So just be thinking about that. If the state or the defense has any extra jury instructions you want, please draft them and submit them. We can argue about them at some point before we do the jury. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, court's in recess until 9 a.m.
Which will mean that it's 8 o'clock Central Standard Time Monday morning. Even though it is a holiday, they will be live on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. I will be here. Sunday night will be a Sunday night live. I may have to do it a little later. I'm going to go to a little gathering. So I need to find out what time that is. Either that or I may just go ahead and skip this week. I don't get to go out much and do any kind of fun things with people. So being that we worked all day today, I might skip. We'll just see what the timing holds. So keep an eye out in Discord, and also click that bell button, because if I'm going to go live tomorrow, you'll get notified. This woman's going to come on and
court
give a
has
recap.
wrapped up for day 6 this Saturday, full of testimony in the Hamilton County courtroom in the murder trial of Jason Chen. Lots to talk about this afternoon as we wrap up what we heard and we kind of look at what might be to come in the days ahead. Just as far as a having a little bit, there we go. We lost our camera in the courtroom. That's what happened there. So a little bit of an indication of what's going to be coming in the next few days. They will not have testimony tomorrow. That is a Sunday. The jury has asked to not do that. But we also know that they will be hearing testimony on Monday morning, which is a federal holiday. It's Martin Luther King Day. But the judge has said, asked the jury if they wanted to go ahead and meet, and they said they did. So that's what's going to happen. The majority of the afternoon before lunch and then all of the testimony after lunch had to do with this witness here, the defense's first expert witness, as they start presenting their case, Mr. Johnny Lawrence. There was a lot of discussion, though, about what kind of expert Johnny Lawrence is and what he can actually add to this case. So the first few hours were the judge and the attorneys going over, without the jury in the courtroom, what he has the expertise to testify about and what he does not. One of the things that he talked about a lot here is blood splatter evidence and the kind of shapes that blood splatter can make once it hits walls or any solid surfaces. Also, this Blue Star technology that we've heard a lot about in this case from the prosecution, talking about if there was a lot of blood that was cleaned up and then later looked at under this special technology or what. And one of the main images of the day came from this, a maroon sheet that was found in Jason Chen's apartment. But how it was found and in what direction and in what specific part of the bed remains to be seen. And that's because what Johnny Lawrence testified himself about, which is the changing in the crime scene from the first time Chattanooga police officers went in with their body cameras on, which would have been November 27th in the early morning hours after Pace's mother and father called them there, to when those crime scene photos were later taken by CSI investigators from the Chattanooga Police Department. Now, we've seen these images before in hearings about this case. Let's take a little bit of a look about what some of them show. We're not going to show all of them to you. You can see here in these comparison images, they're pointing out a few different things. They're saying a door was closed. Again, there's a lapse of several days in between these two. Different items there on the floor. The blind position is different. And then if you can see in the right-hand image, there's a pair of underwear that's on the floor that isn't there in the first image. Let's go to another comparison image. Now, this is where the sheet in the bed becomes important. You can see that maroon sheet there on the bed. And you can see in this picture, at least, in both of these pictures, it appears that that sheet, a fitted sheet, is pulled all the way down from the bottom of the mattress. But when you get to the image that we're about to look again at that Mr. Lawrence introduced with what he believes is part of a bloody handprint, you'll see there's a white image down, or something white down at the bottom, like that sheet has been pulled off the bed. So that's something that was brought up by the prosecution. But let's compare these two images. Again, on the left, this is body cam video from 11/27 when police first go into the apartment. On the right is CSI photos that were taken by a different set of investigators at a later date. Now, Lawrence points out several differences in these photos. The curtains and the blinds are in a different position. Different items are on the bed. In both images, a notebook in the right-hand image, you can see that green notebook has been added. The position of the items on the floor are different. The pillow's position is different. And if you take a look here, it says knife has now been added. Now, that was Mr. Lawrence's conclusion, and that was shown to the jury. But under cross-examination, the prosecution there saying, but you don't know it was actually added because it could have just been different in those items that you see in the body camera. So maybe it was under something. Again, they were pointing out that he didn't know for sure. So let's now go back to this image. This is that sheet, and you can see there at the bottom the white part that the prosecution pointed out and that I just mentioned to you. Another thing that the prosecution brought up on cross-examination of Mr. Lawrence was the direction of and the shape of these supposed handprint blood transfers there. They pointed out, if you look at that first big spot there that could be a finger, the edge is very straight. And the prosecution asked Mr. Lawrence, if you have a handprint, is the edge of it usually straight? And asked him if they believe, well, let me just read you the transcription of the testimony there. This is homicide investigator Paul Moyle from the prosecutor's office. He asked Lawrence, isn't it possible, sir, that what we actually see on the screen is not a bloody handprint or bloody fingerprints, but where the cloth that had been folded over and the transfer happened that way? And then Mr. Lawrence answers, not necessarily, because you have to understand what this stain is showing is variants of the fingers that have blood on them. And then we don't know how much blood was on there if this was a hand. So again, on cross-examination, the prosecution getting Lawrence to say that he's not sure that it was a hand either. So a lot of doubt about what we were actually seeing in some of these photographs raised. And something I thought was very interesting. Again, we've been talking in this case about how the jury is allowed to ask questions of the witnesses after the state and the defense are done. And the judge, Judge Boyd Patterson, has actually commended the jury on how good of notes they're taking and how specific their questions are. So one juror asks about the items that are moved in the apartment. Again, these items from Mr. Lawrence's own report. I'm going to go back to the transcription just so I can read that for you. So the judge reads the jury question there at the end. Do you think it's possible that Jason Chen moved items on November 27th after the body cam footage was filmed? Since cellular records, again, this is from earlier testimony in the week, previously admitted, show him in that same area later in the day. So a cell phone expert who extracted the locations of Jason Chen testified earlier in this week that he was in the same location of Tremont Street later on the 27th. And then this is kind of where this all comes down. The expert witness, Mr. Lawrence, says there's nothing that gives me any information about who moved the items he's talking about. There's nothing to lock in who it was. So the defense keeps talking about how, and we're going to go back here in some of our images, how and who came into the apartment. In this body cam video, you can see Katrina Pace and Travis Pace were in that apartment first, and they've testified to that they were doing anything they could to try to find Jasmine. At this point, they didn't know that she was dead. They didn't know she had been murdered. They're just trying to find her. So was it them? He's saying it could have been. Was it Jason Chen that moved the items? He's saying it could have been him too. Excuse me there. No one really knows for sure. Let's bring in Mary Beth Mangrum. She's been in the courtroom today. Mary Beth, what can you tell us about your observations there?
Right. Yeah. That's kind of a similar theme that we saw today. Just, a lack of sure conclusions. We did hear that witness say that there was no way for him to reach those conclusions upon a first visit, and that, given his testimony, there were no conclusions absolutely made in the situation. So that seemed to be a theme in the courtroom today.
And Mary Beth, this was some very long testimony. Did we see the family members stay throughout both of those? Did Travis Pace, then after he was called to testify, did he come back in and listen to the rest of it there?
Actually, I do believe that Travis Pace was out of the courtroom for some time, maybe even for the entirety of the rest of the testimony. I'm not quite sure. I was out of the courtroom for a portion of the day, but listening. Unfortunately, I couldn't see the gallery at that time, but there was a large portion where after that testimony, he had stepped out.
And let's talk about that. We know that Travis Pace was surprised by being called by the defense, and he didn't hop up and go up there right away, from what we're told from what happened in the courtroom.
Right. Yeah, he actually had his name called 3 times. And then once he realized what was happening, there was a very clear look of confusion on his face. DA Cody Wamp later acknowledged this when cross-examining him. She said that he was subpoenaed to testify for the state, but he hadn't really gotten any communication that the defense might call him.
And he was on the stand earlier this morning talking about going through that apartment. And at one point, we did see him, which is very understandable, get emotional talking up on the stand today.
Right, absolutely. There was a photo of Jasmine on the screen behind Mr. Pace, and he was asked if that was his daughter, and his response was, it was. And you could hear in that moment the emotion in his voice. And as he was turned away, but whenever he turned back and we could see his face, it was very clear that he was feeling some very strong emotions.
And we heard from his ex-wife. He testified today. They've been divorced for almost 20 years. Katrina Bean, she was the state's first witness. So both of them now, the jury hearing from both of them about going into that apartment and just the frantic, I believe Mr. Pace today called it a rush of what they were trying to do anything to find their daughter.
Right, absolutely. One of the big themes of his testimony today was the fact that he felt like he was running out of time. And he did mention that if, this was a situation where his daughter was not only missing, but could have been in danger, that time was of the essence to him. And I think that was one thing that came very clear in his testimony, was that, this is a situation that's very time sensitive for him and his family.
All right, Mary Beth, thanks so much for your coverage today of court. Of course, court is off tomorrow, and then we know you'll be back in the courtroom on Monday when that testimony resumes.
Right. Yes, we will. And we'll be sure to keep you updated.
Okay, we appreciate it so much. Thanks, Mary Beth. So again, lots to cover today. News Channel 9's Meg Doyle was also in the courtroom this morning. She's working on a wrap-up piece, which has lots of different bits of testimony. We'll put that up on our page as soon as that's complete. You can also go to our YouTube page for more longer stretches of the testimony, both from today and all the days of the trial, as we cover this gavel to gavel. Hear from the News Channel 9 Stream Center and also on social media. Again, day 6 of the Jason Chen trial wrapping up for today. Testimony will resume Monday at 9:30. And we'll be sure to cover that for you as well. Thanks so much for joining us for this Saturday coverage of this trial.
So, Cindy RN, are you getting snow? Is that what you said?
Good luck. I'm sorry. Good luck. All right.
I'm sorry.
Okay, guys, I'm going to let you go, and I'll come back later because I can't hear his stuff.
What
All right,
happens
thank
when
you,
your
guys.
lawyer
I'll
gets
see you in a little
smart?
bit.
Well, it's probably
Thanks for watching.